567. Chui Dongshan came over and sat down. There were 3 people at the table, master, disciple, and student. Chui Dongshan bent over and took the pot of immortal wine buried behind the bamboo building. Chun Pingan also picked up the wine in front of him, and the two drank it in one gulp. Chun Pingan wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "When are you leaving?" Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "Actually, I have never left. Wherever you go, I will follow you." In the deep night, the youth's smile was as bright as the sun. Chun Pingan turned to look at Pei Qian. "Don't speak like him in the future." Pei Qian was confused and shook her head vigorously. "Master, I've never learned it before." Chui Dongshan gave her a thumbs up. Pei Qian crossed her arms and tried her best to show the bearing of a senior sister. Chun Pingan said, "You have to take care of Chen Rushu. Guarding against thieves for 1,000 days is the most tiring." There was still some distance between Luopa Mountain and Longquan County City. Although the little girl in the pink dress already had the sword talisman made by the Longquan sword sect and could control the wind without fear, Chen Rushu liked to shop around and was very meticulous. Some items could not be bought immediately in the county city. It might take a day or 2. Therefore, she used her own private money to buy a house in the county city. The county governor's office helped to set up a bridge and used a very good price to buy a place with good feng shui. The neighbors were all wealthy families in the capital of Dali. At that time, the person who handled it was only a secretary whose reputation was not obvious. He was the assistant official of the old governor, Wu Yuan. Now, he was the parent official of Longquan County. As it turned out, he was a disciple of a great family in the capital who had hidden his strength well. Just like today, Chen Rushu settled down in the county city and rested. She would only return to Luopa Mountain after preparing the goods tomorrow. Usually, in this kind of situation, before leaving Luopa Mountain, Chen Rushu would first hand a bunch of keys to Zhou Mili or Tsinyuenji. Chui Dongshan said, "Teacher, don't worry about me. Great Li's spies and men of sacrifice were best at enduring hardships." Wei Pai had secretly asked the mountain deity in the northernmost region to keep an eye on the county city. What's more, the Taoist robe that Muanshu is wearing is a camouflage spell that I've kept for a long time. Even if the Dali men of sacrifice and the mountain deity can't stop it in time, Muanshu can still withstand 1 or 2 attacks from a nascent soul realm sword cultivator with the Taoist robe. After the attack, Wei Pai should know that it'll be difficult for him to kill himself. "Ooh," Chun Pingan said with a smile. "Does this count as using public office for private gain?" The stability of some people in Luopa Mountain inevitably required the efforts of others. Chun Pingan, Chui Dongshan, and Wei Pai would need to carefully plan and set up a trap for the girl in pink to go out without any worries. But on the other hand, he and Chui Dongshan were traveling separately. No matter what treacherous clouds and treacherous battles they experienced outside, they could feel at ease at the thought of Luopa Mountain. This was all thanks to Chen Rushu, the little housekeeper. There was a period of time when Chun Pingan would be entangled with this plan of his. He felt that he was an accountant who weighed the pros and cons, calculated the gains and losses, and was not even willing to let go of the flow of people's hearts. But now that he looked back, it was nothing more than him worrying over nothing. This kind of scheme that did not only revolve around money had its merits, but also its merits. There was nothing to hide, and there was no need to reject it in the depths of his heart. In short, Chun Pingan would never allow himself to feel regret because he did not think of it and did not think of it more. When the time came, what would be the benefit of taking action angrily after the matter, the anger of an ignorant man, and the splashing of blood? Could there be little or no regret? Right now, Luopa Mountain under his feet was Chun Pingan's duty. In the future, the blessed land of lotus roots under his nose would also be the same. He had to have a conscience first, then he would earn money. Money still had to be earned. After all, Money was the courage of heroes and the ladder of cultivation. It was just that the order could not be wrong. Cui Dongshan said, "Let's not talk about you, eldest senior sister, Julian Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian. Just based on the fact that Luo Mountain has brought so much extra martial fate to the Dali dynasty, it would not be too much even if I asked for a nascent soul guardian to guard Longquan County City all year round." The old bastard would not even let out half a fart, taking 10,000 steps back. How can there be such a good thing in the world as long as the horse can run and not be fed? I've worked so hard to guard the South, every day covered in dust, managing such a huge mess, helping the old bastard stabilize 7 or 8 battlefronts, both in the open and in the dark. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. I'm already being kind by not asking the old bastard for a salary. Chun Pingon said nothing. Cui Dongshan and the old imperial tutor would not get involved in Cui Dong's family matters. Only now did Pei Qian know that there were so many twists and turns on Wanshu's side. He was immediately worried and asked, "Why don't I accompany Wanshu to go shopping in the future?" Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "You're just a 4th realm martial artist. Are you going to send yourself to death when you go out?" Pei Qian sighed and knocked his head on the table. He did not raise his head and said in a muffled voice, "What can I do? My martial arts training is too slow. Grandpa Cui said that I'm a turtle crawling and an ant moving house. How infuriating." Chun Pingon's expression was strange. Cui Dongshan said something that made things worse. "You're already worried about this? From now on, eldest senior sister's 5th realm and 6th realm martial artist progress will be even slower, especially the matter of martial courage. It needs to be considered in the long run. It really can't be fast." Pei Qian raised his head and said angrily, "Big white goose, aren't you annoying? Can't you say something nice?" Cui Dongshan asked, "Can nice words be eaten?" Pei Qian said righteously, "Of course. When I eat with me, Li, I can eat an extra bowl every time. When I see you, I don't even want to eat." Chun Pingon comforted, "Don't be anxious." "It's useless. Don't be anxious." Pei Qian immediately said loudly, "Master is wise." Cui Dongshan turned to look at Chun Pingon. "Teacher, how is it? The feng shui of our Luo Mountain has nothing to do with students, right?" Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear and changed the topic. "I've already talked with the former emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Liang. But the new emperor, Wei Yan, has great ambitions, so I might need you to say hello to Wei Xian." Wei Xian was the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, and also the first emperor in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to visit the mountain on a large scale. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "Wei Xian is the lucky one who was brought out of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land by teacher. Wei Xian has no reason to refuse teacher's words." Chun Pingon shook his head. "Luo Mountain, within the rules, must give everyone room and freedom to follow their heart. It's not that I, Chun Pingon, want to be a moral saint and only want to have a clear conscience, but if this continues for a long time, people will not be able to stay. Today, I can't keep Lu Baixiang. Tomorrow, I can't keep Wei Xian. And the day after tomorrow, I can't keep Master Zhong." Cui Dongshan nodded. "Teacher is wise." Pei Qian said angrily, "Hurry up and change your words. Don't steal my words." Cui Dongshan shook his head and shook his 2 big sleeves. I won't. Come and hit me. If I dodge, I'll have the same surname as that old bastard." Pei Qian held her head with both hands. Her head hurt. Fortunately, her master was beside her, or she would have already punched. She didn't expect her master to remind her with a smile, "He asked you to hit him. Why don't you agree? In Jianghu, it's a good habit to grant all requests." Pei Qian's eyes shone. Cui Dongshan raised an arm and waved 2 fingers in front of him. "Eldest senior sister, I know immortal spells. Once a person is full of food and drink. Once I use the immobilization spell on him. TSK, TSK, TSK. The outcome is really unimaginable. It's beautiful. Pei Qian said seriously, Master, I think it's better for fellow disciples to be more harmonious. Harmony breeds wealth. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. That makes sense. Then Chun Pingon said, Sleep early. Tomorrow I'll personally feed you. Pei Qian's eyes widened. Huh? She wasn't afraid of suffering, but Pei Qian was worried that after feeding him, she would be exposed. A pitiful level, for would make a fool of herself in front of her master. Chun Pingon smiled. If you're not anxious, it's not that you're not working hard. When you reach the level 5 bottleneck, you can go down the mountain alone to travel. At that time, whether or not you want to call Li Huai along is up to you. Of course, the little donkey that I promised you will definitely be there. Pei Qian said eagerly, Master, it's today, after midnight. You can teach me fist techniques now. Chun Pingon pressed her little head and pushed it lightly. I have some serious matters to discuss with Cui Dongshan. Pei Qian felt wronged. It's understandable that you have serious matters to discuss with Mr. Zhong, but it's easier to discuss with the big white goose. Master, I'm not sleepy. You guys talk, I'll listen. Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue. You don't even listen to your master. You're just a level 4 martial artist. When you reach level 5 or level 6, you'll be invincible. Pei Qian refused to move. She crossed her arms and sneered. Driving a wedge between master and disciple is the behavior of a villain. Cui Dongshan said, Teacher, I can't do anything about it. Chun Pingon put 2 fingers together and bent them slightly. Does your little head hurt? Pei Qian ran away angrily. A moment later, Chun Pingon said without turning his head, Is there money in the grass? Pei Qian, who had been looking around, stood up angrily. Master, I heard crickets on the way. I was catching crickets. Now that she ran away, I'm really going to sleep. After Pei Qian left, Chun Pingon was a bit worried. I know there's no need to worry, and it's useless to think too much. But it's easy to persuade others with reason, but it's really hard to persuade yourself. Cui Dongshan said softly. Pei Qian did break through a bit fast, and she ate so much martial arts fate. Fortunately, Wei Pai suppressed the situation, and Lizhu Cave is famous for many strange people. But when Pei Qian goes to Jianghu by herself, it'll be a bit troublesome. Chun Pingon was a bit emotional, and said slowly, but after listening to her talk about her trip to Lotus Root Blessed Land, I'm still a bit happy that she could think of and say the principle of holding back one's fist. But I'm afraid that if she learns from me, her Jianghu that belongs to Pei Qian in the future may be overshadowed. Cui Dongshan said, What's wrong with learning the good things first, and then being yourself? Didn't you go through all these years like this? All the children in the world don't remember any rules, and they learn to be noisy first. Is that good? In an era where rules are most important, the elders are trying to get close to the juniors, and I don't think it's good. Chun Pingon nodded and listened. Cui Dongshan said, Are you also worried about Chao Qinglong's future? Chun Pingon sighed. Of course, I don't want to judge Chao Qinglong's life, and I don't want Chao Qinglang to delay her studies and cultivation. Cui Dongshan laughed. Why not let Zhongqiu bring Chao Qinglang along when he leaves Lotus Root Blessed Land, and let Chao Qinglang and Zhongqiu travel to the New World to seek knowledge, starting from Aquarius Continent? If it is too far, it will not work. Chao Qinglong's talent is not bad. Mr. Zhongqiu imparted knowledge and dispelled doubts, and worked hard on the word mellow. Mr.'s friend, called Lu Tai, also taught Chao Qinglang to stay away from pedantry, complementing each other. In the end, it's all because of Zhongqiu's upright and pure knowledge, Lu Tai's knowledge, messy but not messy, and he is willing to respect Zhongqiu from the bottom of his heart. That's why Chao Qinglang has such an atmosphere. If not, Chao Qinglang would be useless. In the end, it's still Mr.'s credit. Chun Pingon asked, If I say that I really want Chao Qinglong's name to be recorded in our Luopa Mountains Ancestral Hall, Would I be too selfish? Chui Dongshan laughed and asked, when Mr. was at the small house in the shabby alley, did you mention this to Chao Qingling? Chun Pingon said helplessly, of course I have to ask him first. At that time, Chao Qinglang was just foolishly happy, nodding his head with all his might like a chick pecking rice, making me feel as though I was looking at Pei Qian, so I felt a little guilty. Chui Dongshan laughed out loud. Then it's done. It's a matter of mutual consent. If Mr. feels uneasy, why don't you think about how much effort it would take to groom a scholar in the future? Wouldn't it be better? Chun Pingon thought about it and felt more at ease. After that, Chun Pingon thought about another child named Zhao Shuxia. I wonder how that young man is doing with his training. Chun Pingon thought highly of Zhao Shuxia, but towards different juniors, Chun Pingon had different thoughts and expectations. Zhao Shuxia's training style was actually the most similar to his own. He did not rely on anything, only on hard work. The young man's pure mind, his desire to learn the fist, and his desire to practice martial arts made Chun Pingon like him very much. Chun Pingon mentioned Zhao Shuxia to Chui Dongshan for the first time. Of course, he also mentioned the young cultivator, the young girl Zhao Wan, and the fisherman Wu Shuowen, whom he admired greatly. Chui Dongshan said slowly, the meaning of primitive, since ancient times, has been the meaning of fist techniques. Above this, if you can innovate, then you have the ability to reach the heavens of martial arts. Chun Pingon laughed. You're not even a martial artist. I can't beat you in words, but regarding Zhao Shuxia, don't do anything superfluous. Chui Dongshan nodded in agreement. With a student like him, he could take a few more glances at him in his free time, and there would be fewer accidents. Moreover, Chui Dongshan was too lazy to do those superfluous things. If he wanted to do something, he would do it to provide timely help. For example, improving the linen sect's mountain protection formation, increasing its power by 20%. Naturally, Chui Dongshan still held back his strength. Zhu Quan was well aware of the linen sect, but when it came to matters of the sect's rise and fall, Zhu Quan still did not take advantage of the incense offerings to take a mile after taking an inch. She did not even open her mouth to hint, and would not nag at Chun Pingon, because the hemp sect couldn't offer an equivalent incense for the time being, or rather, they couldn't offer the incense that Chui Dongshan, Chun Pingon's student, wanted. Zhu Quan decided not to say anything. If it were Chun Pingon, Zhu Quan would definitely be blunt. Even if she asked the linen sect for money from the linen sect, if it was still not enough, then she would first pay on credit. She, Zhu Quan, would not feel guilty about owing a debt. But Chun Pingon was Chun Pingon, and Chui Dongshan was Chui Dongshan. Even if they were the teacher students, they still treated Luapa Mountain as their home. This was a sense of propriety. Although Zhu Quan was the leader of the linen sect at the Skeleton Beach, it seemed very incompetent. Her cultivation level was not low, but it was not enough for the sect. She could only use the worst choice, which was to take the lead in Qinglu town to resist the momentum of Jing, Guan City's southward invasion. But everyone in the continent knew that the linen sect was a very straightforward sect on the mountain. They clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred, this kind of well-known sect style, and the reputation of the cultivators was a huge sum of money that the linen sect had unknowingly accumulated. During this trip to the North Continent, Chun Pingon learned a lot from the linen sect that Zhu Quan was in charge of, as well as the lying ground peak where Venerable Fire Dragon had been sleeping soundly. Chun Pingon took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine, one for each of them. This time, the 2 of them drank slowly. With a starting scale of a mountain, there would naturally be more things to do. How to deal with the new provincial governor Wei Li and the state's city god required careful control of the situation. This was definitely not a simple matter where Chui Dongshan showed his identity as the leader of Dali's Green Wave Pavilion. On the back of the fish, Lu Baixiang and Lu Zhongruan, who had already obtained the 2 immortal treasures, the water hall and the dragon boat, were already on their way back. Therefore, when he arrived at Luopa Mountain, the two direct disciples of Lu Baisheng, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, should be recorded in the pedigree. But what was more awkward was that until now, Luopa Mountain had not built an ancestral hall. Because of many things, Chun Pingan had to be present as the leader of Luopa Mountain, laying the foundation, decorating the beam, hanging the portrait, burning the first incense, and so on all required Chun Pingan's presence. Therefore, Chun Pingan still needed to stay for a while. He first had to wait for Lu Baisheng, and then for Zhu Lian to return from Old Dragon City. Among them, Zhou Mili had officially become the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Chun Pingan also had to think carefully about whether it would cause some people's hearts to waver. Chun Pingan stood up. "I'm going to the Riding Dragon Alley." Cui Dongshan smiled. "Walking," Chun Pingan said. "Pei Qian has a sword talisman issued by the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, but I don't. It's the middle of the night, so I won't bother Wei Pai. I'll also take a look at Zheng Dafeng, who sprained his ankle." Cui Dongshan said. "Then I'll accompany you." When the two of them went down the mountain, Sun Yuanji happened to be practicing his fist techniques. Chun Pingan and Cui Dongshan stood sideways and made way. Sun Yuanji did not say anything. His fist intent flowed, and he walked up the mountain without any distractions. The two of them continued down the mountain. Cui Dongshan smiled. "This little girl is also stubborn. She only looks at Zhu Lian in a new light." Chun Pingan nodded. "It means that Zhu Lian has a good eye for disciples. The evil wind of Luopa Mountain that you have led astray will be reversed by Sun Yuanji. You have to cherish it." Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "If you are determined to think this way, then you will feel more at ease. I will also brace myself to admit it." At the foot of the mountain, Chun Pingan knocked on the door. There was no response for a long time. Chun Pingan did not plan to let Zheng Dafeng go. He knocked loudly. Only then did Zheng Dafeng limp and sleepily open the door. When he saw Chun Pingan, he pretended to be surprised. "Mountain Lord, why didn't you tell me that you're home? You didn't even want to walk a few steps? You look down on me, the gatekeeper, right? Since you look down on me, why did you visit me tonight? You're sad. You're sad. Go to sleep. I don't want to be an eyesore to you. I'm also worried. If I lose my bowl of rice, I'll have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Won't I be done for? Don't tell me I'll have to sleep on the streets of the county. It's going to be winter soon, and the weather is freezing. Mountain Lord, can you bear to do that? Let's talk about it later. I'm just a gatekeeper anyway. There's nothing important to talk about. Mountain Lord, go deal with your important matters first." Zheng Dafeng was about to close the door. These words were spoken naturally and without any flaws. Chun Pingan pressed on the door with one hand and said with a smile, "Brother Dafeng, you injured your leg. This is such a big matter. Of course, I have to ask about it." Zheng Dafeng was full of righteousness. He shook his head and said, "It's not a big matter. As long as your third leg isn't broken, it's a small matter." One person closed the door, the other pressed on the door. They were in a deadlock. Zheng Dafeng muttered, "Mountain Lord, you've broken through and you're bullying people like this. Then Zheng Dafeng, will have to make a scene." Chun Pingan laughed angrily. "I really have something to talk about," Zheng Dafeng asked. "About who?" Chun Pingan said unhappily, "Well, it's not about Pei Qian." Zheng Dafeng cried out and bent down. His legs were a mess. He grabbed Chun Pingan's arm and pulled him into the door. "Mountain Lord, please come in. The place isn't big, so I hope you don't mind. I'm not complaining about this matter. I just like to talk behind people's backs. It's really Zhu Lian's stingy side. The money he gave was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Look at this house. Does it have any style at all? The dignified Luopa Mountain is so shabby. Zheng Dafeng, don't even have the face to buy wine in the small town. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm from Luopa Mountain. Zhu Lian Brothers are brothers, business is business, but he's a F asterisk king miser. Chui Dongshan laughed and said, "It's true that those who talk about it shed tears, and those who listen are moved." Zheng Dafeng turned his head and said, "Regarding the matter of lotus blossom blessed land, I almost got into a fight with Julien and Wei Ba for the sake of Brother Chui. It was an earth-shattering argument. In order for them to relent and agree to Brother Chui's share of the debt, I almost got beaten up. It was really a close call, but in the end, I still couldn't help. I could only drink every day and accidentally sprained my ankle." Ooh. Chui Dongshan smiled and nodded. "I'm grateful." Chui Dongshan stopped and said that he would wait for Mr. at the mountain gate. He stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door. Chun Pingon and Zheng Dafeng sat down and talked about the matter of one soul and one spirit that they heard from Lion Peak's Li Lu. Zheng Dafeng nodded and said, "There is such a thing, but I don't have the energy to do it anymore." Then Zheng Dafeng asked, "Why? Do you feel that Luo Pa Mountain needs a fighter? Do you want to help Luo Pa Mountain gain face?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, I don't think so." Zheng Dafeng laughed and said, You don't. That's why you ask. This is called finding a topic to talk about. Otherwise, I would have gone to the old house to drink the northwest wind." Chun Pingon said, "I came to find you this time because I thought that if you want to relax, you can go to Lotus Root, blessed land often. But it's still up to you, so I just mentioned it casually." Zheng Dafeng nodded. Elder Chui purposely left half of his martial arts fate in Lotus Root blessed land. Plus, it has been upgraded to a mid-level blessed land, and the spiritual chi has increased. It is indeed more interesting there now. Zheng Dafeng seemed to be tempted. He rubbed his chin and said, "I'll think about it. For example, opening a brothel with a thriving business there?" Zheng Dafeng grinned and waved his hand. This kind of immoral thing could not be done. It would be better to open a wine shop in the downtown area and hire a few graceful barmaids. Perhaps they were thin-skinned and could not attract business. He had to hire a few plump barmaids who knew how to chat and have more repeat customers. Otherwise, if he went there, he would not be able to earn much money and would be ashamed of Luo Pa Mountain. People by the side were like the moon, white wrists like snow. How pleasing to the eye. As a shopkeeper, he could cross his legs every day and only care about collecting money. Chun Pingon did not know what Zheng Dafeng was thinking. Seeing that he was just smiling and wiping his mouth from time to time, Chun Pingon felt that something was wrong. He said goodbye and left. Zheng Dafeng walked him all the way to the gate. If Chun Pingon had not rejected him, he would have walked him all the way to the town. Chun Pingon and Chui Dongshan walked away. Zheng Dafeng sighed. He had deliberately mentioned Chui Cheng's martial arts fate earlier, but Chun Pingon's expression was normal. It was a good thing, but not a very good thing. It could not be helped. Like people, they would have their own joys and sorrows. As for that Chui Dongshan, Zheng Dafeng did not want to interact with him. He was too good at chess. Zheng Dafeng did not go back to sleep. Instead, he went out. He walked under the moonlight towards the mountain gate and leaned against the white jade pillar. There were no obvious hills in Luo Pa Mountain, but if one looked closely, there were. Around Chui Dongshan, there was one. Outside the mountain, Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian were. Dragon Rider Ali Shiro was also. As long as Chui Dongshan was willing, this mountain could become the #1 camp in Luo Pa Mountain overnight. There would be many new faces. However, Zheng Dafeng did not feel that he was a dispensable existence, because those people who surrounded Chui Dongshan wanted to enter Luo Pa Mountain, especially if they wanted to become a name on the register. They had to go through the mountain gate first. Coincidentally, Zheng Dafeng was a gatekeeper. When Zheng Dafeng thought of this, he felt that he was an amazing person. Luo Pa Mountain could not do without him. He waited quietly for a long time. Zheng Dafeng suddenly stomped his foot. Why did mists and not go down the mountain after practicing her fist tonight. Shiro opened the door of the shop and saw that Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan were both there. She felt a little awkward. If it was only the young mountain lord, it would be fine. However, with Cui Dongshan beside him, Shiro's heart palpitated. They went to the backyard. Chun Lingjun yawned and stood beside the patio. Chun Pingan asked Shiro to open the door of a side room and lit a lamp on the table. He took out a large stack of notes and maps of mountains and rivers drawn by the government or himself. He began to talk about the Ji crossing the river. At the same time, he took out black and white chess pieces with names and sects engraved on them. For example, Li Yuan of the Water Dragon sect and Lady Water God of Nan Sun Hall were white chess pieces. There were also Tan Ling, Tang Shi, Song Lan Xiao, and other cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden in the easternmost part of Jizha. In addition, there were also Cloud City, Sparrow Residence, and Floating Ping Sword Lake in the middle of North Continent. As for the relatively small number of black chess pieces, they were mainly Yang from the Chongxian Bureau. Chun Pingan explained about the different positions of the chess pieces on the table with a smile. Chess pieces are like that. However, human nature does not care about black and white. I'm just giving you a general impression. When you go to the river yourself, don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. Ooh. He looked at the snow-white line on the table that was connected by the chess pieces. Chun Lingjun held it in for a long time before saying softly, "Thank you." Chun Pingan was a little surprised. He smiled and joked, "It's the middle of the night. Is the sun rising from the west?" Chun Lingjun flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Anyway, I've already thanked you. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Chun Pingan was a little amused. He planned to explain to Chun Lingjun in detail the things to take note of when traversing the river. No matter how big or small, he had to explain everything slowly. They would probably talk until dawn. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll have to trouble you to be more attentive. This is the route that your master exchanged his life for. There's no one in the world who's more prepared than you for traversing the river." Chun Lingjun looked a little nervous. He clenched the stack of papers in his hands tightly. Chun Pingan waved his hand. "It's not that exaggerated. Traveling the North Continent is the main thing. Traversing the river is secondary. You don't have to be grateful to me. However, you must remember that this is the foundation of your great Tao. If you don't take it seriously, you're being irresponsible to yourself. In the past, on Luapa Mountain, you and Chinrishu were both flood dragons. You wanted to bury your heads in cultivation, but you couldn't do it. I didn't say anything about it. But this time, you must change your mischievous temper. If I find out that you dared to treat traversing the river as child's play, I'd rather get someone to throw you back to Luapa Mountain than let you wander around blindly." At this point, Chun Pingan said seriously, "Because you'll die there." Chun Lingjun nodded. "I know what's important." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "I believe you." Chun Lingjun looked at Chun Pingan. His eyes were clear and his smile was warm. Chun Lingjun also calmed down. Chun Pingan smiled and took out a pen, ink and paper. He placed them on the table. "A good memory is not as good as a lousy pen. I may have gone into detail. If you think it's very important, write it down. When you're on the road in the future, you can take it out and look through it at any time." "Ooh," Cui Dongshan said, "I'm just short of traversing the river myself." Chun Lingjun was just about to sit down when he heard this. He stopped, lowered his head, and clenched the paper in his hand tightly. Chun Pingan looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan raised his hands and said, "I'll go sit outside now." Cui Dongshan really went out and closed the door. Then he took a stool and sat beside the patio. He crossed his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. Suddenly, he roared, "Great Aunt Shiro, where are the melon seeds?" Shiro said timidly, "Right away." She had forgotten to hide her feminine voice. Originally, she had stayed in the Dragon Rider Alley for so long that she had almost forgotten her feminine body. In the end, as soon as she met Cui Dongshan, she was immediately beaten back to her original form. Chun Pingan patted Chun Lingjuan's shoulder. Cui Dongshan's words are unpleasant to hear. I won't help him say anything good. They really are unpleasant to hear. But you might as well listen to them. Apart from those unreasonable words, every word that we find unpleasant to hear is mostly words that poke at the heart. We cannot care about it on the surface, but in our hearts we have to chew on it. Coptis is bitter, but it can clear the heat and clear the heart. I'll say this much. In any case, after we separate this time, even if I want to say it, even if you want to hear it, you won't have the chance for the time being. Chun Lingjun silently remembered it in his heart. Then he asked doubtfully, "Where are we going now?" Chun Pingan smiled. Inverted Hanging Mountain, the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chun Lingjun complained, "There are so many things on the mountain. Master, as the mountain lord, you're too much of a hands-off shopkeeper." He originally wanted to ask why he didn't return to Luo Pa Mountain earlier, but in the end, he held back, because he also knew that anyone could say these words, but only he, Chun Lingjun, was the least qualified. Chun Pingan nodded and said, "I accept the criticism. I won't change it for the time being." Chun Lingjun grinned. Chun Lingjun sat upright, picked up the brush, spread out the paper, and began to listen to Chun Pingan talk about the local customs and sections. After Chun Lingjun wrote down a note on the paper, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Master, will you still be like this in the future?" Chun Pingan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chun Lingjun said, "In the future, there will be many people on Luo Pa Mountain. Master, will you also treat everyone like this?" Chun Pingan thought for a moment, shook his head, and smiled. "It's very difficult. First come, first served, and so on. It's inevitable that there will be differences between those who are close and those who are distant. This is one thing. Of course, there are more things to consider. It's not necessarily good to do everything personally. The more people there are in Luo Pa Mountain, the more complicated the people's hearts will become. I can't do everything personally. I can only do my best to ensure that Luo Pa Mountain has a good atmosphere. For example, it's not that Cui Dongshan outside the sect has a high cultivation and great ability, so everything is right. You should listen to him in everything. If you can't reason with him and feel unconvinced, then you can come and talk to me. I will listen seriously." Chun Lingjun grunted in acknowledgement. Cui Dongshan said bitterly outside, "Teacher, this student is best at convincing people with virtue." Chun Lingjun rolled his eyes. Chun Pingan continued to tell Chun Lingjun about the matters of traveling the river. Sure enough, this nagging lasted until dawn. Chun Lingjun also memorized the crooked and crooked dozens of key matters. Chun Pingan clicked his tongue and said, "Chun Lingjun, your handwriting is far worse than Pei Qian's." Chun Lingjun's face flushed red. "I don't copy books every day. If I copy books for so long, the words I write should be sold for at least a few small coins. Snow is money." Chun Pingan smiled and asked, "Do you believe it yourself?" Chun Lingjun was defeated. He was thin-skinned after all. Chun Pingan sat on the bench with his hands folded in his sleeves. He closed his eyes and thought for a while to see if he had missed anything. Since he did not, he planned to think of something later and write a letter to Chun Lingjun. Opening his eyes, Chun Pingan asked casually, "How is your brother, the Imperial River Water God, now?" Chun Lingjun shook his head. "Just like that," Chun Pingan said. "Before leaving for the North Continent, you can actually make a trip to the Imperial River to say goodbye. You can eat and drink, but don't say that you're going to travel the river. Just say that you're going out for a long trip. Treat others with sincerity. Don't expose everything and hide nothing. Instead, Don't cause trouble for others. You can also help others solve some problems to the best of your ability. However, there's no need for others to thank you. Chun Lingjun put away his pen and paper and leaned on the table. He looked a little sad. In the past, I didn't think about these things. I only cared about drinking, eating, and bragging loudly. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "The world won't always let us be carefree. It's not a bad thing to think more." Chun Lingjun hesitated for a long time, not daring to look at Chun Pingon. He said carefully, "If I say that I actually don't want to travel the river or go to the North Continent, and that I just want to stay on Lapa Mountain and wait for death, will you be angry?" Chun Pingon smiled and did not say anything, as if he already knew the answer. Chun Lingjun fell silent. He did not dare to look at Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon said, "I'm not angry." Chun Lingjun sat up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. "Really?" Chun Pingon said with a smile. "From the very beginning, I didn't think that it was a good thing to walk on the river. Because if it was a good thing, you, Chun Lingjun, would have to set off immediately. Huff and puff, rain or shine, you would have to walk on the river with your head down. I even think that if you don't want to travel the river one day, then there's no need to rush at all. The great river of salvation and desolation can't run away. In fact, only when you really think it through can you travel the great river of salvation and desolation. Compared to being ignorant and treating it as a task, the chances of success are higher. But then again, the great river of salvation and desolation is a path that you, Chun Lingjun, must take. It's very difficult to avoid it. It's not a bad thing to make more preparations now." Chun Pingon paused for a moment. "You might find it harsh to say this, but I should tell you my true thoughts. As Chui Dongshan said, there are so many flood dragons in the world. There are so many mountains, lakes, and swamps, but not everyone has the opportunity to travel the river with the great river of salvation and desolation. So if you clearly know that this matter can't be delayed, but you're just used to being lazy and unwilling to move your nest to suffer, I will be very angry. But if you feel that this matter is nothing at all, and that so what if I don't travel the great river of salvation and desolation, I, Chun Lingjun, completely have my own great Tao to walk, or if you feel that I, Chun Lingjun, just like to stay on Luo Pa Mountain for the rest of my life, then neither your master nor Luo Pa Mountain's master will be angry at all." Chun Lingjun smiled and said, "I understand." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Every time Chun Rusha goes to the city to buy things, you'll secretly protect her. I'm very happy, because this is what it means to be responsible." Chun Lingjun was somewhat embarrassed and angry. "I'm just strolling around casually. Who was it that blabbered and told Master? See if I don't give him a big slap." "Languid," Chui Dongshan said from outside the door. "Me." Chun Lingjun was dumbstruck. Chun Lingjun trotted over to open the door and tiptoed behind Chui Dongshan to rub his shoulders. He asked softly, "Brother Chui, you've been working hard all night. Were you tired and sore? You must tell me. We're all family members who love each other. It's not right to be too polite. Did little brother use too little strength or too much strength?" Chun Pingon stepped over the threshold and kicked Chun Lingjuan's butt. He laughed and scolded. "You also have a share of Luo Pa Mountain's feng shui. The straw shop next to Dragon Rider Alley also opened for business. It was the girl whose nickname was Jo Air." Chun Pingon smiled and greeted, "Jo Air, where's your master and senior brother?" The girl hurriedly bowed and said in surprise, "Mountain Lord Chun." Then she blushed and said, "Master has been managing the business. He's also old, so he gets up later. Today I'm opening the door. It wasn't like this before. Senior brother has been picking herbs in the mountains for a few days. It's estimated that he'll return to Dragon Rider Alley later." Jo Air was about to call her master. After all, it was the Mountain Lord who came in person. Even if her master complained and scolded her, she should still inform him. Chun Pingon stopped Jiu Er and smiled. Don't disturb the Taoist master. I'm just passing by to see you. Jiu Er was a little nervous. Mountain Lord Chun, the business of the shop is not very good. Chun Pingon said, It's okay. The business of the straw shop is actually not bad. You should continue to work hard. If you have something to do, go to Luo Pa Mountain. Don't be embarrassed. Jiu Er, you must help me pass this sentence to the old man. The Taoist master is a kind person. Even if something really happens, he likes to shoulder it. This is actually not good. It's not a big family. By the way, I won't be sitting in the shop. I still have some things to do. Jiu Er, who had just opened the door, quietly rubbed her hands behind her back and whispered, Mountain Lord Chun, you really don't want to drink a cup of tea? Chun Pingon waved his hand and smiled. I really don't want to drink. Just take it as an extra. Jiu Er smiled. Chun Pingon nodded and said, Jiu Er's complexion is much better than before. It shows that the soil and water of my hometown is still nourishing. I used to worry that you won't be used to living here, but now I'm relieved. Jiu Er blushed a little. Chun Pingon waved goodbye. He took Cui Dongshan along the steps of Dragon Riding Alley and went to the ancestral house of Mud Bottle Alley. This route was necessary to pass through the Gu family's ancestral house first. Chun Pingon stopped and asked, What about Uncle Gu? Cui Dongshan said, It's difficult for an upright official to judge a family matter. But now that Gu Tao has become the mountain deity of the old mountains of the Li dynasty, it can be said that his merit and virtue have been fulfilled. A woman can get whatever she wants in the county capital. Gukin is doing well at the calligraphy lake. Her son is promising and her husband has reached the heavens in a single bound. As a woman, when her life is good, many of her faults are naturally hidden. Chun Pingon continued to move forward. The house with the plaque Xiao Shui Gao Feng hanging. Cui Dongshan said slowly, The ghost in the wedding dress? Poor ghost. She fell in love with a poor person. The former was hateful and abominable. In fact, the latter was really pitiful. Back then, she was cheated by the scholars of the academies on both sides of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui kingdom. In the end, she committed suicide by jumping into the lake. An infatuated man, who only wanted to earn the title of a sage in the academy by virtue of his knowledge, hoped to be able to exchange for the recognition and conferment of the imperial court so that he could marry a female ghost. Unfortunately, she was born early. She was born in Dali back then, not in Dali today. Otherwise, there would be two completely different endings. The female ghost was in the academy. After all, she was a filthy ghost. Naturally, she couldn't even enter the gate. She insisted on barging in and almost had her soul dispersed. In the end, she wasn't so stupid. She used up her remaining relationship with the Dali imperial court to take away the scholar's bones. She also knew the truth that had been buried for a long time. It turned out that the scholar never let her down and even died. Because of this, she went completely crazy. After Gu Tao left her house, she carried a coffin and stumbled all the way back. She took off her wedding dress and changed into a morning dress. She was in a daze every day and only said that she was waiting for someone. Chun Pingon asked, What's right and wrong here? How do we calculate? Cui Dongshan stretched out a palm and made a few cuts in the air with a knife hand gesture. He smiled and said, It depends on where it starts and where it ends. If the female ghost and the scholar met and loved each other as the beginning, and the female ghost killed so many scholars as the end, then it's very simple. I was afraid that she would die with a slap. Now that she doesn't want to live anymore, everything ends once and for all. But if we look further from the female ghost's achievements in the mountains and rivers and from her good nature, then it will be very troublesome. If we still think that there's a chance that she can correct her mistakes and make up for it in the next 100 years or hundreds of years, then it will be even more troublesome. If we think from the perspective of those scholars who died in vain and think about the problem, then it will be big trouble. Chui Dongshan stopped and asked, "Sir, may I ask which part of the beginning and the end do you want to cut?" Chun Pingon didn't give an answer. When Chun Pingon took out the key to open the door of the ancestral house, Chui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Then have you thought about a problem? What does it have to do with you if things are so messy?" After Chun Pingon opened the door, he smiled and said, "I'll think about it again." After opening the door, Chun Pingon took out 2 small stools. After Chui Dongshan sat down, he smiled and said, "On the mountain, there's a very ambiguous saying. There's a reason to cultivate on the mountain. It turns out that they're all immortals." Chun Pingon said, "I've heard of it." Chui Dongshan said, "When ordinary people hear it, they only feel that the world is unfair and treats them too little. Those who think like that are no longer immortals. Besides being angry, they should feel sad for themselves. That's what they should feel." Chun Pingon remained silent. He used the tip of his foot to draw a circle with a very small gap in the mud in the courtyard. Then he drew a bigger circle outwards. There must be a path to take. Only then will everyone have a chance to choose. Chui Dongshan suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Except for the first time, you haven't experienced real despair in your life." Chun Pingon didn't say anything. He folded his hands in his sleeves and bent slightly, looking outside the mud bottle alley that was not closed. Chui Dongshan continued. For example, Lu Xianyang still died that year. Chui Dongshan said again. For example, Qi Jingchun was actually the mastermind behind the scenes, the one who schemed against you the most. Chui Dongshan continued. For example, Gu Kan made you think that he knew he was wrong and was correcting his mistakes. Later, you realized that was not the case. For example, when Pei Qian returned to Lotus Root-blessed land for the first time, he killed Chao Qinglang. Then he chose to wait for death, betting that you wouldn't kill him. Chun Pingon finally said, "Set up a small world. I have something on my mind that I have to say." Chui Dongshan used his flying sword to draw a golden thunder pool. Chun Pingon stood up, folded his hands in his sleeves, and walked around in the courtyard. He said softly, "After Mr. Qi died, he still protected me, because there was a conflict between the 3 sects that Mr. Qi intended for me." "I know." Chui Dongshan stood up, his face pale, and said, "You shouldn't have known the truth so early." Chun Pingon turned his head, looked at Chui Dongshan, and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. I'm very smart and calm. So Mr. Qi won't lose, and neither will I, Chun Pingon." "568. Chui Dongshan looked dejected and sat back on the stool. He stretched out his hands, one above his head, and the other on his knees. "So what if Qi Jingchun is here to protect you? You're still at the lower level. There are many accidents between the higher and the lower levels. Du Mao is an example." At this point, Chui Dongshan thought of a certain existence and curled his lips. "Well, Du Mao aside, Qi Jingchun still has some countermeasures. But if you go a little further, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms below the ascendant realm, such as Yupu, immortals, or nascent soul sword cultivators, what will you do if you fight them?" Chun Pingon turned around and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't all cultivators in the world have to deal with all kinds of accidents when they climb the mountain? Logic is never logic if it goes to the extreme. Don't you understand? You need to change your stubborn attitude of not admitting defeat." Chui Dongshan said, "Can't I admit defeat in my heart and not in my mouth?" Chun Pingon smiled and said nothing. Chui Dongshan restrained his expression and said, "It's not good to know so early." Chun Pingon said, "I know." Chui Dongshan scratched his head with both hands and said gloomily, "Since ancient times, God's plan is better than ours." This sentence can scare people to death at the top of the mountain. You can only win if you don't intend to. Don't you know that you were very lucky to be able to win against Lu Qin in the early years? Now, If Lu Chen were to target Mr. again, he would be willing to be shameless and set up an elaborate trap for Mr. Mr. would definitely lose. Cui Dongshan stopped what he was doing and said in a serious tone, "Lose." Chun Pingan nodded. Maybe. Cui Dongshan sighed with a complicated expression. The formation of a clear understanding was making enemies for oneself. It was simply making enemies with the world. The weeds on the ground were far more resistant to the strong wind than the tall trees. Chun Pingan sat back on the stool and smiled. Don't worry about this. People can't be scared to death by themselves. I've walked through Mud Bottle Alley for so many years. There's no reason for me to be timid. I can't practice martial arts in vain. I can't live in vain. Cui Dongshan nodded. It's good that you think that way. Chun Pingan said slowly, let's take things one step at a time. That's all we can do. When we were on the ferry, you were able to make my 12 children feel as if victory was within our grasp. But 10 years later, what if I live for 100 years? Cui Dongshan said in a low voice, if the chessboard is still the same 19 vertical and horizontal lines, I dare not say that I can still give you 12 pieces in a few decades. But if the chessboard is slightly bigger, Chun Pingan looked straight ahead and smiled. Shut up, Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Mr. is the most elegant when he's being unreasonable. His student was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to it. Chun Pingan said that he was going out and didn't bother about Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan remained in the ancestral home, squatting on the ground and looking at the two circles. He wasn't trying to figure out their meaning, but rather, he was just bored. There were thousands of studies in the world, but there weren't many that could make Cui Dongshan think about them in detail. Chun Pingan went to his parents' graves and burned a lot of paper, some of which he bought from the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Then he squatted there and added soil. Cui Dongshan tiptoed and leaned against the wall, looking into the courtyard next door. The feng shui of this alley was really good. Song Jisen had become Dali's vassal. GQ was even more so. The entire old dragon city was her courtyard, and the Fu family was her bodyguard. Cui Dongshan climbed up the wall and jumped twice, shaking off the dust. Sword Immortal Chow she had already returned from North Continent to South Saw Continent. After all, the Xiongtown Tower needed someone to guard it. Only Chao Jun, whose cultivation path was a little bumpy, was left behind to climb up the ranks in Dali. It wasn't that Mr. didn't have an answer about the wedding dress ghost. It was just that Cui Dongshan purposely made it more complicated in order to confirm which kind of study Mr. was leaning toward. As it turned out, he had shot himself in the foot. Cui Dongshan was rather regretful now. Cui Dongshan extended his hands, opened his fingers, and shook his wrists. If it weren't for this, Cui Dongshan would have liked to talk to Mr. about another trivial matter, a study that required the interweaving of countless tiny threads. Naturally, Cui Dongshan wouldn't teach Mr. everything. He would only pick the parts that were beneficial to Mr.'s cultivation. Creating a porcelain man. How did a pile of broken porcelain pieces assemble into a real human being? How did the 3 souls and 6 spirits, the 7 emotions, and the 6 desires come into being? The root of knowledge was to weave a net. The biggest problem right now was that the cost was too high, the knowledge was too deep, and the threshold was too high. Even Cui Dongshan couldn't come up with any solution. Once it was done, the greatest external concern of the world, the invasion of the demon race, and the mortal enemy that the Qingming world had to build the Beko Keikyung building to resist, would not be able to escape the fate of total annihilation. In a sense, the appearance of human beings was the earliest porcelain man. It was just that the material was different. Cui Dongshan also hoped that one day, someone who could convince him sincerely would tell him whether his choice was right or wrong when he was about to succeed. Not only that, the person would also tell him clearly what was wrong and what was right. Then, Cui Dongshan would be able to act generously, regardless of life and death. He wouldn't be like the old scholar back then, who only talked about the result and didn't say why. A Dolly military ferry slowly docked at the crossing of the Oxhorn Mountain. Accompanying it was a huge dragon boat that had been camouflaged by Wei Pai of the northern mountain and Jin Qing of the middle mountain. Lu Zhongruan, Lu Baixiang, and Wei Xian got off the dragon boat. General Lu Xuanmei and sword cultivator Chao Jun didn't get off the boat. They escorted the dragon boat all the way here, which was considered a success. Lu Xuanmei still needed to report to the hunting inspector Chao Gui. Lu Xuanmei asked softly, "Is that green-robed young man Qin Pingan, the leader of the Luopa Mountain? Like your ancestors, he was born in that mud bottle alley?" Chao Jun sat on the railing and nodded. "He's a very interesting young man. In my eyes, he's even more interesting than Ma Kuxuan." Lu Xuanmei smiled. "Qin Pingan is also a friend of my good friend Guan Yiran." At the end of last year, we talked about this leader of the Luopa Mountain at Fan Street. Guan Yiran has a steady temperament since he was young, so he didn't say much. However, I can see that Guan Yiran values this person very much. This was the first time Chao Jun heard of this, but he didn't find it strange. Lu Xuanmei felt a little nostalgic. That Fu Yu who came from Yinqi Alley seems to be the prefect of Baoshi Prefecture now. He's quite successful. However, I'm not very close to Fu Yu. I only remember that when we were young, Fu Yu liked to follow us around every day. At that time, the kids from Yinqi Alley didn't like to hang out with the kids from Yinqi Alley. The two groups of kids didn't get along well. Every year, both sides would meet and have a few fierce snowball fights. Fu Yu was more awkward. He didn't get along with either side, so every time it snowed, he simply didn't go out. Regarding this governor, I only remember this. But in truth, Lag Alley and Fan Street each had their own big and small hills. It was very lively. After growing up, it became boring. When we meet occasionally, everyone is smiling. Ooh, Chao Jun laughed. In another 100 or 200 years, if I think of General Lu again, I think it's about the same. Lu Xuanmei said helplessly, "You really don't know how to chat." Chao Jun said, "If I knew how to chat, I would have been promoted and become rich." Lu Xuanmei shook her head. "If you don't have any real military merits, you don't know how to chat. Why would I bother with you?" Chao Jun laughed. "You know how to chat?" Lu Xuanmei leaned on the railing. "No matter if I die on the battlefield or from old age, when you pass by the Aquarius continent in the future, remember to visit my grave." Chao Jun looked into the distance. "Who said that cultivators must live long? Between you and me, it's hard to say who will visit the grave and offer wine." Lu Xuanmei laughed bitterly. "Can't you say something pleasing?" Chao Jun thought for a while. "I wish General Lu to become a hunting envoy soon." Lu Xuanmei nodded. "That's good." Lu Xuanmei laughed. "Then I wish Sword Immortal Chao to ascend to the upper 5 realms soon." Chao Jun rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "That's difficult." Qin Pingan only brought Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to welcome Chao Jun. As for Chao Jun, who was wearing a dazzling black robe and carrying a long and short sword, Qin Pingan saw him clearly, but pretended not to see him. Wei Xian nodded to Qin Pingan, and Qin Pingan returned the greeting with a smile. Only when he saw Pei Qian, Wei Xian smiled for the first time. "This little black charcoal, he's quite fast." Pei Qian jumped all the way to Wei Xian's side and swaggered around Wei Xian. "Oh, you're even darker now," Wei Xian said with a straight face. "Impudent." Pei Qian said angrily, "What the hell? Are you putting on airs with me again? Who are you trying to fool? What kind of golden pole does your family have?" Wei Xian said, "Now, I'm Dolly's Wu Xianling, and a high official, the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. Wei Xian was born in the countryside and rose to fame on the battlefield." Pei Qian pointed at Zhou Mili, who was carrying 2 walking poles with a thumb. "How old? As old as her?" Wei Xian didn't know what Pei Qian was up to. Do you have a story? Pei Qian shouted. Zhou Mili. The little girl in black stomped her feet, raised her head, and puffed out her chest. Here, Pei Qian snorted. Say it. What's your name? Zhou Mili frowned, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in Pei Qian's ear. You called my name just now. Should I call myself the Mute Lake Monster or the right protector of Luopa Mountain? Pei Qian sighed. This little winter melon is just a bit stupid, but everything else is good. Wei Xian smiled as he stretched out his hand, wanting to rub Charcoal's head. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian lowered his head and bent his waist, nimbly dodging Wei Xian's hand. Pei Qian clicked his tongue and said, Old Wei, you're getting old. How are you going to find a wife with your stubble? You're still single. It's okay. Don't be sad. In our Luopa Mountain, there are many people like you who can't find a wife. Neighbors like Wei Pai, old Chef Zhu, Zheng Dafeng at the foot of the mountain, Xiaobai who left home, Old Song at the top of the mountain, Yuan Lai, all of them are miserable. Wei Xian smiled. You don't have a wife either, right? Pei Qian's mouth twitched, and he snorted 3 times. Zhou Mili followed suit, laughing. Chun Pingan, who had just finished chatting with Lu Baixiang and Lu Zhongruan, smashed a chestnut on each of their heads. Pei Qian was used to it. Zhou Mili, who once stood in the big bamboo box and let Chun Pingan eat chestnuts, opened her mouth to bite Chun Pingan, but Chun Pingan held her head. Just as Zhou Mili was about to attack, she heard Pei Qian's heavy cough and immediately stopped moving. Lu Zhongruan had a sword talisman made by the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, so he left with the wind. The precious water hall, which was refined by the immortals, was still hidden on the dragon boat for the time being. Later, Lu Baixiang would ask Wei Pai to directly use his magical power to send it to the back of the fish. Otherwise, the water hall was the size of a carriage, and she didn't have the legendary object near her. It was not that she couldn't use magic to move the water hall, but it was too obvious. There were too many people at the ferry, and Lu Zhongruan really didn't want to complicate things. As for the dragon boat named Flipping Ink, it was of course the property of the Luopa Mountain. Moreover, the entire Oxhorn Mountain was jointly owned by Chun Pingan and Wei Pai, so it was natural for it to be parked here. Lu Baixiang led the way and led Chun Pingan onto the dragon boat. This huge object was 3 stories high, which was not surprising, but it was extremely large, half the size of the cross-continent ferry of the Linen Sect. It could carry more than 1,000 people, and if it was full of goods, of course it would be different. Now that Luopa Mountain had obtained such a large and sturdy ancient ferry, there were many things they could do. Chun Pingan couldn't help but gently stomp his feet again and again, and his face was full of smiles. Just now, when Pei Qian and Zhou Mili heard that from today onwards such a large immortal ferry was the property of the Luopa Mountain, their eyes widened. Pei Qian pinched Zhou Mili's cheek and twisted it hard. The little girl cried out in pain, and Pei Qian grunted. It seemed that it was really not a dream. Zhou Mili nodded vigorously, saying, No, no. Pei Qian patted Zhou Mili's head and said, Mili, you are really a little lucky star. Does it hurt? Zhou Mili grinned and said, It hurts like a hammer. Pei Qian covered her mouth and whispered, How could I forget that when we are outside, we are not allowed to casually let people know that we are a big water monster. If we scare people, we are always in the wrong. The little girl in black was sad and happy at the same time. The ferry strolled through floor by floor, and from time to time, it opened the door of the room that had sunk for hundreds of years and still had the smell of wood, because the decorations of the ferry had long been removed and used for the national treasury to prepare for war. Now the big and small rooms were similar in layout. In fact, they were all about the same. Chun Pingan didn't feel bored at all. Finally, he came to the top floor and stood in the largest room. If there was no accident, this would be the sky room of the Turning Ink ferry in the future. Chun Pingon suddenly restrained his expression and came to the observation deck with a wide view. The crash of the ferry in the Dianshan Mountain in the Zhuang dynasty affected the whole situation. Everyone on the ferry was a chess piece. It was just that some survived, and some died. As for why Mr. Jian'ern, who destroyed the ferry, did so, and what kind of hatred made him choose to act so decisively, it didn't seem to be important. Chun Pingon was thinking about a problem. His cultivation was low now, and his family was weak. Mentioning this matter again was like hitting a stone with an egg, so he could temporarily endure it. But if Luopa Mountain was now a sect, and he was already an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm, or even a cultivator of the pure jade realm, he could accumulate grievances in his heart and talk about the situation of Chun Shui and Qiu Shi. It could be said that he would have to pay a huge price for it. For example, he would completely fall out with the Dali dynasty and become enemies with the Lord of Heaven Xie Shi. The 4 people in the picture scroll would die one by one, and Luopa Mountain would be in a precarious situation. Everyone on the mountain would become a street rat in the Aquarius continent. Chun Lingjun would die if he went to the North Continent, and Chun Rushu would no longer be able to go to Longquan County City. The Dali men of sacrifice at the shop in Dragon Alley changed from guards to assassins. The lives of the people of Luopa Mountain were uncertain. If someone left Luopa Mountain, who would be in the wrong? How should Chun Pingon choose? If Chun Pingon was now a true sword immortal, he could save a lot of trouble. 1 shoulder and 1 sword. But how difficult was it to become a sword immortal? It was so far away that the hope was slim. Besides life and death, there were still many disasters. Chun Pingon would also learn from Little Bao Ping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai. When he read the Jianghu novels, he admired the heroes in the books who pressed forward without hesitation. They were resolute, disregarded life and death, and sacrificed themselves for justice without hesitation. The world not only needed such stories in books, but also many such people outside the books. What they did might be big or small, but there was a clear distinction between good and evil. But compared to Pei Qian, who picked the wonderful stories of heroes and read them over and over again, who met the unparalleled Jianghu seniors, who made the most interesting friends in Jianghu, who fought for justice and killed those big devils, Pei Qian liked to skip a lot of stories of hardships and hardships. Chun Pingon often read the beginning and was stuck. The people who were destined to have all kinds of encounters and opportunities in the future would often have their families broken and their families destroyed at the beginning. They would be alone and carried a deep hatred of blood. Then, in the books, they would suddenly grow up. Chun Pingon would feel uncomfortable. Those wonderful stories of the Jianghu might be very fascinating, making Li Huai and Pei Qian in high spirits, but it was difficult for Chun Pingon to empathize with them. Perhaps it was because real life wasn't written in black and white. Pei Qian asked in the room, "Master, what's wrong?" Chun Pingon shook his head. "Nothing. I just thought of something in the past." Lu Baixiang came to Chun Pingon's side and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Chun Pingon said, "You have to hurry up too." Lu Baixiang's expression was somewhat melancholy. "I'm hesitating whether or not to find a chance to fight with Zhu Lian." Chun Pingon smiled. "I think it's okay. It won't cost any money anyway." Lu Baixiang looked at Chun Pingon. "In the North Continent, you got beaten up quite a bit." Chun Pingon nodded. 2 10th realm martial artists helped to feed me punches one after another, beating me to death. "Are you envious?" Lu Baixiang smiled. "Now that you mention it, I feel much better." Chun Pingon said, "Don't forget, this narrow saber, stopping Shui, was lent to you." Lu Baixiang joked, "Didn't I help Luopa Mountain find 2 good seedlings? Are they not good enough for a saber?" Chun Pingon did not respond, only saying, "Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, that's a good name." Lu Baixiang asked, "You've met them?" Chun Pingon grunted. "When I met them, I praised their names." But the way that little girl looked at me was exactly the same as the way Tsun Yuanji looked at me when she was guarding against a thief. I don't understand. After so many years in the martial arts world, I only end up being misunderstood in my own Luapa mountain. Lu Baixiang laughed. I'm in a good mood. Pei Qian was currently pacing around Wei Xian, his fingers together, continuously using the body-fixing technique on Wei Xian. Wei Xian leaned against the door, ignoring him. Chun Pingan turned his head and looked, asking, Earlier, you said in your letter that Sun Yuanji fell down while practicing. What happened? Pei Qian seemed to have been hit by the body-fixing technique. His body was stiff in place, sweat seeping out of his forehead. He could only give Zhou Mili a look. Lying to Shifu was absolutely impossible, but being honest with Shifu was not an option either. Zhou Mili was indeed worthy of being her trusted general. She immediately understood and said loudly, It's dark at night. Even a ghost can't be seen. Sister Tsun accidentally fell down. Chun Pingan nodded. Pei Qian put his hands behind his back and gave Zhou Mili 2 thumbs up. Chun Pingan said with emotion, With this dragon boat, Luapa Mountain will have more confidence in doing business with Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Not only that, Luapa Mountain will have more room to maneuver. Lu Baixiang said, The dragon boat can be decorated simply. Anyway, from what you said, the dragon boat is mainly used to transport goods. But what about the people who support the normal operation of the ferry? Chun Pingan said with a smile, When Zhu Lian returns to Luapa Mountain, let him have a headache. If it doesn't work, Cui Dongshan has a lot of connections. Let him help Luapa Mountain spend money to hire people to board the ferry. Lu Baixiang did not add insult to injury this time. He said, I will try to help find some people, but the most important thing is to choose a ferry steward with enough weight. Otherwise, it will be easy to make trouble. Chun Pingan said, Actually, I have some ideas about this matter. But whether it can be done or not, we have to wait until the Ancestral Hall is built. The location of Luapa Mountain's Ancestral Hall had been decided long ago. With Wei Pai there, it was a very simple matter. After Chun Pingan sent a flying sword message back to Luapa Mountain from Wei Mountain, Wei Pai had already begun to prepare. Because Luapa Mountain's Ancestral Hall did not pursue a large scale, it did not take much manpower and resources. And the large-scale construction in the mountains to the west of Longquan County over the years, in addition to the continuous construction of several counties, had accumulated a lot of experience. Most importantly, Chun Pingan proposed that the Ancestral Hall did not need a special array. In his words, if Luapa Mountain's great mountain and river array could be broken by someone and successfully climbed the mountain to demolish the Ancestral Hall, then whether or not the Ancestral Hall was protected by an array was actually meaningless. Chun Pingan said, I've delayed a lot of your matters. Lu Baixiang said with a smile, Just think of it as sharpening a blade to cut firewood. My sect is only a vassal of Luapa Mountain. If it succeeds, then that's for the best. If it doesn't, then it won't hurt Luapa Mountain. I will naturally grasp the propriety of it. But let me say the ugly words first. In many matters, my methods are not clean. I can only guarantee that I won't go overboard. Chun Pingan said, Try not to give me a chance to gossip. Lu Baixiang chuckled. As the mountain lord, after Chun Pingan personally burned incense and offered sacrifices to the 4 directions of heaven and earth, the construction of Luapa Mountain's Ancestral Hall began. The Ancestral Hall was located on the Jisa Peak, a secondary peak of Luapa Mountain. Because there was a bamboo building on the main peak, the situation was somewhat awkward. At the top of the spirit-gathering peak, there was a mountain temple that was officially conferred by the Dali Imperial Court. Moreover, Chun Pingan was actually particularly close to the Jisa Peak. On this day, in Zhu Lian's courtyard, Zheng Dafeng and Wei Pai were playing chess, while Cui Dongshan was watching from the side. On the side, Chun Lingjun was giving advice, telling Zheng Dafeng and Wei Pai how to place their pieces. In the past 2 days, Chun Lingjuan's back was particularly stiff. Because he had wandered around the mountains in the west for many years, he had met many cultivators who had set up residences here. One of them was a Dragon Gate cultivator of Yellow Lake Mountain. In the past, they were not very familiar with each other, and even disliked each other. This was because there was a lake in Yellow Lake Mountain with a giant python in it. Chun Lingjun and the Black Snake both coveted it. Unexpectedly, at the turn of summer and autumn this year, the other party took the initiative to express his goodwill. After a few rounds of drinking, not long ago, the old Dragon Gate cultivator suddenly said that he planned to sell Yellow Lake Mountain. At the table, he said that Brother Chin had a wide network and many acquaintances. He was the guest of honor at the night banquet of Wei Shan. Chun Lingjun drank a large bowl of wine and patted his chest in agreement. However, when he left Yellow Lake Mountain, he was a little worried that this was a trap targeted at Luapa Mountain. So he found Chin Pingan and told him about it. Then Chui Dongshan said to buy it. It was cheap to get it, so it would be a waste not to take it. With such a high mountain as their backing, what was there to be afraid of? Chun Pingan asked Chun Lingjun to negotiate the details. The price of celestial coins, gold essence coins, and copper essence coins could all be negotiated. If the negotiation was not going well, he would drag Wei Shan's god into the discussion. Chun Lingjuan's heart was beating like a drum. In a daze, he ran to Yellow Lake Mountain to drink. After all, he was used to drinking and discussing matters. In the end, the price was reduced to only 10 grain rain coins. At that time, Chun Lingjun was a little dumbfounded. I casually gave you a number just to raise the price and haggle with you. In the end, the other party seemed to be stupefied and didn't move. What's going on? Chun Lingjun ascended the mountain in a daze and descended even more in a daze. Chun Pingan did not say anything either. As a result, Luapa Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain exchanged land deeds and celestial coins. They were inspected and recorded in the provincial governor's manor, Dali's Department of Rights, and the Department of Revenue respectively, sealing the deal extremely quickly. Chun Pingan asked Chui Dongshan in private. Chui Dongshan smiled and said it was rare for the old bastard to be so kind, so there was no need to worry about it being a trap. Chun Lingjun had finally helped Luapa Mountain with something proper. After the ancestral hall was completed, the little water snake could be recorded in the records of merits and demerits of the ancestral hall. As a result, Chun Lingjun walked with his nose in the air right now. Coupled with Pei Qian, Chen Rushu, and Zhou Mili, the 3 girls, they all saw him in a different light. In particular, Pei Qian led Zhou Mili to flatter him without holding back at all. If it were not for the fact that Chui Dongshan pressed down on Chun Lingjuan's head one time and said Grandpa Chen had been walking a little too freely recently, he would have only restrained himself a little. Otherwise, Chun Lingjun would have been even more arrogant. In the past few days, Chun Pingan had been going through his belongings. Most of them needed to be returned to the treasury of the ancestral hall, so he had to record them all. Some of them were to be given away as gifts from the Mountain Lord during the completion ceremony. Chun Pingan had only helped Pei Qian feed her punches once, and that was it. Even though he said he was fighting a 4th realm cultivator against a 4th realm cultivator, he was actually still facing off against Pei Qian as a 5th realm cultivator. In the end, he still underestimated Pei Qian's size, allowing Pei Qian to punch him in the face immediately. Although martial artists with the golden body would not be injured, let alone bleed, Chun Pingan's dignity as a master had been completely destroyed. Before Chun Pingan could secretly increase his cultivation, preparing to feed Pei Qian with a 6th realm cultivator, he never thought Pei Qian would refuse to spar with his master no matter what. She hung her head in a sickly manner, saying she had committed the capital crime of disrespect, so master could just beat her to death. She would never fight back. If she fought back, she would be expelled from the sect herself. How was he supposed to teach her? The two of them walked barefooted to the corridor on the second floor, leaning on the railing to admire the scenery. Behind the master and disciple were two pairs of boots neatly placed at the entrance of the bamboo building. In the courtyard, Wei Pai, who was twirling a chess piece with two fingers, suddenly put it back into the chess jar and laughed. No more, no more. The fairy Julien is on has already entered Huangting territory. When Zheng Dafeng was playing chess, Pei Qian and the rest basically stayed far away from him. It was better not to get close to someone who took off his shoes and scratched his feet while munching on melon seeds. Zheng Dafeng did not mind Wei Pai going back on his word. A game of chess only cost money, and a little gambling was fun. Cui Dongshan stood at the side, spreading his arms, allowing Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to hang on the swing. Cui Dongshan laughed. Wei Shanjun can go get them. I'll take over. Brother Dafeng, what do you think? Zheng Dafeng glanced at the chessboard. Wei Pai's momentum was already gone, but since Cui Dongshan said so, Zheng Dafeng was not in a hurry to say yes or no. He took a few more glances and laughed. What's the wager? Cui Dongshan laughed. What wager? I'm not short of money. Zheng Dafeng clicked his tongue. Sure, then let's continue. Pei Qian and Zhou Mili finally let go. Cui Dongshan sat on Wei Pai's seat, picked up a chess piece, and gently placed it. Zheng Dafeng glanced at Wei Pai behind Cui Dongshan. The latter smiled. Let's watch for a while longer. Julien is on the ferry, spitting everywhere. He's busy helping Luopa mountain sheep people. Let's not spoil his fun. Cui Dongshan's chess pieces flew. Zheng Dafeng did not believe it. How could he turn the situation around like this? He was not slow either. Even if the guy opposite him was the one who played the rosy clouds, Zheng Dafeng did not think he would lose. In the end, Zheng Dafeng learned from Wei Pai and put the chess piece into the chess pot. He laughed. Let's not play anymore. Wei Pai and I are going to pick up Brother Zhu. A day without him feels like 3 years. How many days has it been? I miss him. Cui Dongshan did not care at all. He called Chen Rushu, who was sitting quietly at the side eating melon seeds. Come, let's continue. I'll help Brother Dafeng play chess. You play white. Otherwise, there will be no suspense. Chen Rushu smiled and nodded. She liked to play chess. Otherwise, she would not be so focused on watching Wei Pai and the other two play chess. Cui Dongshan did not get up. He just changed the position of the chess pot. Cui Dongshan and Chen Rushu continued to play chess. Wei Pai and Zheng Dafeng walked out of the courtyard side by side. Wei Pai laughed. It's a bit embarrassing. Zheng Dafeng nodded. It's a bit. Fortunately, Brother Zhu is not here. Otherwise, he would probably still lose. Not waiting for them to go too far, Chen Lingjun said loudly, What's going on? How did the stupid girl win? Chen Rushu blushed and said, Mr. Cui deliberately lost to me. Cui Dongshan said innocently, How is that possible? Pei Qian stood behind Chen Rushu. He pressed his hands on his shoulders and said in a deep voice, Nuan Shu, from today onwards, you are our Luopa Mountain's #1 Go expert. In the future, before old chef Zheng Dafeng and Wei Pai play chess, they will all bow to you to show their respect. Lu Baixiang also had his own house on Luopa Mountain. The name of the house, the plaque, the couplets, and other things were all undecided by Luopa Mountain. They were left to the owner to decide and decorate. Chen Rushu began to feel that Zhu Lian's idea was very humane and agreed. But Zhu Lian himself said that Luopa Mountain was short of money. Let these heartless fellows pay for it themselves. Wei Xian sat leisurely at Lu Baixiang's side, drinking a little wine. There were some side dishes on the table. They were all prepared by Chen Rushu, the little housekeeper. Every house had different owners and different tastes, so there were different wines and side dishes. Lu Baixiang's 2 direct disciples, the siblings Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, sat at the side. Yuan Bao had a good impression of the serious Wei Xian, compared to Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng, his impression of him was much better. At the mountain gate, Zhu Lian, who had been dragged directly from the ferry to the foot of Luo Pa Mountain by Wei Pai, carried a bag on his back and lamented, "My old bones are covered in dust and wind. I'm really going to fall apart. Don't complain to us here. It's useless." Zheng Dafeng laughed. "I've already sprained my ankle because of someone. A few days ago, it was Mistsen who helped look after the mountain gate. As for our mountain god Wei, he was at the unpolished Jade Realm, but he was also scolded badly. Now it's just you." Zhu Lian glanced at Wei Pai, then at Zheng Dafeng, and laughed. "If you didn't scare me, I would have believed you. Now that you've opened your mouth, you've exposed yourself. Up the mountain, there's nothing to worry about." Wei Pai stretched out his hand. "I've won. A piece of snow costs money." "Ew." Zheng Dafeng slapped away Wei Pai's hand. "You lost the chess game. So we're even." Zhu Lian laughed. "So it's true. I knew it with a trick." Wei Pai laughed. "Don't believe it. This guy knew it from the beginning. Otherwise, we'll lose again." Zheng Dafeng squinted. "Do I need you to tell me that?" Zhu Lian wiped his mouth. "I've seen a lot on this trip. When I get back, I'll have Wei Pai bring 2 jugs of good wine. Let me slowly tell you about it." Zheng Dafeng immediately became spirited. He thought of something and whispered, "How is it?" Zhu Lian patted his bag. Zheng Dafeng nodded. "Us brothers are truly top-notch scholars. We'll read until we're old." Wei Pai rubbed his forehead. Chun Pingon stood alone on the 2nd floor of the bamboo house. He knew that Zhu Lian had arrived, but he didn't need to go out of his way to receive him. The cloud-splitting mountain had received 2 letters from the Tai Hui sword sect, one from Qi Jinglong and the other from the White Head. Qi Jinglong said in the letter that he had spent all his 100 pieces of grain rain money and bought an imitation sword from the Hate Sword Mountain, as well as 2 sets of armor crafted by the Sanlang Temple. The price wasn't cheap, but these 3 things were definitely not bad. They were too expensive, so he had the Hemp sect deliver them to the Oxhorn Mountain. The letter was concise and to the point. It was still Qi Jinglong's usual style. At the end of the letter, it was a threat. If he succeeded in the 3 rounds of the Q-sword competition, and Su Xingzhou from the Cloud City came up the mountain with a bamboo chest to visit him, then he would let Qin Pingon decide what to do. The Whitehead's letter revealed a sense of schadenfreude. He said that the guy surnamed Lu was an eye-opener. Obviously, the Q-sword competition was just around the corner, but he still went to the Hate Sword Mountain and the Sanlang Temple one after another, which made the old men in the ancestral hall of the Tai Hui sword sect so worried that they almost broke their beards. In the Hate Sword Mountain, he met Fairy Lu from the Water Classic Mountain. He didn't know what they talked about. He didn't know if the guy surnamed Lu was sanctimonious and careless with girls. Anyway, Fairy Lu was so angry that her eyes turned red, which shocked a lot of people. At the Temple of Sanlang, another confidant actually popped out. It seemed like she was a woman who had quite a reputation at the Temple of Sanlang. In any case, she had followed the 2 of them from the beginning to the end. Her gaze could eat people up. The one surnamed Lu picked 2 treasures, negotiated the price, and ran away. Chun Pingon walked slowly from one end of the corridor to the other, going back and forth in this manner. Unexpectedly, before Zhu Lian arrived, Wei Pai came first. He brought over a secret flying sword message, which had just been received by the cloud-covering mountain. The writer was Luo Pa Mountain's consecrator, Zhou Fei. After Qin Pingon read the letter, he sighed. Was there such a coincidence? He walked to the 1st floor, took out a picture scroll, and threw in a gold essence copper coin. Sui Yu walked out of the picture scroll. Chun Pingon asked, "What happened?" Sui Yu said indifferently, "I failed to kill and was killed. That's what happened. In the future, I will continue to cultivate in the Book Lake's Real Realm sect." Even if Sui Yu came back to life in the picture scroll, there was still a strong murderous aura on her body. From this, it could be seen that she had a lot of enmity with people in the Tong Yi Continent's Jade Gui sect. It was just that he didn't know if it was from the same sect on the mountain or from going down the mountain to experience the world. Chun Pingon also didn't want to ask anything in detail. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that the Luo Pa Mountain's ancestral hall is about to be lit, and then it will be the official hanging of the statue and offering of incense. Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, and Wei Xian are all on the mountain now." Sui Yu nodded and looked around. "This is Luo Pa Mountain?" Chun Pingon said, "You can stroll around as you wish." Sui Yu silently walked out of the house and stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Chun Pingon didn't follow, sitting on a small bamboo chair. Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng, who were standing on the small path, came over and sat at the side. Zheng Dafeng sighed. "I just realized that the scenery here is good." Chun Pingon smiled. "It's been hard on you." Zhu Lian shook his head. "It's not as hard as young master." Zheng Dafeng muttered, "It's not hard on you guys, but it's hard on me." After the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall was lit, some guests had already arrived at Longquan County one after another. Picking an auspicious day, the mountain lord Chun Pingon took the lead in hanging the statue and offering incense. This time, when Luo Pa Mountain officially established the mountain gate, there wasn't much fanfare, and they didn't invite many people who could have been invited up the mountain. For example, Old Dragon City's Fan family and Sun family. There were also some well-informed people who wanted to come, but didn't dare to come up the mountain without permission, such as the two water gods of Huangding country. There were also many friends who weren't suitable to appear in the eyes of others and could only keep their regrets in their hearts. Therefore, the people who came to attend the ceremony were all close to the water pavilion, such as Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai, Cloud, Mountain Forest Deer Academy's deputy, Mountain Lord, Dragon Spring Sword Sect Master Wan Wei, and two direct disciples, Golden Core Cultivator Dong Gu, Dragon Gate Realm Sword Cultivator Su Xiaoqiao, Boiled Fishback Pearl Hairpin Island's Lu Zhongruan. These were the guests. Other than that, they were the people of Luo Pa Mountain, this new mountain. 3 portraits hung in the ancestral hall. An old elementary scholar was hanging in the middle, Qi Jingchun, Chui Cheng. On the 3 incense tablets, only the name was written, and no other words were written. Mountain Lord Chun Pingon, eldest disciple Pei Qian, student Cui Dongshan, student Chao Qingleng, Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, Sui Yu, Wei Xian, Chun Lingjun, Chen Rishu Shiro, Tsin Yuanji, Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, Luo Pa Mountain's guardian consecrator, Zhou Mili, official consecrator, Zheng Dafeng, Zhong Qiu, unpolished Jade Realm Wild, cultivator Shou Fei, honorary consecrators, blind Taoist Jia Cheng, Zhao Dengao, Tian Zhou North Continent's hemp sects, nascent soul cultivator Du Wenxi, ancestral hall's direct disciple Pang Lanxi. The young mountain chieftain, who was closest to the 3 portraits, stood alone at the forefront. He was no longer the thin youth who wore straw sandals and had a charcoal black face. He wore a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a slender figure and held incense in his hands, his back facing everyone. "569. Once the ancestral hall of Luo Pa Mountain was completed, the rest of the buildings on Jisei Peak would have to follow suit, starting from the memorial arch at the foot of Jisei Peak and going up in order. There were more than 30 buildings of various sizes along this central axis. They had the characteristics of temples and monasteries, as well as the elegance of gardens. Even the plaques and couplets had detailed descriptions of what should be written on them. As for the remaining rooms outside the main hall and pavilion, it was especially evident of their skill. Zheng Dafeng and Wei Ba had also helped to come up with plans and suggestions. However, the final decision naturally still had to be made by Chun Pingon, the mountain lord of Luo Mountain. Chun Pingon had brought the construction methods from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. He had obtained it from the treasury of the Ministry of Works in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Chun Pingon highly praised it and gave it to Zhu Lian along with a large stack of copied blueprints from the ruins of the immortal mansion in Biting Kingdom. Chun Pingon only had one small request for the many auxiliary buildings of the ancestral hall. It was to have a landscape pavilion that imitated Song Yufan's villa. It could be named Ji Chun Pavilion or Long Pavilion. Other than that, Chun Pingon did not have any more extravagant hopes. In the end, after Zhu Lian took the construction methods, she smiled playfully. Chun Pingon then remembered that this was a model book issued by a certain imperial court in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Zhu Lian laughed and said that she had indeed contributed to the compilation of this book. 2/3 of the building regulations in the book, such as the Kaisan Well and the Dugong, were actually her work. Chun Pingon then asked with a smile why the mansions in the middle of the main peak of Luo Mountain did not have the slightest trace of the construction methods and were built very mediocre. Zhu Lian answered confidently. At that time, the family was poor, and even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. What's more, the young master lived in the bamboo house. The others should be grateful that they had a place to stay. Otherwise, if Zhu Lian had to do it herself, she would have to spend a lot of money to build a luxurious mansion. Now, the group of buildings led by the ancestral hall was where the face of Luo Mountain lay. Naturally, it was not included. It must be done by Zhu Lian himself. He would not let mediocre craftsmen ruin the scenery of Jisei Peak. In Zhu Lian's words, when you have no money, you should think about how to save money. You should be embarrassed when you don't have money. If you act like you have money, you will be looked down upon by others for no reason. But when you have money, you should be more particular about how to spend it. Chun Pingon felt that it was very reasonable, but he still kept a straight face and held back his laughter. Although he said that he shouldn't make decisions on his own in the future, how could he let his own people suffer? Wouldn't that chill the hearts of all the officers and soldiers? Even Pei Qian felt that his master's words and expression at that time were not sincere at all. Pei Qian still felt that old chef's expression of wanting to die to atone for his sins was far less natural than his own. The guests who came to watch the ceremony had naturally left Luo Mountain. Du Wenxi and Pang Lanxi, who were the honorary elders of Luo Mountain, also took their own ferry and returned to the Skeleton Beach. Chun Pingon gave Pang Lanxi 2 calligraphies, which he bought from a young county officer in a small county in Meili Kingdom, with a few pots of divine wine. He asked Pang Lanxi to give the calligraphies to his great-grandfather. Lu Baisheng also brought the siblings Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai back to the border of the old Zhuang dynasty. Chun Pingon gave the 2 direct disciples of the ancestral hall each a set of precious armor made by the San Lang Temple in North Continent. Zhong Qiu brought Chao Qinglang to travel around Lotus Root Blessed Land. After that, they would return to Luo Mountain and Aquarius Continent. When sending Chao Qinglang off, Chun Pingon not only gave his student the spring grass Taoist robe that cost a lot of immortal money to repair, he also gave Chao Qinglang many bamboo slips that he carved along the way, and a sentence: learn from the books, be a person outside the books. Outside the bamboo building, the student bowed to the teacher, and the teacher bowed back to the student. Sui, you had already left the mountain and went to the Book Lake True Realm sect. Even though the sect master Jiang Shangzhen, who used the identity of the rogue cultivator Zhou Fei, was at Luo Mountain, Sui, you did not talk to him much. Sui, you did not mention much about the grudge of the Jade Gui sect. Previously, when he was at Luopa Mountain, he lived in seclusion every day and only went out once. That was when he visited Mount Huimeng and Mount Yellow Lake. Only then did his mood improve slightly. It seemed that he had chosen a certain place and had some plans. Chun Pingon originally wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the infatuation sword. Was it accidentally broken in a battle with someone, or was it stolen by someone? At the very least, there should be an explanation. Unfortunately, since Sui Yiyu did not speak, Chun Pingon did not have the nerve to ask. Wei Xian took Pei Qian to Lotus Root Blessed Land. He said that he wanted to let Pei Qian know whether or not Wei Xian had a golden carrying pole at home. Pei Qian asked the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom what would happen if he went to the palace and did not have a golden carrying pole at home. Wei Xian said that he would give him one. Pei Qian's eyes widened, and he raised his hands, giving 2 thumbs up. Oh, no wonder Old Wei is now a high official of Wu Xianling. How generous! Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will give me a golden carrying pole. Wei Xian chuckled. As the master of the True Realm sect, he should be the busiest one. However, Jiang Shangjin shamelessly stayed on Luopa Mountain and did not leave. He even picked a mansion halfway up the main peak. Zhu Lian said that there was no empty mansion for the time being. Every mansion had its own owner. If there was no other choice, he would brace himself and specially build one for Zhou Feifei. Jiang Shangjin suggested that they might as well build more immortal mansions. Luopa Mountain did not have much, but there was a lot of empty land. Not only was the main peak built, the empty back mountain of the main peak was built as well, including Mount Huimeng. All the mountains under the name of the Mountain Lord were not to be empty. All the expenses were to be paid by Zhou Feifei. Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and smiled, saying that this was not particularly appropriate. Jiang Shangjin waved his hand and directly gave Zhu Lian a large amount of grain rain money, saying that this was the responsibility of Zhou Feifei and was extremely appropriate. Zhu Lian held the grain rain money in one hand and carefully counted it. He said that there were 15 grains, which was an odd number. Why not return 1 grain to Zhou Feifei? Then he just stood there and did not see any movement. Jiang Shangjin had a guilty look on his face, saying that good things should come in pairs. He then gave him another 3 grains of grain rain money. Zhu Lian then took the money and carefully put it in his sleeve. He lamented that it was hard to find another person in Luopa Mountain who was as straightforward as Zhou Feifei. Recently, Cui Dongshan had been busy building trump cards and mountain formations for Mount Huimeng, Mount Huanghu, and other mountains. For example, the pair of Dragon King baskets that Chun Pingon had obtained from the North Continent could be placed in Mount Huanghu after being repaired by Immortal Fire Dragon. Chun Pingon gave the Dragon King baskets to Chun Pingon and Chun Rushu respectively for them to refine. However, Chun Lingjun did not agree at first, hoping that Chun Pingon could give it to the Black Snake of Chiduan Mountain, who was about to transform into a human form. In the end, Chun Lingjun was still worried that there would be a mistake in the matter of Ji de traversing the river. Once one of the Dragon King baskets was lost, it would implicate the fate of Mount Huanghu's mountains and rivers. The power of the protective mountain formation of Mount Huanghu, which was built around the 2 Dragon King baskets, would be greatly reduced. Chun Pingon also did not agree. He told Chun Lingjun not to worry about this matter and to refine it into his natal item without worry. If he succeeded in traversing the river in the future, it was not like he could not return the favor to Mount Huanghu. Chun Lingjun was still hesitant. Chun Pingon could only say that the Dragon King baskets were such precious treasures of the mountain. He was willing to give it to Chun Lingjun, but his heart would ache if he gave it to someone else. Chun Lingjun only then accepted it. When he left, he felt a little lightheaded. On this day, at the cliffside of the bamboo building, Chun Pingon and Jiang Shangjin, who was about to leave the mountain, sat opposite each other and drank. Of course, they were drinking the immortal wine that Jiang Shangjin had brought. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Is the lotus flower blessed land really going to give Xinjing's sect 15% of the profits? Or is it permanent?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "It's not Xinjing's sect, or Yugui sect. It's the head of the Jiang family, or, in other words, the consecrated Zhou Fei." Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "Then I'll just lie down and wait to collect the money. When I think of this, I'm worried." Jiang Shangzhen had no reason to reject benefits that were delivered to him. Just like the money and treasures that Jiang Shangzhen gave to Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian accepted them without hesitation. It was just reciprocity. When Jiang Shangzhen first asked Luopa Mountain, it was for a permanent 20% of the profits of the blessed land. Xinjing sect was willing to lend Luopa Mountain 3 sums of money. The first sum was 1,000 grains of grain rain money to help the lotus flower blessed land become a middle grade blessed land. After that, it would take out another 2,000 grains of grain rain money to stabilize the lotus flower blessed land's fate of mountains and rivers and increase the flow of spiritual energy. After becoming a high-grade blessed land, Jiang Shangzhen still needed to take out 3,000 grains of grain rain money. The 3 sums of immortal money, without mentioning the interest, Luopa Mountain had to pay it back within 100 years, 500 years, and 1,000 years, respectively. Otherwise, Xinjing sect would have to lend them a high interest rate. Luopa Mountain could sell its vassal mountains to Xinjing sect at a discount. If they were unwilling to give up their territory, they could also pay with their people. This was the true meaning of business is business. To Jiang Shangzhen, he had a lot of money. Giving people money was one thing, but how to earn money was another. He had to abide by the rules. In this period of time, other than gifting the 6 islands of the Book Lake to Luopa Mountain, Jiang Shangzhen would also transfer people from the famous Cloud Cave Blessed Land to enter the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and be in charge of the management. As for how much authority the Jiang family disciples had in this new middle grade blessed land, it would depend on how much Luopa Mountain was willing to give. But at that time, Zhu Lian insisted that Luopa Mountain could only give 10% to Xinjing sect. The great treasure bottle continent's northern mountain monarch, Wei Pai, had contributed money, effort, and people. Even if he worked like a cow or a horse, he would only get 10% of the profits. Xinjing sect was too greedy. Even if Zhu Lian agreed to it, it would easily hurt Wei Pai's reputation. With Wei Pai's personality, who did not know of his reputation, if Wei Pai became estranged from Luopa Mountain because of this, Luopa Mountain would lose more than it would gain. Jiang Shangzhen originally did not expect to get 20%. The bottom line was a permanent dividend of 15%. If Zhu Lian insisted on 10% of the profits, it would be too little. Moreover, Zhu Lian had said one thing that Jiang Shangzhen was worried about. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land's territory was not big. There were 20 million people of Nanyuan Kingdom and other sentient beings, plus Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom, and the grasslands outside the Great Wall. Although including the souls of people, everything seemed to be in the void and was roughly divided into 4. But as time passed, as long as Luopa Mountain was properly managed, once the number of people in the blessed land exceeded 50 million, it would become a rare middle-grade blessed land. Cloud Cave Blessed Land was one of the few high-grade blessed lands. Jade Gui sect's Jiang family had managed it for generations, but they had never been able to break through the bottleneck of 90 million people. Of course, there was also Jiang Shangzhen's unscrupulous and reckless behavior. In history, there were a total of 5 great chaos where people were plunged into misery and suffering. In Jiang Shangzhen's hands, there were as many as 3. This was also the fun part of Zhu Lian. His words were extravagant, and he spoke a lot of nonsense. But he would always secretly hide 1 or 2 sentences that carried a lot of weight. Chun Pingon gently tapped the table with his finger. Immortal money, gold and copper coins, secular dynasty emperors. This was the outline that should be followed if one wanted to manage a blessed land well. The cultivators on the mountain, the gods of the mountains and rivers between the mountain and the foot of the mountain, and the hearts of the people at the foot of the mountain. If there was a flaw in any of these links, and they were all interconnected, the blessed land would not be a treasure bowl, but a bottomless pit that ate up endless money. It would become a chicken rib, and it would even greatly weaken the foundation of a celestial sect. Wei Pai privately said something meaningful to Qin Pingan. After obtaining such a lotus flower-blessed land that temporarily has 40 million people, you have to be careful of your own heart. Qin Pingan reassured Wei Pai. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. In the beginning, it's just a painful matter of spending money and dealing with the troublesome matters of the mountain and the foot of the mountain. When you manage it for a long time, there will be real troubles waiting for you. Mountain Master, you have to be mentally prepared. The amount of immortal money spent on a blessed land determined the number of cultivators and the height of the cultivation bottleneck. In an inferior blessed land, even if one had outstanding talent, it was very difficult to enter the cave-dwelling realm. Even Lake Mountain Sexushini, who was a cultivator of the 5 realms in the vast world, was also stuck at the Dragon Gate realm in the past in the Lotus Flower blessed land. After entering a medium blessed land, the cultivation genius could be expected to reach the Earth immortal realm. In one of the great calamities in the history of the Cloud Cave blessed land, Jiang Shangzhen was secretly defeated by a cultivator of the pure Jade realm who secretly colluded with several Earth immortals. They abandoned their grudges and besieged Jiang Shangzhen, the god of the blessed land, who was traveling incognito. They tried to completely break away from the control of the Jiang family and created an unprecedented situation of separation of heaven and man. Of course, there was also the careful planning of some of the hostile forces of the Jade Gui sect. Otherwise, the cultivators of the blessed land would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Jiang Shangzhen spoke tirelessly and explained the secret history of the Cloud Cave blessed land in detail. Jiang Shangzhen began to conclude the disaster. Although after the event, I was furious and led people to break through the Cloud Cave blessed land. But in fact, I don't hate those top cultivators of the blessed land who failed at the last step. On the contrary, I feel that they are sad, respectable, and pitiful. The pitiful thing is that they worked hard to cultivate for hundreds of years, and some of them even cultivated to an unprecedented Jade realm and died just like that. The respectable thing is that they had courage and insight, but the sad thing is that they mistakenly thought that they had succeeded. Without Jiang Shangzhen, the Cloud Cave blessed land would be free from then on. But they didn't know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Jiang family's master can be changed and can even be supported by others as a puppet. When the new master takes office, as the price of becoming the Jiang family's master, whether it's repaying favors or repaying money, it means that the Cloud Cave blessed land will suffer a disaster for at least 100 years. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. But this kind of logic, as long as it's me, Jiang Shangzhen, who says it, it won't hold water from the beginning. It's destined to not make sense. I also feel that those proud and arrogant geniuses didn't do anything wrong. If I were them, I would also do the same. The only difference is that I would be more patient, and my plans would be more comprehensive. I would help the blessed land to get more benefits from the deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. Jiang Shangzhen smiled at Qin Pingan. The world is strange. Good things may not come, but bad things will definitely come. I'm not deliberately saying bad things, but now, Mountain Lord, you can think of a way to deal with the future. It's hard to make money without foresight. Qin Pingan said, thinking wrong first before doing things is one of my few good habits. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and nodded. After drinking, he prepared to leave. During this period of time, Jiang Shangzhen had wantonly collected a dozen sword talismans made by the Dragon Spring sword sect through various channels. They were all bought at a high price. Wan Tung's two direct disciples, Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao, almost wanted to specially make a bunch of talisman swords for this unknown wild cultivator. In the end, they were scolded badly by Wan Tung, who rarely reprimanded his disciples. Chun Pingon stopped Jiang Shangzhen and took out the Taoist fast tablet from the token. Jiang Shangzhen said in surprise, "Is this the benefit of being the Luo Mountain's consecrator?" Chun Pingon smiled. "It's a gift for that child." Jiang Shangzhen accepted the old fast heart tablet and clicked his tongue. "Two favors for one thing. I, Zhou Fei, am ashamed of my inferiority to Mountain Lord's realm of doing business." Chun Pingon reminded him, "Don't teach a devil incarnate." Jiang Shangzhen said, "The current book Slip Lake doesn't have the soil for the next Gu Ken to grow." Chun Pingon said with an indifferent expression, "I hope so." Jiang Shangzhen sighed and said, "It's the wild cultivator Zhou Fei, who has nothing to do, the master of the True Realm sect, and the master of the Jiang family are still very busy, so they returned to book Slip Lake this time. For the meeting of allies, I may let someone below represent them. It may be Lu Laocheng or Li Fuyao. Anyway, it won't be the True Realm sect's river-intercepting immortal." Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. "Both of them are fine." Next, Chun Pingon would board the boat at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and take the Linen Sect's cross-continent ferry to the south, directly to Old Dragon City. On the way south, he would meet two groups of people. The first group was the Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden to discuss the details of the cooperation. The second group was the allies formed around the Lotus Flower-blessed land, including Jiang Shangzhen, Old Dragon City's Fan Air, and Sun Jiashu. Now that the blessed land had been upgraded to a medium-level blessed land, there were many things to discuss again. While waiting for the Linen Sect's ferry to return south, when Wei Xian and Pei Qian returned to Luopa Mountain, Cui Dongshan would take Wei Xian and leave Longquan County together. Chun Pingon planned to take his dragon boat and take Pei Qian to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. He had to go because of the completion of the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain. Chun Pingon hoped that there would be people present, including Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu. "Thank you. People are hard to please, things are hard to do." And Chun Pingon once told Lu Chuan his wish, which was that one day in the future he hoped to go to Luopa Mountain. Back then, he accompanied them step by step to the academy to study. In the future, they could concentrate on their studies on Luopa Mountain or one of the mountains in Longquan County. They were not from Luopa Mountain and were not recorded in the genealogy records. Luopa Mountain was just a place with beautiful scenery and many books. Every spring, the willows would rustle, the grass would grow, and the orioles would fly, so that the five of them could still be closer to the school and the town in the future, even if it was only for a short period of time. Then, if they wanted to travel, they could travel. If they wanted to gain experience, they could go down the mountain. That was all. More than that, Chun Pingon felt that he could not do it, because everyone was growing up. Back then, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, who ran all over the streets with sticks of locust tree wood, Li Huai, who cried and made a fuss in the mud in the mountains for a small bamboo chest, Lin Shui, who was kind, but did not say anything good in the immortal inn of Huangting Country, Yu Lu, who liked to replace Chun Pingon to guard the second half of the night, and Xie Xie, who always had a cold face but was in fact full of fear of the whole world, were all like this. On this night, Chun Pingon lay on the desk on the first floor of the bamboo building, making a face, imitating the little lotus figure on the desk, giggling. On the back of the boiled fish rented from Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan, the owner of Pearl Hairpin Island, had not yet gone to book Slip Lake. She was walking alone on the mountain peak. From the moment she decided to refine the waterhall on the back of the boiled fish, the name Pearl Hairpin Island actually did not live up to its name. When Lu Zhongruan returned to her residence, she placed a hand-drawn map on the table. It included the 62 mountains of Longquan County, including Cloud Mountain, the Divine Beauty Mountain, where the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword Sect was located, formed a triangle with Lamp Mountain and Hungming Peak. In addition, there were 3 mountains that were rented from Luapa Mountain, the Rainbow Cloud Peak, the Immortal Grass Mountain, and the Treasure Tree Mountain. The 6 mountains formed a continuous force, and in addition to the many mountains that the Dragon Spring Sword Sect had obtained later on, although the Dragon Spring Sword Sect had roughly the same number of mountains as the Luapa Mountain and did not have a big advantage. In fact, the territory was still slightly better. Moreover, it was said that the Dali dynasty intended to extend to the old central mountains in the north of the capital and give a large piece of territory to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Other than St. Juan Jiao's Dragon Spring Sword Sect and Chunpingan's Luapa Mountain, the various forces left behind were no longer in the mood. Even if they gathered together and could twist into a rope, it was obvious that they would not be able to contend against the 2 giants, Dragon Spine Mountain, Dry Spring Mountain, Fragrant Volcano, Yuanmu Peak, True Earth Mountain. Lu Zhongruan lowered his head and stared at the distribution of the 3 forces on the map. Ao Yuzback clearly belonged to the third party outside the confrontation between the 2 forces, but the immortals on Dali Mountain had obviously automatically included Pearl Hairpin Island in the category of Luapa Mountain's vassal. Before Lu Zhongruan attended the ceremony, it was not that he did not have a knot in his heart, because Lu Zhongruan had never wanted his Pearl Hairpin Island to become a vassal of any big mountain. However, after the ceremony at the ancestral hall of the Luapa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan's mood was a little gloomy. The young man, who had been an accountant on Verdant Canyon Island for a few years, had unknowingly won over such a large family. The Lord of Mount Bayu was so close to Luapa Mountain that they were about to wear the same pants. The key point was that Wei Pai had never bothered to hide this. The 3-night banquets were like rain on a yellow plum day, so rapid and dense that it caught people off guard. Before and after the night banquets on Mount Pai Yun, everyone had a bright smile on their faces, but who did not complain incessantly in their hearts. Just the 3 gifts alone were not dispensable expenses. Those who did not have any capital would probably have to tighten their belts to live. There was also an official worshipper of a pure jade realm wild cultivator. This was simply a shocking thing, which immortal family did not have the word clan, but had a mountain worshipper of the upper 5 realms. Were they really not afraid that the guests would bully the host? In addition, there were 2 direct disciples of Muyi Mountain Ancestral Hall of the Linen Sect of the North Continent as honorary worshippers. What kind of situation was this? As for the young man in white, Chui Dongshan, who was standing in the second row, Lu Zhongruan felt that he was not at all easier to talk to than the wild cultivator Zhou Fei. And the 4 men and women who were standing in the third row at that time, Zhu Lian, Lu Bai Xiang, Sway Your Right, Wei Xian, which one of them was simple. Lu Zhongruan knew 3 of them. They were the salvage of the Water Temple's dragon boat. He had been with the 3 for a long time, and all of them were reserved and had an astonishing aura. The remaining woman, whose aura was not inferior to the 3 martial arts grandmasters, was still unknown. But since she was able to stand with the 3 of them, it meant that Sway Yu's battle prowess was not weak. The 4 of them should at least be Golden Body realm martial artists of Luopa Mountain. Where could he find them in such a huge Aquarius continent? But the thing that really made Lu Zhongruan accept his fate was that the younger generation of Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall had created the kind of people that he often met. Pei Qian, the young man Chao Qing Lang, Xin Yuan Ji, Yuan Bao, and Yuan Lai, the pair of siblings, because these young second-generation disciples of Luopa Mountain determined the depth of Luopa Mountain's foundation and future height. But what shocked Lu Zhongruan the most was still not these, but 2 things. One was the 3 portraits hanging in Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall. This meant where Luopa Mountain came from. That day was the first time Lu Zhongruan knew, and at the same time understood the name of Luo Mountain. There was a deep meaning to it. The second thing was that in the small ancestral hall, there was a silent atmosphere. The green-robed young man with the jade hairpin stood alone at the front. The people behind him, regardless of their realm, origin, temperament, direct disciples, consecrators, all of them were solemn, especially when Qin Pingan reported Zhou Mili's duty as a mountain protector. Lu Zhongruan, who was watching from the side, carefully observed and sensed the subtle expressions of the people. It was not something that seemed like it, but it was absolutely true. No one felt that the young mountain lord was doing something funny. When Lu Zhongruan thought of this, he could not breathe. He walked out of the house and took a walk in the courtyard. Looking up at Luo Mountain, Lu Zhongruan's mood was complicated. Cliff Academy. After Li Huai finished class, he found his sister standing outside the door. Slim and elegant. He did not deny that his sister was good-looking. Li Huai said with a smile, "Sister, I met Lin Shui today. I was just talking about you, and you came." Li Lu looked at her brother, who was already taller than her, and smiled softly. "I received a letter from home. Mother heard that you were busy with your studies, so she was worried about you. She asked me to come and see you." Li Huai opened the door of the schoolhouse and poured a cup of tea for Li Lu. He said helplessly, "I was just casually complaining. Mother doesn't know, but you do. To me, since the first day I went to school, when was there ever a day when I wasn't busy with my studies?" Li Lu took off her bag and put it on the table. She sat aside and nodded. "The only difference is that you have grown up." Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "I also don't want to grow up just like Pei Qian, who only eats and doesn't grow. My studies are useless, and I am really tired. But every time I travel with the teachers, I travel thousands of miles. My legs and feet are tired, but my heart is not. Compared to studying bitterly at a private school, it is actually more relaxing. So I am more suitable to be a Jianghu hero. Studying is not very promising." Li Lu patted the bag. "There are some things inside. Keep them well. If you need money in the future, you can ask the Maoshan master to sell them for money." "Are you kidding? I don't dare to ask the Maoshan master. I can't wait to hide from him." Li Huai leaned on the table and opened the package. He picked and complained, "I knew it. Sister, you've been working as a maid for the old immortal master at Lion Peak for only a few years. You must not have accumulated any good things. Look, none of them are the immortal treasures with the light of treasures. Compared to those that Qin Pingan gave me, they are far inferior. Sister, work hard and cultivate well, so that you can become an immortal in the middle 5 realms of the cave-dwelling realm as soon as possible. You don't know how glorious Lin Shui is now. He's about to be fought over by the women in the capital of Great Sway." Li Lu smiled and did not say anything. The things in the bag were dim, because the secret prohibition was not open for the time being. She was not afraid that the academy and Mao Xiaodong would not be able to hide it if they were careless. Li Huai sighed and shook his head. He put down the things in his hands and tied the bag again. He could only help Lin Shui to this extent. As for why Dong Shuijing insisted on liking his elder sister, Li Huai could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It was fine if Dong Shuijing liked his elder sister. He opened a wonton shop in Longquan County, which was quite compatible with his family. But Dong Shuijing, Lin Shui, was now the Great Sui dynasty's famous jade of cultivation. What was so good about his elder sister? Li Huai lifted the bag. Wow, it was quite heavy. Then Li Huai looked at his sister, who was holding a cup with both hands and drinking tea slowly. He could not help but say earnestly, "Sister, I won't say anything today. Anyway, you are not married yet. You are a family. You send money back and forth, and the money is all in your own family. But when you get married, you can't send me things like this. It is not easy to cultivate on the mountain. You went to the Lion Peak because of your relatives. You will definitely be gossiped about on the mountain and gossip about you behind your back. You'd better save more money yourself. In fact, as long as you can help father and mother run the shop a little, it will be enough. Our father and mother don't care about you. If mother says something, you can push it to me. I really don't want to scold you, but you are not young anymore and will soon become an old lady. You should think about your own marriage. Li Lu smiled and narrowed her eyes. It seems that you have really grown up. You know how to think about your sister. Li Huai sat cross-legged on the bench, poured some soybeans into a bowl, and pushed it to his sister. He grabbed a handful and put it in the palm of his hand. Chewing the soybeans in his mouth, he laughed and said, "Sister, you are so heartless. Since I was young, I have spent a lot of effort for you. I tried my best to find a brother-in-law for me. For example, my good brother Alliance and Chun Pingon, whom I admire the most. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. You can only blame yourself. You can't blame me." Li Lu threw a soybean at him. "No one talks about their sister's brother like you." Li Huai caught it and threw it into his mouth together with the ones in the palm of his hand. "Jokes are jokes. When you get married in the future, if you continue to send things to your mother's family like this, it won't work. Brother-in-law will not be happy. Don't listen to our mother's nagging. I will fight for what I want to be in the future. How can I rely on my sister and brother-in-law? I will let you be looked down upon by my brother-in-law's family." Ooh. The more Li Huai said, the more reasonable he felt. "Even if my future brother-in-law is magnanimous and doesn't care about it, you shouldn't do this." Li Lu smiled and asked, "Why?" Li Huai impatiently said, "Sister, you are so annoying. If you do what I say, who is the most important person in our family? Me. Mother listens to me. Father listens to mother. You listen to father. Whose words do you think are the most effective?" Li Lu smiled. Li Huai blinked. "Well, I admit that the first words were discussed by Chun Pingon and I in the past. These years we have been apart more than we have been together. I have been saving up the opportunity to nag you, but Chun Pingon didn't teach me the latter question. How can I argue with you? If you really want to know the answer, I will ask Chun Pingon later." Li Lu asked, "How do you know that Chun Pingon is definitely right?" Li Huai asked, "Did Chun Pingon say something wrong?" Li Lu smiled and said, "No." Li Huai snorted, "Li Lu, your younger brother is the kind of person who can stab himself twice for the sake of brotherhood." Li Huai stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest. Li Lu smiled and leaned forward. She gently moved Li Huai's hand away and pointed to her ribs. "The book says to stab yourself in the ribs. Here, don't stab yourself in the heart. In the future, even if it is for a good friend." Li Huai stared and said, "Sister, you are a girl. What do you know about Jiang Hu? Don't tell me this, or I will get angry with you." Li Lu smiled and didn't speak anymore. Did Li Lu know about Jiang Hu? This was a very interesting question. According to legend, in ancient times there was only one world. All the lakes and seas were blasphemous. There was once a group of female officials with high authority in the celestial court. Their official position and power were above that of Master Yu, River Uncle, and many dragon kings. They were called Dragon Slayer envoys. They patrolled, supervised, and ordered the flood dragons in the world. And these people with high authority only listened to the orders of an ancient god. The latter was called the Master of Jiang Hu. Li Lu suddenly asked, "The few times you went out to study, how was it?" Li Huai gradually restrained his smile and said softly, "When I was young, I only followed Li Baoping and blindly cheered and read loudly. I didn't even know what I read. There were many words in history books. In the past, I could only memorize them and couldn't remember them. After walking a lot and meeting a lot of people, I suddenly realized that it was difficult for me to forget them. The experts in the mountains and wilderness seek the dark, walk the path of eccentricity, and seek fame. The beauty of the general's material, the elite troops, and the evil, the Tao is perfect in every case. The remains on the wall, the swan-shaped vegetables from the gullies are also compared. Li Huai squeezed out a smile. Sister, let's not talk about these. Li Lu nodded and said, then let's talk about Li Baoping. Li Huai felt a headache coming. Don't talk about this. I have a bigger headache. Now that I see Li Baoping, she is so boring. Every day she reads. She says she wants to read thousands of books. She is still very busy and no longer runs around crazily. Guess what? She is even more invisible than Lin Shui. Sister, don't you think it's strange? In the past, I felt that Li Baoping was already the most terrifying existence in the world when she was young. Now I feel that Li Baoping is not as good as she was in the past. When Chun Pingan comes to the academy, I must risk my life to remonstrate with him. In front of Chun Pingan, I must talk about this Li Baoping. There is no other way. Perhaps only he, as the youngest uncle, can control Li Baoping. Li Huai shook his head hard. Don't talk about her. My head hurts. Yu Lu and Xie. Actually, I don't see them that much. They're all like this. But our relationship is actually not bad. When we meet occasionally, I can still feel it. After Li Lu left, Lin Shui just came. After knowing that Li Lu came and left in a hurry, Lin Shui was a little silent. Li Huai was also at a loss. It was hard to persuade him. If he persuaded him correctly, he might not be able to become his brother-in-law. If he accidentally persuaded him wrongly, it would be adding salt to the wound. After Lin Shui left, Li Huai sighed. Why did he have a girl he liked so early? How good would it be if she was like him? Back in the house, Li Huai put the small bamboo box on the table, put his sister's package in it, and then carefully wiped the box. In the end, Li Huai rubbed his chin and felt that it was necessary to use his trump card. He poured a cup of tea, dipped his finger in it, and randomly chanted Tian, ling ling, di ling ling, di ling ling, di ling ling, di 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 ling, D-ling, 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 D after that. Li Huai made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. Looking at the marks on the table, he nodded with satisfaction. Good handwriting. 100 alliances were not as good as his. At the beginning of winter, Chun Pingan was at the ferry of Ox Horn Mountain. He was about to board his dragon boat with Pei Qian and go to the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even though Zhou Mili had already handed over 2 mountain walking staffs, she was still carrying a golden shoulder pole on her shoulder. Cui Dongshan and Wei Xian were also leaving Longquan County, but they were taking another Dali military ferry that was passing by. Wei Xian was chatting with Pei Qian. Cui Dongshan only said a few parting words. Sir, you've been working hard for so many years to move mountains and earn your support with your own ability. Actually, you can rely on 1 or 2 now. The road is long and difficult. Sir, please take it easy. End of chapter. "570. At the bow of the dragon boat stood an adult and a child. The adult was in a green robe and had a sword on his back. The child had a sword, a walking stick, a bamboo box, and a small bamboo hat on his waist. Having a lot of belongings was also a small worry in the midst of great happiness. Lu Zhongruan stood on the top floor of the dragon boat and looked down at the deck. She needed manpower to steer the dragon boat, so she negotiated a new deal with Luo Pa Mountain. Lu Zhongruan found a few disciples of the ancestral hall who had followed her to cultivate on the back of AOU and taught them how to operate the dragon boat. It was not a long-term plan, but it could allow the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island to integrate into the mountains of Liju, blessed land, faster. This was the choice Lu Zhongruan made after careful consideration when she took a walk in the courtyard that night. Lu Zhongruan completely understood. Instead of implicating the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island into an awkward situation because of his awkward attitude, he might as well learn from Zhu Lian, the chief steward of Luopa Mountain, and be shameless. Chun Pingon was chatting with Pei Qian about his travels in the North Continent. They talked about a cultivation genius called Lin Su, who was the leader of the 10 youths in the North Continent. It was said that as long as he made a move, it meant that he had already won. After Pei Qian heard about it, he felt that the guy was a little tricky. It was a pity that his master had traveled for so long in the North Continent, but that guy did not have the chance to meet his master. It was a big regret in Lin Su's life. He was probably regretting it so much that his intestines were in knots. Lin Su could not be blamed for not being observant. After all, not everyone could meet his master. Naturally, Chun Pingon didn't know what Pei Qian was thinking about in his head. He was not unfamiliar with the 10 youths from the North Continent. Among the 10 of them, Qi Jinglong was his friend, the best kind. He had met Yang Ningjin, who had hidden her identity at the Ghost Region Valley's Mirror Mountain. He had also interacted with the scholar Yang Ningxing. Along the way, they had been scheming and plotting against each other. Through the catoptric deflection, he had watched the battle at Jili Mountain in the city above clouds. He had seen the wild cultivator Huang Shi and the warrior Xionyang fight to the death. Chun Pingon suddenly said, "When I brought you out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I did not like you. It was not entirely your fault. There was also a reason why I did not like myself. It is hidden inside. I have to explain it to you." Pei Qian grinned and said, "I didn't like myself back then either." Chun Pingon asked, "Do you remember the first time we met?" Pei Qian felt a little guilty and said softly, "Master, when I was in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, I found the little girl who often brought me food back then. I sincerely thanked her and even apologized. I also specifically told Chao Qingleng that if anything happened to the little girl's family in the future, he should help. Of course, if she or her family was in the wrong, Chao Qingleng should not interfere. Therefore, Master, you must not bring up old scores." Chun Pingon reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. "Only when you can talk about the past can you truly untie the knot in your heart. You did wrong in the past, but you did well in the future. Master is very pleased. But there are still some mistakes that can be turned over. Like those little bamboo slips, you should take them out to bask in the sun and look at the moon. They can help you reflect." Chun Pingon looked into the distance of the ferry. It was the middle of winter. It looked like it was going to snow. Chun Pingon sighed. Taoism advocates nature. There is still a saying, "If you do not cultivate the human path, it is difficult to approach the heavenly path." Pei Qian's expression was serious. "Master's words are like gold. I want to learn from Master and make a set of carving knives and bamboo slips to record Master's teachings." Chun Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear and laughed angrily. Cui Dongshan, Zhu Lian, Chen Lingjun, and the others of Luopa Mountain added together are not as good as you. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe, tilted his head, and howled. When Lu Zhongruan saw this scene on the top floor, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chun Pingon leaned on the railing. Cui Dongshan liked to talk about Cliff Academy with him. At this time of year, Li Baoping must still be wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She had always been the strangest student of Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. In the past, she was strange because she liked to skip classes, ask questions, copied books like a mountain, and came and went like the wind. Now she was strange It was said that Li Baoping had become quiet and taciturn. She did not ask questions and just read books. She still liked to skip classes and wander alone in the streets and alleys of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. The most famous thing was that a teacher of the academy asked Li Baoping to teach on his behalf when he was sick. 2 days later, the old teacher returned to the classroom and found that his prestige as a teacher was not enough. The eyes of the students hurt the old teacher. At the same time, he looked at Li Baoping sitting in the corner and felt a little proud. Chun Pingan was a little worried at that time. Cui Dongshan, on the other hand, laughed heartily and said that little treasure bottle was imparting knowledge to others without being the least bit unconventional or overstepping the rules. Lin Shui was a true cultivator. He relied on the Cloud Gem book to make rapid progress on his path of cultivation. In the academy, he met a great master who taught him everything he knew. However, the two of them were not master and disciple. It was said that Lin Shui now had a great reputation in the Great Sui Kingdom. In fact, a high-ranking assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was responsible for finding potential cultivators for the Dali imperial court, personally contacted Lin Shui's father. However, Lin Shui's father refused, and only said that he would pretend that he had never had such a son. Yu Lu had been training for the Jinshan state these years. In the past few years, he had broken through the realm too quickly. Moreover, Yu Lu, who was suspected of drifting with the crowd, finally had some ambition. He liked fishing and had a fish basket, but he would release it after he caught it. Obviously, the fun was only in the process of fishing. As for the size of the catch, Yu Lu did not care. Thank you. He had been guarding the house left by Cui Dongshan and concentrating on cultivation. After the dragon-binding nails were all removed, he had made great progress on the path of cultivation. However, he hid it very well and lived in seclusion. Mao Xiaodong, the deputy master of the academy, also helped to hide it. Li Huai and his two schoolmates, Lu Guan and Ma Lian, had caused a lot of trouble during their years of study. However, Lu Guan often took the initiative to take the blame, and Ma Lian helped to clean up the mess. It was not that Li Huai did not want to help, but Lu Guan and Ma Lian did not want Li Huai to be a hero after Lu Guan, and Ma Lian helped them a few times. Li Baoping was worthy of being called the best in learning and seeking knowledge. In terms of cultivation, Thank was actually at the forefront. However, Lin Shui could be said to be the best in both cultivation and study. Everything was leisurely. Cultivating the mind and temperament had never been a big thing in life. In fact, it had always been Yu Lu's strength. Now, Yu Lu was slowly nourishing the fist intent and gradually building the foundation of the golden body state. As for Li Huai, Cui Dongshan said that this guy was a dog, sh*T, wherever he went. In addition to getting the psychic white deer, he had not been idle these years. However, Li Huai did not know how lucky he was. He kept adding to his belongings, buying antiques and treasures, or visiting Ma Lian's house as a guest. Ma Lian casually gave him a junk, and a bamboo box full of treasures were all left there to collect dust. It was a waste of natural resources. Pei Qian asked curiously, "Master, why don't you hang up the wine pot?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Life is a pot of wine. When you think of something, you will drink." Pei Qian tried hard not to speak. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "If you want to say it, then say it." Only then did Pei Qian spill the beans from a bamboo tube. He quickly said, "Master, you're worried about the money for the wine. Look, I have money here. Copper coins, broken silver, small gold ingots, a lot of snow money, and a small summer money. I have everything. Master, take it all." Chun Pingan turned his head and looked at Pei Qian, who was holding up the money bag. Chun Pingan smiled and held the little head and shook it. "Keep it for yourself. It's not like I don't have money." Pei Qian sighed and resentfully put away the money bag that Aunt Gui gave her. She carefully put it in her sleeve and accompanied her master to look at the sea of clouds. What a big cotton candy! The master and disciple arrived at the capital of the great Sui kingdom. The streets and alleys were thick with snow. Pei Qian purposely picked the snow on the side of the road that had not been swept away. When she stepped on it, crunching sounds could be heard, and every step left a footprint. The old man guarding the Cliff Academy recognized Qin Pingon and smiled. Qin Pingon, I haven't seen you for a few years. Where have you been? Qin Pingon bowed. Pei Qian, who was beside him, hurriedly shook the small bamboo box and did the same. He took out a genealogy record from his sleeve and handed it over. The old man took a look and smiled. Good fellow. Last time it was the Tongya continent. This time it's the North continent. Where will you go next time? Will it be the Central Divine Continent? Qin Pingon smiled and said, I don't have the chance to settle down and study. I can only rely on walking. The old man nodded and turned to look at Pei Qian. Little girl, why aren't you so tan anymore? You've grown taller too. Is it because you stayed in the school in your hometown? Pei Qian beamed and nodded vigorously. You're very knowledgeable and have a good eye for people. The Maoshan mountain chieftain should really let you become a teacher in the school. Then the Cliff Academy will be amazing in the future. Today, there will be a wise man. Tomorrow there will be a gentleman. The old man laughed heartily and asked, Did you learn from Qin Pingon? Pei Qian was speechless. This question was not easy to answer. Qin Pingon smiled and smacked Pei Qian's head with a chestnut. Pei Qian felt that if he came to the Cliff Academy again in the future, it would be better to talk less with this old man. They entered the academy with familiarity and stopped at the guest house. However, Qin Pingon did not bring many things, and there was nothing to put in the house. Pei Qian was reluctant to leave anything behind. The small bamboo box was for the Cliff Academy. The mountain walking stick was for Sister Bao Ping. As for the saber and sword at his waist, of course, it was for the 3 Jianghu bandits to see. He could not leave anything behind. Qin Pingon let Pei Qian go to Li Baoping's house first and went to Mao Xiaodong's place. The tall old man with a ruler at his waist stood at the door and asked with a smile, You're already in the golden body state. Qin Pingon nodded. I broke through the bottleneck of the 6th state at the Lion Peak in the North Continent. Mao Xiaodong was gloating. Li Huai's father must have put in a lot of effort, right? Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. It's all right. In the study, the 2 of them sat down. Mao Xiaodong went straight to the point and said, What books have you read over the years? I want to test you to see if you've been too focused on cultivation and neglected the study of self-cultivation. Qin Pingon first took out a stack of books from the objects in front of him and stacked them on his knees. Then he recited a long list of book titles. Some of the books he took out just now were borrowed by Cui Dongshan from the Cliff Academy. After he finished reading them, he naturally had to return them to the academy. However, Luapa Mountain had already bought 2 sets according to the titles of the books. One set was kept as a collection, and the other set, which Qin Pingon knew how to outline and comment on, was placed on the table on the first floor of the bamboo building. Mao Xiaodong frowned. It's so complicated. Qin Pingon nodded. It's difficult to pass the mental test. Sometimes it seems like you can't pass the test in a skill that used to work 100 times. In the end, you realize that it's not that the knowledge you rely on is not enough, but that you've learned too little. Mao Xiaodong slowly relaxed his brows. Very good. Then I don't need to test you. Qin Pingon asked about Li Baoping and the others' recent studies. Mao Xiaodong gave a concise explanation. Qin Pingon could hear that he was generally satisfied. However, Qin Pingon also heard some of the complaints that the elders in the family had towards their juniors. For example, Li Baoping's personality had to be changed. Otherwise, she would be too stuffy and not as cute as she was when she was young. Lin Shiyi's cultivation was too smooth. He was afraid that one day he would simply abandon the books and go to the mountains to become an immortal. Yu Lu had read the writings of the Confucian sages thoroughly. However, deep in his heart, he did not recognize and respect the legalists as much as he did. This was not a bad thing. Xie had never been interested in learning, which was not a good thing. He was too focused on breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation. He cultivated day and night without slacking off. Even when he was in school, his mind was still on cultivation. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the time that he had squandered in the past few years. More haste, less speed. It was easy to accumulate many hidden dangers. If he focused on cultivation today, it would be the crux of his cultivation in the coming year. Mao Xiaodong was the one that he felt most at ease with Li Huai. He said that this kid was not bad. Chun Pingon reached out and gently placed his hand on the book. He said honestly, Mr. Mao teaches and educates people. You have the demeanor of the sage of literature. Mao Xiaodong waved his hand and sighed. The difference is more than 100,000 miles. Chun Pingon smiled and stood up with the book. He was about to put down the book and leave when Mao Xiaodong stood up, but did not accept the books. Take them. I will buy books from the Academy's library to make up for it. Take these books as a gift for the completion of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. Chun Pingon did not refuse and kept the books. After Chun Pingon left, Mao Xiaodong stretched out his hand and touched the corner of his mouth to prevent himself from smiling too much. In this winter, some words were quite heartwarming. Chun Pingon walked all the way to Li Baoping School. He saw Pei Qian, who was looking up and talking excitedly to Li Baoping. Without the word little, the girl was wearing a red cotton-padded jacket that would only make a girl have a rustic feel. But when she wore it, it was not tacky at all. She was slender and had a sharp chin. Her expression was tranquil, but the smile on her face was still familiar. Her pair of beautiful eyes were still. Besides being able to talk, it seemed that she also knew how to hide things. Seeing Chun Pingon, Li Baoping quickly walked over. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Chun Pingon was a little sad. He smiled and said, "Why don't you call me little uncle?" How did the girl with a round face and big eyes grow so big all of a sudden? Li Baoping suddenly smiled and shouted, "Little uncle!" She had finally become the little girl of the past. Chun Pingon said, "There are some things that you don't have to think too much about, and you don't have to worry about causing trouble for little uncle. There won't be any trouble." Li Baoping was in high spirits. Chun Pingon suggested that they go to the guest house. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why did Master choose to go to the farthest place? Sister Baoping School was right in front of them. Li Baoping did not say anything. She crossed her fingers and walked backward in front of Chun Pingon. She asked, "Little uncle, do you know how many days we haven't seen each other?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "It's been many years." Pei Qian reported an accurate number loudly. This was what she was best at, memorizing books, knowing the way, and remembering things. When they arrived at the guest house, Pei Qian said that she would call Li Huai over. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. However, he asked Pei Qian to bring Li Huai directly to the guest house. It was spacious there. Pei Qian ran all the way to inform them. Li Baoping asked softly, "Little uncle, do you have wine?" Chun Pingon was stunned for a moment. "You want to drink wine?" Li Baoping smiled and nodded gently. "I'll be sneaky. I'll drink a little." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment. He took out a bottle of glutinous rice, wine brewed by Dong Shuijing, and poured 2 small bowls. "It's not that you can't drink wine, but you must drink less." Li Baoping picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. "It's the taste of home." Chun Pingon sipped the wine and told Li Baoping about meeting her elder brother in the North Continent's Qinghao Kingdom. Li Baoping listened and held the white bowl with both hands. She nodded and said, "It's troublesome to write a letter to my elder brother. If I write a letter, I have to send it from the academy to my home. Then I have to ask my grandfather to help me send it across the continent to an immortal mountain. Then I have to send it to the Dongxian Street in the Qinghao Kingdom. Chun Pingon asked, Are you unhappy about studying in the academy? Li Baoping shook her head and said blankly, I'm not unhappy. Little uncle, did the Maoshan mountain chieftain say something? Chun Pingon smiled and said, The Maoshan mountain chieftain thinks that you don't like to talk in the academy. He's a little worried. Li Baoping was puzzled. I've always liked to play by myself since I was young. It's not like that only happened when I came to the academy. It's just that I feel that there's nothing to talk about, so I don't talk about it. One person went into the water to catch crabs. One person ran through the streets to watch the door gods. One person jumped on the blue stone floor of the Falu Street. One person waited for the peach blossoms to bloom in the peach leaf alley. And one person went to the old porcelain mountain to pick porcelain pieces. It had always been like this. Chun Pingon held back his laughter. It seemed that it was indeed so. Li Baoping laughed as well. Little uncle, what are you laughing about? Chun Pingon smiled and said, Nothing. I'm just thinking about the first time we met. You were so small but sweaty. You ran so fast while carrying an old locust tree branch. Now that I think about it, I'm still impressed. Li Baoping was embarrassed for the first time. She raised her bowl and covered half of her face and eyes. However, she could not hide her smile. Chun Pingon smiled and said, Let's go and thank them. The two of them walked side by side. Li Baoping asked questions, and Chun Pingon answered them one by one. On the way, they met Pei Qian and the others. Other than the excited Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu were also there. Xie Xie noticed the commotion outside and opened the door. She smiled when she saw the large group of people. Apart from Lin Shui, who would occasionally come here to cultivate, there were almost no guests in the house that Cui Dongshan had left for her. Pei Qian and Li Huai, who was carrying a small bamboo box, sat down in the courtyard and began to fight. Chun Pingon, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu stood and chatted. Li Baoping and Xie Xie sat on the steps. In the end, Chun Pingon clapped his hands lightly. Everyone looked at him. Chun Pingon said, There's something I have to tell you. I already have my own ancestral hall at Luo Pa Mountain. The reason why I didn't invite you to attend the ceremony was not because I didn't want to, but because it wasn't suitable for now. You can go to Luo Pa Mountain as guests at any time. There are many empty mountains outside of Luo Pa Mountain. If you like any of them, you can pick one. I can help you build a study house. If you have any other requests, you can tell Pei Qian directly. Li Baoping already knew about this from Pei Qian. She was not surprised. Xie Xie was the most shocked. She was once a direct disciple of the ancestral hall at the top immortal mountain of the Lu dynasty. Therefore, she knew very well what the appearance of an ancestral hall meant. Yu Lu congratulated. Lin Shui also congratulated with a smile. Chun Pingon smiled at Lin Shui and Xie Xie. You are already immortals who cultivate on the mountain. The spiritual qi at Longquan County is still very abundant. Therefore, you too must not be shy. It's a free mountain. It's an extra place for cultivation. It's a waste not to take it. Then Chun Pingon said to Yu Lu, Luo Pa Mountain has many martial artists. Yu Lu, you can find someone called Zhu Lian. He's now in the far travel realm. You two can spar. Let him help you with your punches. Zhu Lian is more restrained. At this point, Chun Pingon's eyes were sincere. Yu Lu did not agree or refuse. He said, Why do I feel a chill on my back? Li Huai was busy fighting with Pei Qian's subordinates on the table. After hearing this, he said angrily, Chun Pingon, it's fine if you don't tell Bao Ping and the others about such a big matter, but you even hide it from me? To think that we're brothers of different surnames. Are you looking down on me? Li Huai, say, does Luo Pa Mountain lack a chief consecrator? If it doesn't, it's close at hand. You Chun Pingon can only invite me out tomorrow. Chun Pingon smiled and said, Go away. Li Huai looked at the densely packed items on the table with Pei Qian. He had a pitiful expression. I can't live anymore. It's cold, and my heart is even colder. I didn't become a brother-in-law, and now I can't even be sworn brothers. Life has no meaning. Even if I, Li Huai, have the most troops in the world and fierce generals under my command, what's the point? What's the point? Pei Qian slammed the table. All the items on the stone table shook. She said angrily, Li Huai, when did you follow my master to cut off chicken heads and burn yellow paper? What's the seniority? Oh, Li Huai shrank his neck. It's just for fun. When I was young, I had a grass competition with Chun Pingon. It's just like cutting off chicken heads. It's not accurate. Yu Lu saw this scene and was a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at Pei Qian. Yu Lu only felt incredulous. He remembered that when they first met, the little charcoal girl hadn't really started to practice martial arts. How many years had it been? There was a chess game left by Cui Dongshan in the house. After that, Chun Pingon asked for humiliation and was destined to play a game with Yu Lu. Li Baoping and Pei Qian sat on the left and right of Chun Pingon. Lin Shui and Xie Xie could only sit beside Yu Lu. Li Huai was furious. Why did he become the extra person? He sat on the side of the chessboard and was about to take off his boots. However, he was glanced at by Xie Xie. Li Huai reached out and wiped the green bamboo floor. He said, I'm afraid I'll dirty your house. There's no such thing as a gentleman watching a game without speaking. In the end, it became Yu Lu, Xie Xie, and Lin Shui. They worked together and faced off against Li Baoping alone. As the three of them were good at chess, they didn't play slowly. Li Baoping placed her chess pieces quickly. She only glanced at the situation of the game. Pei Qian felt that his side would definitely win. Baoping Jiejie had already killed 3 of the opponents with her aura of a great master. However, in the end, Yu Lu and the other 2 won. As Li Baoping played too quickly, her opponents won cleanly, while she lost without any hesitation. Pei Qian clapped his fists and comforted Sister Baoping not to be discouraged. Chun Pingon roughly understood. Li Baoping smiled. Junior uncle, I'm sorry. Chun Pingon shook his head. In a few years, it'll be difficult for us to lose. Li Baoping nodded vigorously. Lin Shui and Xie Xie looked at each other helplessly. Chun Pingon was telling the truth. Unexpectedly, Yu Lu smiled. You want to win? That depends on whether the 3 of us are willing to play chess with you. Yu Lu covered the chess jar and looked at Lin Shui and Xie Xie. Let's do it this way. The 3 of us will officially stop playing chess from today onwards. Against Chun Pingon, Li Baoping, and Pei Qian will maintain a winning record. Lin Shui nodded. Agreed. Xie Xie smiled. Seconded. Pei Qian was anxious. Li Huai spoke even faster than Pei Qian. He spoke up for justice. Why are the 3 of you so shameless? Ha! Did you learn from Alliance? Even if you learned from him, did you ask for my permission? Don't you know what's my relationship with Alliance? How much did Alliance receive from me, Li Huai, in terms of speaking, writing, and eating? Don't you know? Pei Qian was gratified. He looked at Li Huai with a kind gaze. You've made up for your mistakes. Otherwise, I'll strip you of that prominent position. You won't be able to stand upright when you're with Lu Guan and Ma Lian. Li Huai was puzzled. But the Wulian alliance is Li Baoping. Your position isn't much higher than mine. Why? Pei Qian crossed his arms over his chest and sneered. Li Huai, you're such an idiot. How dare you dream of roaming the Jianghu with me in the future? What's my relationship with Sister Baoping? You're just a branch leader. How can you compare to me? Li Baoping packed up her chess pieces. She was fast at playing chess, but now she was slow. She smiled. Before I came here, I've already given up my position And let Pei Qian be the Wulian alliance. Pei Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Huai from the corner of his eyes. He sneered. Oh, silly. Now you're in trouble. Li Huai didn't treat this as a joke. Roaming the Wulian alliance had always been Li Huai's biggest concern. So he said anxiously, Li Baoping, how can you be so willful? You're not going to give up your position just like that. It's fine if you don't want it, but why did you give up your position to Pei Qian? Who's more experienced? Me, right? We've known each other for so many years. If we were to talk about loyalty and righteousness, it would still be me, right? Back then, during our 2 travels, I had to eat and sleep in the open. Did you have any complaints? Li Baoping nodded and said, not even half a sentence of complaint. They all came one after another and accumulated a whole basket of complaints. Li Huai, who had his little cunning thoughts exposed, could only change his approach, and he said with an aggrieved expression, if the 2 of you continue to work together to bully an honest person like this, then I'll really have to pull Lu Guan and Ma Lian out of the gang and establish my own sect. Pei Qian sneered. Forget it, Lu Guan, that fool, and Ma Lian, that bookworm. Without me, Pei Qian, to devise strategies, how can you make a name for yourselves in the Wulian alliance? Families have their rules, gangs have their rules. I'll say this first. It's easy for you to leave the gang, but it'll be harder for you to join the gang in the future. Who am I? I'm an assassin who successfully assassinated the big white goose. I don't have feelings. I value rules the most. I'm impartial. Pei Qian probably felt that if he continued to argue like this, he would have to eat chestnuts again. Therefore, he immediately stopped talking and stopped. Anyway, he could still beat Li Huai in private. This guy was far worse than Zhou Meili. In fact, Zhou Meili didn't like to be arrogant. Lin Shi got up and sat cross-legged at the end of the corridor. He began to meditate. Xie Xie sat on the other side. They were already used to this and had a tacit understanding. Li Baoping suggested that they go to the alley outside the academy to eat delicious food in the capital. Li Huai and Yu Lu both followed. However, this meal was paid by Pei Qian. Li Baoping smiled and pinched Pei Qian's cheek. Pei Qian couldn't stop smiling. After returning to the academy, Pei Qian slept in Li Baoping's room tonight. The 2 of them chatted secretly. Li Huai had to hurry to find Lu Guan and Ma Lian to discuss important matters. Otherwise, he would lose his status in Jianghu. Chun Pingan and Yu Lu were fishing by the lake. Neither of them spoke. They had a good catch. It was a pity that it wasn't during their travels. Otherwise, the fish soup they cooked would be enough to fill one's stomach. When putting away the fishing rod, Yu Lu asked, "Are you in the golden body state now?" Chun Pingan squatted by the shore. He opened the fish basket and released all the lake fish. He looked up and smiled. "You sound a bit unconvinced?" Yu Lu nodded and smiled. "Let's practice?" Chun Pingan asked, "Aren't you afraid of delaying your studies?" Yu Lu was speechless. He put away the fishing rod and basket and took Chun Pingan to Xie Xie's house. In the corridor, Xie Xie was still holding his breath and sitting in meditation. Lin Shui had already left. Hearing the knocking, Xie Xie was a bit helpless. He got up and opened the door. After hearing the 2's intentions, Xie Xie couldn't help but smile. "Can we watch the battle?" Yu Lu stood in the courtyard and smiled. "As you wish." Chun Pingan didn't say anything. He only asked Yu Lu to wait for a moment. Then he squatted down and rolled up his pants, revealing a pair of old cloth shoes that Pei Qian sewed. The needlework wasn't much, but it was thick and warm. Chun Pingan felt comfortable wearing it. Chun Pingan stood up and rolled up his sleeves. He looked at Yu Lu with a smile. Chun Pingan put one hand behind his back and opened his palm. "Please." Yu Lu suddenly said, "I'm not fighting. I admit defeat." Xie didn't find it strange at all. Yu Lu could do this kind of thing. Moreover, Yu Lu could do it without any awkwardness. Others didn't have you lose temperament or face. Chun Pingon persuaded. Don't. It's just a practice. It's normal to win or lose in a battle of the same realm. Lu smiled. I want to maintain an undefeated record on your side. As for the battle, you can leave it to Luapa Mountain's senior, Xu Lian. Chun Pingon laughed angrily. You're afraid of being knocked down by my fist, right? Lu turned to look at Xie. She smiled. The world is silent. There's no sound. Lu gave her a thumbs up. You're much kinder than some people. After the two guys who didn't fight left the courtyard, Xie lay down in the corridor and closed her eyes. It was good to have some noise and excitement here. Leaving the house, the two walked towards Lu's dormitory. Chun Pingon said, There's no point in practicing martial arts. It won't work, but it won't work either. Lu said, I'll find an excuse to go to Luapa Mountain and stay for a while. Chun Pingon didn't say anything else. There's meeting and there's parting. Chun Pingon took Pei Qian and had a snowball fight with Li Baoping and Li Huai. They worked together to make some snowmen and left the academy. Li Baoping stood at the entrance of the academy and watched the two leave. Chun Pingon retreated and waved goodbye. Li Baoping waved gently. Pei Qian waved her hands vigorously. Li Baoping began to run up the mountain when the two figures disappeared around the corner. The old gatekeeper was a little emotional. He hadn't seen the girl run like this for many years. Now that he saw her again, he missed it very much. Li Baoping came to the peak of the academy and climbed up a tree. She stood on the most familiar branch and was speechless. Chun Pingon went to a jade shop. The shopkeeper was still the same shopkeeper. Chun Pingon bought a farewell gift for Li Baoping here. The shopkeeper gave him a carving knife, but now he didn't recognize Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon chose a jade seal and planned to carve the seal characters himself. Pei Qian wanted to spend money to buy a piece and ask her master to carve the characters so that he could give her a seal in the future. Chun Pingon bought an extra piece so that Pei Qian wouldn't spend money. His first disciple only had such a small purse. As her master, Chun Pingon couldn't bear to see it. After leaving the shop and standing on the street, Chun Pingon turned to look at the peak of Donghua Mountain. There was a big tree there. At this moment, there should be a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket whose small bamboo box no longer fit her. Li Baoping sat on the branch and swung her legs gently. They had just parted, but she began to miss their next reunion. She was not sad, but full of expectations. Her youngest uncle was the calmest. She should be the same. She was only worse than her youngest uncle. Chun Pingon looked away. Pei Qian was chattering at the side, talking about the interesting stories she heard from Sister Baoping and Li Huai. Chun Pingon listened to her with a smile. The two took the dragon boat back to the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Chun Pingon calculated the time and went back and forth between Luapa Mountain and Oxhorn Mountain. After packing up his belongings, he boarded the ferry of Linen Sect and began his journey south. On the ferry, there was Wei Yusong, a nascent soul cultivator, who was in charge of money from Linen Sect, as well as Tang Shi, the god of wealth from Spring Dew Garden. Wei Pai also appeared. Luapa Mountain, Cloud Padding Mountain, Linen Sect, and Spring Dew Garden. The general framework of the four forces had already been set. On this journey south, everyone had to grind the many details of the cross-continent business. After the discussion was almost done, Wei Pai left first. He meant that Chun Pingon could help him with the remaining matters at Cloud Padding Mountain of Wei Pai. Then, on the way, at an immortal ferry that was relatively close to Book Lake, Li Fuyao boarded the cross-continent ferry on behalf of the True State Sect. This was Chun Pingon's second meeting. They discussed the matter of Lotus Root Blessed Land. Besides Li Fuyao, Sun Jiashu and Fan Air of Old Dragon City would also participate. Both sides lent Luapa Mountain a large sum of Guyu money and did not ask for any dividends. In order to hide as much as possible, Sun Jiashu and Fan Er quietly left Old Dragon City. Before the cross-continent ferry entered Old Dragon City, they boarded the ferry at different crossings. When Chun Pingon saw Fan Er, the first thing he did was to give him a piece of porcelain that he had personally made. For this, Chun Pingon made a special trip to the dragon kiln where he had been an apprentice in Longquan County. This was the first time Chun Pingon had returned to the dragon kiln. After the cross-continent ferry landed at the crossings outside Old Dragon City, Chun Pingon did not go to Old Dragon City. The Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry had yet to return from Inverted Hanging Mountain. The Sun family's cross-continent ferry, the mountain sea turtle that the Sun family's ancestor had captured, was about to leave. Therefore, Chun Pingon did not fork out any money and took the ferry for nothing. This trip to the sea was a long one. With each passing day, they were closer to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. "571. The cross-continent ferry of the Sun family in Old Dragon City is the mountain sea turtle. Its back is as big as a mountain, and it has a lot of buildings. Apart from the cargo, it can still accommodate more than 2,400 people. On the other hand, the dragon boat of the Luapa Mountain can't compare to it. The mountain sea turtle and the Osmanthus Island of the Fan family are similar in that they usually cross the sea. However, the Osmanthus Island has the advantage of the ancestral Osmanthus tree. Once the mountain and river array is activated, it can resist many natural disasters on the sea. No matter how big the waves are on the sea, the Osmanthus Island will always be as stable as a rock. The mountain sea turtle doesn't have the unique advantage of the Osmanthus Island. However, the mountain protection array that is far inferior to the Osmanthus Island is enough to let the ferry sink in the water and avoid waves. Also, the mountain sea turtle has its own special ability, making the ridge town like an underwater city. The passengers on the ferry are safe and sound. This is probably the best example of a cultivator who uses immortal spells to conquer the sky. All the cross-continent ferry routes in the world are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Apart from the ferry itself, every route that is painstakingly opened up by the cultivators of various factions is also worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Osmanthus Island can be traversed. For example, the Flood Dragon Ditch, where the Fan family's boat must spread rice to respect the mountain. However, the mountain sea turtle can't cross it safely, not even from a distance. Many weary dragons and thin flood dragons who follow the nature of flood dragons go to the South Saw Island to stir up trouble once they see the mountain sea turtle. However, by the same logic, the mountain sea turtle can pass through many dangerous places, or the Big Demon's Water area that can only be crossed after thousands of years of incense. Osmanthus Island will be blocked. In the long years of the several major families in Old Dragon City who have cross-continent ferry routes, many cultivators have died in the process of opening and stabilizing the routes. The mountain sea turtle sinks slowly because of the terrifying wind and waves on the sea. If it weren't for the circles of array ripples on the back of the big turtle, it would be no different from sailing on the sea. The buildings, flowers, and trees on the back of the big turtle are not affected by the sea at all. Chun Pingon was now an honored guest of the Sun family, who had put aside their previous enmity, and they were also allies who had begun a long-term business relationship. Sun Jiashu naturally arranged for Chun Pingon to stay in a high-class immortal mansion. It wasn't large, but it was brimming with spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, the Sun family would rather leave this mansion empty than hand it over to a great cultivator to rest in. There were many reasons for this. It was because this small mansion, named Book Spirit, was the closest to the turtle core that the mountain sea turtle had been refining for nearly 10,000 years. Therefore, it was naturally rich in water. and the spiritual energy was the purest. When cultivators absorbed it, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, once a great cultivator who had a death grudge against the Sun family harbored ill intentions, they would inevitably cause great harm to the mountain sea turtle. Once they lost this cross-continent ferry, the Sun family's status in Old Dragon City would quickly plummet. After Chun Pingon boarded the ship, he still spent 12 hours a day cultivating and refining his chi. The spiritual energy accumulated in the underwater residence, the mountain shrine and the wooden house had almost been carefully sorted out and refined. The main problem was that the refinement of the 36 green bricks in the Taoist temple contained traces of water fate, especially the little bit of Tao meaning. The progress was slow. Fortunately, Chun Pingon had a breakthrough in his cultivation and martial arts at the Lion Peak at the same time. After advancing to the fourth realm of Chi Refinement Warrior, the time required to completely refine the 36 green bricks was 30% faster than expected. Chun Pingon sits on the futon. There is a chessboard in front of him, together with the chess pieces and the chess pot. They are all carried by Chun Pingon. They are placed in the slightly empty space near him. This time, Chun Pingon didn't bring too many things with him, except for the green shirt sword immortal and the flying swords number 1 and number 15. He only brought the golden necklace robe. The 100-eyed Tao Tai robe has been given to Zhou Meili. She is a little girl in black. She wears it very well. As for the snowflower robe that he took from the female ghost in the Greasy City, he also gave it to Shiro. Regarding this golden necklace robe, Chun Pingon has a new plan. He can only let Lu Xianying down. He sent a cross-continent letter to the Mellow Scholar Chin. In the end, he received a reply from Old Dragon City. At that time, Fan Air personally brought the letter to the ferry of the Linen Sect. In the letter, Lu Xianying said that he values love more than friendship. However, between the two of them, there is no need to be courteous. Chun Pingon is not loyal, but Lu Xianying is not bad. In the letter, he directly asked Chun Pingon to change to something not too different from the golden necklace robe. Otherwise, this matter will not be over. When they meet, Chun Pingon will have to stand still and let him play a few tricks. At the end of the letter, he asked Chun Pingon to pass on a message to Lu Xianying's sister-in-law, asking her to give birth to a child soon. Chun Pingon can only pretend that he didn't see it. Can he say something like that? Does he want to die? On this trip, Chun Pingon brought the white jade token and the Taoist wooden token. One was from Zheng Dafeng's early years at the Dusty Medicine Shop in Old Dragon City to pay back the debt. The other was from moving the giant caisson, which he earned with his own hard work. For a job like the bag shop, it is naturally done wherever he goes. Last year at the Taoist temple, Chun Pingon suffered greatly because he didn't have enough items. Otherwise, Chun Pingon would have been able to empty the Taoist temple's green bricks and leave behind a single piece. It can be considered that Chun Pingon's bag shop has not reached a higher level. He only brought 30 grain rain coins for the celestial money. This time at the inverted hanging mountain, compared to his first trip to the Lingji shop, our Mount Luo Po's mountain lord can at least take a few more glances at the treasures openly. He won't feel like he will be chased out if he takes an extra look. The items sold by the Lingji shop are indeed of good quality. Unfortunately, the price is really heart-wrenching. After Chun Pingon completed the ancestral hall, he took out all the surplus celestial money that he had diligently accumulated from being a bag shop year after year and handed it to Chun Rushu, who was in charge of the inventory record and operation of the ancestral hall of Luo Po's ancestral hall. He didn't expect that when Chun Pingon was about to leave and wanted to withdraw the money, Chun Rushu stood beside Julien with a guilty expression. Chun Pingon knew at that time that something was wrong. Sure enough, Julien only took out a dry money bag that only contained 10 grain rain coins. This was all the spare money that Luo Mountain had pieced together. In fact, it couldn't even be considered spare money. Luo Mountain now needed money everywhere. It was indeed the mountain lord who had gone on a long journey. Luo Mountain could only bite the bullet and puff themselves up at their own cost to prevent others from looking down on Luo Mountain. Then Zhu Lian considerately said that if the young master's heart was really uncomfortable, Zhu Lian, had a way to convert the 10 grain rain coins into small sum coins. The money bag would be full. When Chun Pingon held onto the money bag, he felt like he had smashed his own foot with a rock. What a good Zhu Lian! He even cheated me. Zhu Lian cheated Zhang Shangzhen, cheated Wei Pai. He cheated everyone. If there was no way to cheat him, he would even dig a hole in the middle of the night. Even in front of others, Zhu Lian had the face to dig a hole. In the past, Chun Pingon did not feel anything, but when Zhu Lian even cheated him, the mountain lord, he knew the bitterness. He never thought that Chen Rishu would sneakily stretch out 2 fingers. Chun Pingon immediately understood and shouted out a price of 50 grain rain coins, saying that the hanging mountain ling, Zhizhai, had many treasures, and that it was cheap and good. As long as he returned to the Aquarius continent at the Oxhorn Mountain crossing bag shop, he could casually resell and earn a few more grain rain coins. In the end, one shouted that he wanted to earn money for Luo Mountain, while the other patted his chest and touched his conscience, crying that he was poor, and haggled with each other before Chun Pingon obtained 30 grain rain coins. At that time at Oxhorn Mountain, after Chun Pingon boarded the hemp sex ferry, Zhu Lian patted Chen Rishu's head and laughed. Warm Tree, you have done a great service. In Luo Mountain, they still like to call the girl in pink as Warm Tree. Chui Cheng was like that. Zhu Lian, Zheng Defeng, and Wei Pai were like that. Chen Rishu was confused. Zhu Lian laughed. Actually, our Luo Mountain still has 20 grain rain coins. If you take them all away, it will not affect Luo Mountain, but in the black and white account books, it is hard to tell. Now that you are in charge of money, you can learn more in the future. Our young master is still very good at being an accountant. Chen Rishu asked, why don't you give it all to master? Zhu Lian said, young master will not have any expenses on the way to Hanging Mountain Crossing Bag Shop, and when he reaches Hanging Mountain Crossing Bag Shop, he will not have any thoughts of being a bag shop. He is just trying to fool us, he is trying to cheat us, and more importantly, he is thinking of going to places like Ling Zhizhai and choosing a good item, as expensive as possible, and then giving it to his beloved girl. Of course, I am not being stingy with the 20 grain rain coins, but young master is still not experienced enough in the matters of love between a man and a woman. If a woman truly likes you, especially a woman that our young master likes, although I have never met her, but I am sure of one thing, as long as you rely on money, she will feel that you are tacky. Chen Rishu became more and more confused. Then, why did Mr. Zhu give me an extra 20 grain rain coins? Zhu Lian laughed. When it comes to love between a man and a woman, does being too experienced mean that it is good? Chen Rishu was in a daze. Zhu Lian's body was stooped, and his hands were behind his back. The cool breeze caressed his face, and he allowed the mountain wind to blow at the hair on his temples. He watched the ferry take off into the distance, and said softly, when a man is young, he always thinks that he will give whatever he has to a woman, and there is nothing bad about that. Different years, different love, each has its own merits, and there is no distinction between better and worse, good and bad. If one has no regrets in life, it is too perfect and nothing goes wrong. Instead, it is not beautiful, and it is difficult for people to always think about it when they are old. Zhu Lian retracted his gaze, turned his head, and extended his pinky finger. Pinky swear, you are not allowed to tell our hill master these words, or else with that narrow-minded hill master, I will not be able to bear the consequences. Chen Rishu hid his hands behind his back, a little angry, and complained, Mr. Zhu, my master is not narrow-minded. You are not allowed to talk about master like that. I will really complain. Zhu Lian laughed. What I mean by narrow-minded is not a derogatory term, but to remember the small matters of the world that no one cares about. How good is that? Chun Rush's face lit up, and then pinky swear with Zhu Lian. On the continent crossing ferry, Chun Pingon faced the chessboard in front of him, not playing, but looking at his own game. Luo Pa Mountain Ancestral Master Hall itself, the chess pieces congealed to form a chessboard, and was Chun Pingon's real property. In the Aquarius continent, there were many veins, and it was an even more dispersed chessboard, and for the time being, Chun Pingon only hoped that he would go with the flow. The relationship in the North Continent was the third territory, and it was relatively clear Chun Pingon would work hard to manage it, such as the Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud City, Sparrow Manor, as well as the potential Water Dragon Sect and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. They were all places that could be done with ease, and at the very least, Chun Pingon could act as a middleman and provide a possibility for the various forces, and then let the various sects and mountains weigh the pros and cons. If everyone felt that it was profitable, then they could sit down and talk about their own business, and there was no need for them to feel that it was damaging their friendship. And if they felt that it was not possible, then it would not affect their future meeting, and they could drink and chat. Before Cui Dongshan left Luo Pa Mountain, he and Chun Pingon sat at the edge of the cliff, chatting and drinking, and suddenly said that he and his teacher were kindred spirits, and they were both weaving nets. And on this point, Cui Dongshan had to admit that the old elementary scholar had a better foresight. In the end, Cui Dongshan began to comfort himself. The old elementary scholar had a good eye for disciples, but unfortunately, his ability to find a teacher was not as good as his. Chun Pingon was curious and asked who the old Mr. Wen Sheng's teacher was. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud, saying that the old Xiaocai did not have a proper teacher to preach the Tao, and only had a mediocre scholar in the marketplace. Since the old elementary scholar did not even have a teacher, how could he compare to him? Chun Pingon gathered the chess pieces one by one and put them back into the white chess jar. Then he took out the black chess pieces from another jar. There were many chess pieces with names and mountains engraved on them, and Chun Pingon placed them on different parts of the chessboard without looking at them. Chun Pingon looked at the crisscrossing chess pieces on the chessboard, and some of them were grouped together. Therefore, there were many names that he had only heard of and recorded. If their names were not engraved on the black characters by Chun Pingon, they were opponents or enemies. For example, the Bsor deity ancestors of Jinyang Mountain, who had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden for hundreds of years, and the many guests of the Su family in Qingfeng City, as well as the Su family's in-laws, the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar country of Dali. Killing with force, killing with reason, and killing with one's heart. These were three completely different approaches. Chun Pingon was no stranger to them because on his travels he had personally experienced all kinds of conflicts, big and small. Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and leaned forward, carefully watching the chessboard. Shake the strong and destroy the strong. Plan slowly. This had always been a saying that Chun Pingon highly respected, and a principle that Chun Pingon had buried deep in his heart. However, the slow and steady layout was to reel in the net quickly, and when he threw out a punch or a sword, there would be no after effects. During this period, he needed to use all kinds of small things to create a general trend that gathered at the right time, place, and people. Back then, Alliance would not have killed Zhu Lu in the corridor of Red Candle Town. As for the left and right sword Tongyi sect, it was even more so. Then, Chun Pingon later visited the ancestral hall of Misty Mountain for the sake of Mr. Fisherman, Zhao Wan, and Zhao Shusha. At that time, he also learned the essence. Lu Yundai and Lu Tingio, the father and son on the mountain, turned against each other and became enemies. In the end, after Chun Pingon returned to Luopa Mountain from the North Continent, he heard a piece of news. Lu Tingio, who was detained on Misty Mountain, secretly colluded with the military generals stationed in Dali. He roped in several guests on the mountain in an attempt to usurp power, and was killed by Lu Yundai in anger. After this battle, the vitality of Misty Mountain was greatly damaged, and it was announced to the outside world that the mountain would be sealed for 100 years. There were many tricks in the world, and even if it seemed like they had stopped, and the sword had clearly returned to its scabbard, the sharp edge of the blade would fall on the hearts of others for a long time. After 10 years or 100 years, the hearts of people would be hurt if they were slightly moved. Chun Pingon put away all the black pieces on the chessboard. He picked up an unengraved, snow-white chess piece and casually placed it. Although it was a terrible chess player, he liked to hear the sound of a chess piece falling on the chessboard. Chun Pingon had nothing to do, so he played a game of chess with himself. They were evenly matched, and he was satisfied. He felt that this was how chess should be played. What was the point of letting someone else have a handicap? If the outcome was obvious, it would be meaningless. Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to put away the chess pieces. He leaned back and fell, thinking back to those years when he first saw the group of foreigners at the town gate. More than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone had their own story. Fu Nanhua was now the next lord of Old Dragon City. After marrying the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family of Yunlin, the situation was set. It was said that Fu Nanhua and Song Jisen, who had been conferred the title of king, had a good relationship with each other. In the past few years, other than the fact that Kai Jinjian was able to break through the realms at a relatively fast pace, he had already built his own residence and rarely went out. Back then, when he was on his way to Qingwan Kingdom, he had met the black-clothed youth in the famous alley of Beehive Ferry, Jiang Yun. He was the first to obtain the great opportunity in the small town's iron lock well. This person was the only direct disciple that Lu Laoqing had accepted outside of Palace Willow Island. Chun Pingon had a good impression of Jiang Yun. After that, at Book Slip Lake, he dared to go to Palace Willow Island to visit Lu Laoqing. Other than having the saint's jade token as a life-saving talisman, part of the reason was that Lu Laoqing would accept Jiang Yun as his disciple. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian, had intercepted the Dragon King basket and the golden carp from Lier. However, Chun Pingon did not have any grudges against him. After the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family and the Song clan signed an extremely high-level mountain alliance, Gao Xian was a hostage and rushed to Dali's Cloud Pagoda Mountain to study at Linlu Academy. Gao Xian did not deliberately conceal his identity. Previously, Chun Pingon had brought Li Baoping and the rest to the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy and had met Gao Xian. After that, Gao Xian studied at the academy. Both parties had some tacit understanding and did not deliberately meet or communicate. Otherwise, if it was too much of a taboo, it would not be a good thing for both parties. The mother and son of the Su family of Qingfeng City had obtained the ancestral Mingzi armor of the Lu Xianying family. The master of the Su family of Qingfeng City was like a tiger that had grown wings. With this, he became one of the top few nascent soul cultivators in the Aquarius continent. Not only did he successfully eliminate his dissidents and firmly hold on to power, he also married the Su family's legitimate daughter to the capital of Dali and formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the Pillar State of Dali. Other than the Su family's deep background, the master of the Su family's cultivation was also a key reason. For so many years, apart from the secret investigations of both parties, the only connection between Chun Pingon and the Su family of Qingfeng City was probably the fox skin beauty talisman. In the beginning, the Su family owned the Cinnabar Mountain, which occupied a large area and had excellent feng shui. Later, Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan's two teams of Dali cavalry were blocked by the border army of the Zhuiying Kingdom and the vassal states, respectively. Coupled with the shadows of the 100 schools of thought behind the scenes, the situation of the continent suddenly became complicated. The Qingfeng City made a move that they regretted deeply. They sold the Cinnabar Mountain at a cheap price and the cultivators migrated away from Dali. If they had not sacrificed their dignity and married their legitimate daughter to the son of the concubine of the Yuan family, the Qingfeng city would have probably had a new master by now. The mountain-moving ape was still the guardian of Xinjiang Mountain, and his responsibility was equivalent to Zhou Mili of Luopa Mountain. The little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade but was very scheming was named Tao Zi. Now, she had also grown into a cultivation genius of Xinjiang Mountain. When she had broken through to the cave-dwelling state, everyone congratulated her. The mountain-moving ape even moved an old mountain of a destroyed small country as a congratulatory gift. It was said that Tao Zi had hit it off with Song Jisun when they were in the small town. After they parted ways, they became closer instead of estranged. Her family's ancestor, one of the old sword immortals in charge of Xinjiang Mountain, must be happy to see this. Her grandfather was a young female cultivator who was the leader of the Tide Cavalry. She was in the worst situation because she had accidentally killed the old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley. Ma Kuxuan had used all his merits, such as killing 2 golden core sword immortals of the Zhuyin Kingdom and borrowing some military merits accumulated by the cultivators of Xinwu Mountain. According to a certain rule set by the imperial tutor, Cui Dong and Dali, the Tide Cavalry fell apart and was absorbed by Dali. The old man who retired was killed by Ma Kuxuan on the way back. The woman was given the humiliating name of Shujian. Perhaps in the eyes of many onlookers, the destruction of the family and the betrayal of the sect while the woman continued to live an ignoble life. What else could it be other than forgetting her ancestors? These people came to the small town of their hometown. Many people from their hometown also left the small town one after another. For example, Li Baoping and the others went to Cliff Academy. A young girl with pigtails, Jia Chuanjia, followed her family to Dali's capital. The 2 shops in Dragon Alley passed to Qinpingan. Dong Shuijing stayed in Longquan County and started his own business, which grew bigger and bigger. Li Shixing from Falu Street went to the North Continent. Zhu He and Zhu Lu went to Dali's capital after they parted ways in Red Candle Town. There was no news of them after that. Lu Xianyang's ancestor was the tomb keeper of that branch of the Chen family. The mellow Chen family was nostalgic and let the woman, Chen Wei, take Lu Xianyang to the South Whirlpool continent. They agreed that Lu Xianyang would return to Wanting after 20 years. This was what Chen Pingan admired the most about Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang learned everything quickly. When he was an apprentice in the Dragon Kiln, Lu Xianyang was accepted as a disciple by Old Man Yao, who taught him all his skills. Later on, the 2 of them worked as odd job helpers in the blacksmith shop that Wanting built beside the Dragon Whisker River. Wanting was unwilling to accept Chen Pingan as a disciple, but he favored Lu Xianyang. Chen Pingan did not have a knot in his heart about this. He was just happy for Lu Xianyang. In Chen Pingan's mind, Lu Xianyang should live a better life. Song Jisun and Gukan from Mud Bottle Alley, Ma Kuxuan from Apricot Blossom Alley, Xiao Yao from Falu Street, and many people of the same age that Chen Pingan had not interacted with among the 4 major clans and 10 major families should have also left Liju Grotto Heaven in the past and walked towards a wider world. Each of them had their own joys and sorrows and fought for the great way, regardless of friend or foe. Each of them had walked out of Liju Grotto Heaven. Deep in Chen Pingan's heart, there was also a private thought that he had never spoken of. Not only the Aquarius continent, but the entire vast world in the future should have to remember the words Liju Grotto Heaven because of these juniors on the path of cultivation. Chen Pingan sat up, and 4 flying swords flew out from different acupuncture points. They were E and 15, which were refined into Qi cultivators but were not real sword cultivators. The other 2 were imitations of Hateful Sword Mountain. One was given to him by Xianfeng Yuan Linghao named Songzhen. The other was entrusted to Qi Jinglong named Zhui Lei. Chun Pingon controlled the 4 flying swords with his mind, and the room was filled with sword light. Chun Pingon stretched out 2 fingers and pressed lightly on the chessboard. Many intertwined black and white chess pieces instantly jumped up. At the same time, he controlled the 4 flying swords and gently knocked on the chess pieces that were about to fall off the chessboard, lifting them up one by one. There were waves of clinking sounds in the room, crisp and clear like the sounds of nature. On the path of cultivation, the scenery was pleasant. However, the most moving scenery was still Lady Ning. It was a pity that he only dared to think so, and did not dare to say so. The cross-continent ferry of the Sun family had 2 stewards, one in the light and one in the dark. The one in the dark was a consecrated cultivator, who secretly came out from the ancestral home of the Sun family. He was no stranger to Chun Pingon. However, Chun Pingon did not leave the small house, and this consecrated cultivator did not want to disturb his cultivation, so he did not show up. Otherwise, he would be really curious. How could a young man, who was only a martial artist of the 3 realms, be able to break through so quickly on the path of martial arts? It could not be like the Jianghu imagined by those destitute scholars in the marketplace. Did he eat some elixir that could increase one's inner strength by 100 years? Or was he instilled with a lifetime of skills by a hidden expert? It was not until the mountain turtle approached the inverted mountain that this consecrated cultivator saw Chun Pingon walk out of the house. He stood on the observation platform at the highest point of the mountain turtle's back and looked up at the world's largest mountain seal. However, the 2 consecrated cultivators in the light and in the dark on the ferry were busy at this moment, so they dismissed the idea of showing up to talk to him. As the fighting at the Great Wall of Sword Chi became more and more intense, the ferry business of the 9 continents that came to the inverted mountain to do cross-continent business grew bigger and bigger, but the profits did not increase by much. As long as one paid attention, one would realize that the cross-continent ferries between the South Saw continent and the Fuyao continent no longer carried passengers. They deliberately suppressed the number of passengers on the ferry. Even if the profits were less and they had to increase the consumption of the ferry, they still had to go back and forth frequently to transport more goods to the Great Wall of Sword Chi through the inverted mountain. It was obvious that the Confucian academies in charge of the 2 continents had begun to secretly interfere with this matter. Only the Tongye continent was still the same as before. This was related to the fact that there were not many cross-continent ferries in the Tongye continent. Among the 9 continents, the Tongye continent was a vast territory that did not like to interact with the outside world the most. The ratio of the cultivators who traveled to the Tongye continent and the native cultivators of the Tongye continent who traveled to other continents was not proportionate. Therefore, the cultivators of the Tongye continent gave people the impression that they did not move. The reason was simple. Firstly, the Tongye continent in the southeast had a large territory and abundant resources. There was no problem for it to be self-sufficient. Secondly, the Tongye sect and the Yugwe sect were in charge of the 2 continents in the north and south, respectively. Moreover, the number of immortal mountains was relatively small and large. For thousands of years, the continent had been very stable. However, the huge disaster that happened a few years ago not only caught the cultivators of the Tongye continent by surprise, but it also made the world a laughingstock. Fortunately, peace had been restored, and the various immortal sects were recuperating. Chun Pingon stood by the railing of the observation deck. The cultivators around him were mostly from the Aquarius continent. There were also cultivators from other continents who were visiting the Aquarius continent. This was not a common sight in the past. Following the changes in the Aquarius continent, the Dali dynasty became one of the top 10 dynasties in the world. There were more and more cultivators from other continents who went to the Aquarius continent out of curiosity. Before this, the Aquarius continent was just a small place in a corner. People were not interested at all. If they wanted to go, they would go to the North Continent where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Otherwise, they would go directly to the Tonya continent. From the north to the south, there was the capital of Dali, the Shungwe sect, the Lakeview Academy, and the Old Dragon City. Usually, this was the tour route for cultivators from other continents. However, there were many places that they would not travel by boat. In the future, there might be another sect of the Yugue sect in the Tonya continent and Jiangshangzhen's Shujian Lake Reel sect. After all, Jiangshangzhen's reputation was not small. It was rare to see a cultivator who could stir up trouble in the North Continent. To the world, the North Continent was an extremely dangerous and unfriendly place. The murderous aura was too strong. There were too many people who would not have died in other continents. After Chen Pingon walked through the North Continent, he felt that this was a place with more Jianghu than immortal qi. He could go there often in the future. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, was now at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword immortal of the Floating Duckweed, Sword Lake, Xiekai, should also be rushing to the inverted hanging mountain after asking the Taihui sword sect. It was a pity that Chao Ci was no longer on the city wall. He did not know if the little cottage that Chao Ci had left there and the cottage of the sword immortal Qin Qingdu were still there after the two battles. There were many cultivators from other continents near the viewing platform. Most of them were conversing in the language of the central divine continent. In their words, there was no respect for the mountains of the Aquarius continent. When they mentioned the Dali Iron Cavalry, there were no words of praise. They only said that it was okay. It was considered good in the Aquarius continent. However, if it was in the central divine continent, it would not be so smooth. It was not that these outsiders were arrogant. Cui Dongshan himself had said that the Aquarius continent lacked ascendant realm cultivators. This was a huge worry. After a few decades, when the situation was at hand, there was only one old bastard who had secretly ascended to the ascendant realm. It was not enough. What to do? Borrow? Fortunately, he did not have to beg. Otherwise, Cui Dongshan, would vomit blood and die. Chun Pingon pretended that he did not hear the heavenly secret that Cui Dongshan revealed. The imperial tutor Cui Dong had first created the Baek Okekyung building and then let the Dali Iron Cavalry take over a continent. Since he dared to do this, he naturally would not wait for death. He was just sending the entire Aquarius continent to its death. Chun Pingon collected his thoughts and looked around. Most of them were here to admire the magnificent scene of the inverted mountain peak. Outside the inverted mountain, there were rivers that looked like clouds and water, hanging in all directions between the mountain peak and the sea. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. On it, other than the main peak that was overseen by a great heavenly lord, there were 8 other scenic spots. Chun Pingon had visited all of them. When climbing the inverted mountain for the first time, one had to pass by the arresting pavilion. It was a plaque written by the invincible Taoist second brother of the Qing Ming world. At that time, Chun Pingon and Lu Yuzhou of the Baijin continent parted here. Lu Yuzhou went to the famous Yuan Ruo Mansion. There was also the venerating sword pavilion, where Lu Chuan wanted to offer incense to the elder ancestor, but was kicked out by the Taoist boy who was guarding the door. There was also the Thunder Lake Terrace, where the female martial god, Pei Bei, refined her sword. There was also the Lingji Zhai, where Chun Pingon accidentally bought the ancestral dew armor. There was also the Dharma Glabella Hall, which was also known as the Hall of Missing One. There was also the Elk Cliff with the beautiful scenery. The Crown Princess Lu Boqi, who was married to Lu Qingshan of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom, was born in the Saber Master's room in the inverted hanging mountain. There was once a sky-high reward for Song Chongjing and Su Ruo on the wall. The ferry followed a river and docked at the inverted mountain. Chun Pingon thanked the manager of the Sun family's ferry and then climbed the inverted mountain alone. Chun Pingon did not choose the Lingji Zhai that sold things and opened an inn. Instead, he chose the stork inn at the end of the alley. The manager was stunned for a long time. Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. The manager clicked his tongue and said, "Didn't Jean Sue from the Osmanthus Island come with you this time? Now that the people of the Aquarius continent have become stronger, what do you think? Child Chun, please take care of our business and choose a superior room." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "Let's go to the same room as last time." The man was helpless. He took out a key from the drawer and gently threw it to the young man in green with a sword on his back. "Chun Pingon, you really have to change your stingy habit. If you are not generous when you are outside, how can you achieve great things?" Chun Pingon was not in a hurry to go to the room. He leaned against the counter and looked at the familiar alley outside. He smiled and said, "I am a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. How much money can I have?" The man counted with his fingers and joked, "It's been almost 10 years, right? You haven't earned any money, and your cultivation hasn't improved by much. Young Master Chun, what have you been doing since you left Inverted Hanging Mountain?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Wandering around." The man whose ancestors had been guarding this inn for generations shook his head and said, "No wonder you have to patronize my small place after returning to the inverted mountain. You made me happy for nothing." Chun Pingon took out 2 pots of wine and handed one to the manager. "Hometown wine." The manager opened it and smelled it. He scolded jokingly, "Ordinary glutinous rice wine. Chun Pingon, you are really shameless to take it out." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Drinking those immortal wines in the inverted mountain is not something to be proud of. Only by drinking this can I show my character." The manager felt that it made sense. The 2 of them drank slowly. Chun Pingon asked about the recent situation in the inverted mountain. The manager said that it was the same. The only difference was that behind the lone peak of the inverted mountain, the great Lord of Heaven had joined forces with 2 sword immortals to open up a new gate to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Those who did business would all go there. There was no choice. In less than 10 years, there had been 2 extremely tragic battles. Just relying on the original mirror gate to transport goods inside was not enough. However, now that the management was strict, the travel was cut off. Therefore, it was difficult for those who were not involved to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to see the scenery. Without any connections, they could forget about it. It was no longer a matter of money, because previously the city behind the Great Wall of Sword Qi had a huge mess because of the mixing of good and bad people. As for the details, the inverted hanging mountain had banned the news. Anyway, it was not a small matter. Otherwise, inverted hanging mountain would not be so strict back then. There was even a never-before-seen night curfew. With the cultivators from the Saber Division as the lead, they inspected the waste tokens of all the cultivators in inverted hanging mountain within a day. The 4 private residences, including the Yuan Ruhr residence, were no exception. In the end, there was another brainless conflict. Chun Pingon asked when the 3rd battle would start. The manager smiled and said that this kind of thing, not to mention the heavens, even the heavens did not know. In the end, the manager drank his wine and lamented, "Inverted hanging mountain is not peaceful." The 2 previous battles had been very strange and had been just as bitter as the previous ones. However, they had been rushed and had resulted in massive casualties on both sides. That was especially true of the demon folk of the wildlands, who had paid an even greater price than they had in the past. In the past, the battles between the 2 sides had been sporadic and had lasted for 20 or 30 years. These 2 battles happened in a short span of 10 years. The Sword Celestial, one of the leading figures of the sword cultivators in the North Continent, died in the 2nd battle. Chun Pingon said, "It has not been peaceful for 10,000 years, even though we are so close to each other." The manager smiled and said, "That's true." The two of them gently clinked their wine pots and drank the rest of the wine. Chun Pingon went to the room. The furnishings were the same. The scenery was the same. It was clean and refreshing. There was nothing to put. Chun Pingon sat quietly for a while before leaving the inn and the alley. He went to the lonely peak that was like the center of inverted hanging mountain. There was only one gatekeeper left. It was the young Taoist priest who looked like a child but was very senior. He was still reading there. As there was almost no one coming in or out of this place, there were more and more children playing around in inverted hanging mountain. It was still the same scene as before. Once a child got close to the Taoist priest, he would suddenly fly away on a cloud. Some naughty children deliberately did this and did not get tired of it. After landing on the ground, they would continue to fly in that direction. The Taoist priest did not mind. Chun Pingon circled around the lone peak and headed to the back of the mountain. According to the innkeeper of the Stork Inn, the sword-hugging man who had imparted the incantation to Chun Pingon was still a criminal. However, he had moved to another location and was now in charge of the entrance. After Chun Pingon left, the little Taoist priest, who was dipping his saliva and flipping through the book, raised his head and looked at the back of the young man in green. There was a strange expression on his young face. Chun Pingon saw the man who was sleeping soundly on the stone pillar beside the door. It was different from the mirror at the front of the lonely peak. There was only one Taoist priest left to guard the entrance and exit of inverted hanging mountain, and the great wall of sword chi. The man who carried the sword and dozed off was still guarding the back. He was in charge of watching everyone who returned from the great wall of sword chi. The person in charge in front was an old Taoist priest of inverted hanging mountain. The streets were bustling with people and carriages. They were all groups that crossed the border and went to the great wall of sword chi. The gatekeeper was not the familiar old Taoist who used the dragon's whiskers to make the unique demon-binding rope in the world. Chun Pingon did not make a sound. He stood quietly beside the stone pillar with his hands in his sleeves. It was much quieter here. There was almost no one there. After about half an hour, the man opened his eyes and smiled. "Kid, I think you don't like little Ming. You've been gone for so many years. Now that you're here, you don't seem anxious at all." Chun Pingon felt relieved. He clasped his fists. "Greetings, senior. You're still as elegant as ever." The man waved his hand. "I have two pieces of news. One is good news, and the other is bad. Which one do you want to hear?" Chun Pingon said, "The bad news first." The man curled his lips. "That's boring. I'll tell you the good news first." Chun Pingon smiled. "Senior, you have the final say." The man sat cross-legged on a stone pillar that was taller than a person. He looked at the young man and said, "The good news is that the little girl Ning was lucky enough to survive 2 great battles. Her cultivation isn't low now. I heard that she's become increasingly beautiful. It's not strange that you like little Ning. It's strange that little Ning likes you." Chun Pingon waited for the man to continue. The man gloated. "The bad news is that the rules are very strict now. Many people who don't follow the rules have died. If you don't have some connections, you can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Don't expect me to make an exception and send messages for you. It won't work. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat my last bowl of rice. That's why you can't get in, and the people inside can't help you with the operation. You can just stand here and stare. That's good. You can chat with me, and I'll let you carry the wine and make a few dishes to go with it. The two of us can spar and bask in the sun every day. This simple life will really be like the days of the gods." Chun Pingon thought for a moment and said, "Now, who can speak on this matter in the inverted hanging mountain?" The man stretched out his finger and pointed behind him. "The great heavenly lord of the inverted hanging mountain is really invincible. Of course, his words are useful. Chun Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This great heavenly lord of Taoism once fought with his left and right on the sea. It was already very kind of him not to make things difficult for Meng Qi. The man continued, that baby-faced old neighbor is also good, but this guy has a weird temper. He's not someone who can be reasoned with. Then there's that guy who has a golden demon binding rope. Then you can only find the right path and the right money. For example, if someone from the Yuan Ruo residence is willing to pay for you, it's not something that can be solved with money. You'll also have to break the rules and bear the risk. Plus, you'll be remembered by the inverted hanging mountain. Chun Pingon kept silent. The man smiled and said, I advise you not to think about it. Those who are qualified to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi will definitely not do anything even if they accept your money. They'll only make your money go down the drain. The Osmanthus Island of Old Dragon City doesn't have enough influence. No one is qualified to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Moreover, the Osmanthus Island can't bear the consequences. Not to mention that many people will die. Even the entire Osmanthus Island will be sunk by the inverted hanging mountain. Chun Pingon smiled and said, since I'm at the inverted hanging mountain, there's no reason why I can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The man smiled and said, wow, you're indeed a level 4 Chi refinement warrior. You talk big. Chun Pingon smiled and said, I'm also a level 7 martial artist. Senior, just take it that I'm a level 7 martial artist. The 4 levels can be counted as 11 levels. The man clicked his tongue and said, let's not talk about other things. Just talking about your skin compared to that shabby young man back then. You've really become much thicker. Why? Have you cheated a lot of girls in your travels over the years? Chun Pingon's face darkened. Senior, you really can't say things like that. The man smiled and said, you know very well whether there's such a thing or not. Chun Pingon twisted his wrist and took out a pot of immortal wine. The sword-hugging man was about to make up for it, or simply snatch it, but he did not expect that the cunning young man had already put away the wine pot at lightning speed with a smile on his face. The man rubbed his chin. Chun Pingon, this is very hurtful. Chun Pingon smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble Senior to give me a straightforward answer. The man looked around and said softly, you walk around first. I'll think about it and see if there's a way. Chun Pingon nodded and understood tacitly. He turned and left. The man was anxious. He shouted, you brat, you want the horse to run, but you don't want to give it grass to eat? At least throw me a pot of wine to satisfy my cravings. Chun Pingon turned his back to the man and waved goodbye. Chun Pingon went to Lingji's shop. Without saying a word, he directly bought a plain white jade token that he had taken a fancy to in the past. There were no inscriptions on it. It was only because the material of the jade token itself was too rare that it was marked with a sky-high price. Chun Pingon saw that it was still not bought by anyone, and his smile brightened. Lingji's shop did not bargain. Chun Pingon took out 20 grains and carefully put it away. After leaving Lingji's shop, he looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky, and his mood of not being able to go to the Great Wall of Sword Energy for the time being improved. Chun Pingon then went to Jingjian Pavilion. Like a foreigner visiting this place for the first time, his footsteps were slow. He looked around one by one and finally stopped at the 2 hanging portraits for a long time. Then he looked as usual and silently walked away. When he returned to the Stork Tavern, Chun Pingon took out the Lingji Temple Jade token and then took out an ordinary jade token that he had used to practice. Following the engraving on the latter, he took a deep breath and began to concentrate. Using the 15th flying sword as a carving knife, he gently engraved words on the plain white jade token that was worth 20 grains of rain money. In the dead of night, Chun Pingon blew on the jade token that was engraved with the words. Then he gently wiped it with his palm and slowly put it in his sleeve. Chun Pingon left the inn and went to find the man holding the sword. The sword immortal stood beside the stone pillar, holding his sword. He asked with a smile, "I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Chun Pingon did not say anything unnecessary. He threw out the 8 bottles of osmanthus wine that he had already prepared. They landed on the stone pillar one by one and were arranged neatly. They were all given to him by Fan Air when he boarded the ship. The man looked a little embarrassed. "The good news is that I plan to send you to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The bad news is a little hard to say. I am a thin-skinned person." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "As long as it doesn't delay my journey to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Senior, just say the word." The man nodded and instantly came to Chun Pingon's side. He grabbed the latter's shoulder and threw him towards the door. Then he laughed and said, "The bad news is that you gave me so much good wine for free. Are you stupid? We are already at the inverted hanging mountain. Are you really going to be blocked by those messy rules? I was just teasing you. If you didn't come here, I would have gone to the inn and begged you to scram." Chun Pingon's body floated and faced the man outside the door. His lips moved slightly, and then his body entered the mirror and disappeared in a flash. The man reached out and grabbed a bottle of wine. He took a big gulp and smiled. "Your father is still your father." Beside a door of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, an old woman from the Saber Division opened her eyes and smiled. "You are not a sword cultivator, but you carry such a good sword. Are you the son of one of the few powerful families in the Central Plains? Your realm is not high. As expected of a young man from a big family, your foundation is not bad. Ordinary earth, immortal cultivators in the vast world are not as stable as you. Have you been here before?" Chun Pingon did not answer any of the questions. Instead, he asked, "Senior, are you Lu Boki's teacher?" The woman nodded. "You know, my crazy disciple who ran off to get married?" Then the old woman suddenly realized, "You are that guy called Chun Pingon from the Aquarius continent." Chun Pingon was confused. "Senior knows me?" She smiled playfully. "That's unnecessary." The sword immortal on the other side of the door snorted. "You are not even a sword cultivator. At such an old age, you are still a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. I think Lu Boki's insanity is far inferior to Ning Lass's." Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear to him and kept a smile on his face. For other matters, Chun Pingon would definitely be sincere and respect these seniors with their stories. But for a certain matter, who the **CK do you think you are? Inside the city, on a large street, Chun Pingon came to the door of a large house and knocked lightly. He purposely did not look at the row of heads on the wall. They were all acquaintances, but they did not speak much in the past. The door slowly opened. She asked, "Who are you?" Chun Pingon hugged her and said softly, "Vast World's Chun Pingon has come to see Ning Yao." "572. Chun Pingon gently let go. He took a step back and carefully looked at her. She was still dressed in dark green robes. She was a bit taller, but not by much. She was no longer as tall as him. Her face was slightly red. All the mountains and rivers in the world added together couldn't compare to her beautiful eyes. Chun Pingon could even see himself in her eyes. She arched an eyebrow. "Chun Pingon, you've grown up?" Chun Pingon didn't answer her question. He softly said, "I haven't dared to think about you in these past years." Ning Yao was about to speak. Behind her, someone whistled. It was a fat man squatting on the ground. Several heads were hidden behind the fat man, like a peacock spreading its tail. All of them stared at the entrance with wide eyes. Ning Yao was about to move, but Chen Pingon grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Since I'm here, I won't leave even if you chase me away. A woman said in a low voice. Big Sister Ning's ears are red. Ning Yao suddenly pulled Chen Pingon in front of her. Her elbow smashed into his chest, and she broke free from Chen Pingon's grasp. She turned and walked towards the screen wall, leaving behind a single sentence. I didn't agree. Chen Pingon grimaced. This was really heavy. He rubbed his chest and quickly followed. There was no need for him to close the door. An old servant with turbid eyes smiled and nodded in greeting. Then he quietly closed the door behind him. The people at the corner of the screen wall had already stood up. Chen Pingon and Ning Yao walked side by side. They smiled and greeted those people. Yenzhua, Dong Zhuofu, Stack Shang, Chen Sanqiu. How do you do? The fat man was called Yenzhua. He was a direct descendant of the Yan family. The Yan family status in the Great Wall of Sword Energy was equivalent to Immortal Dynasty's Ministry of Revenue. Apart from the private channels of those large families, the Yan family was in charge of nearly half of the transportation of resources. Simply put, the Yan family was rich, very rich. Dong Zhuofu. This surname was enough to explain everything. He was a dark-skinned young man. His face was covered in scars, and he had a wooden expression. He didn't like to speak and only liked to drink. Her sword, however, was a very rouged and powdery woman. He had an older sister. Her name was Dong Bude, but she was a rare sword embryo in the Great Wall of Sword Energy. She looked weak, but when she fought, she was a madman. It was said that there was a time when she was in a frenzy of bloodlust. It was a slender, one-armed woman with a huge sword on her back. She was born in a shabby alley in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She didn't have a surname and was just called Daizhong. When she was young, A Liang met her and often asked her to help him buy wine. After a while, they became familiar with each other and gradually became friends with Ning Yao and the others. The sword in the scabbard was called Sutra. The fat man in the lead pinched his throat and imitated Ning Yao. Who are you? Ning Yao stopped and glanced at the fat man. She didn't say anything. Chen Pingon asked Ning Yao softly, a golden core sword cultivator? Ning Yao didn't say anything. Chen Sanqiu smiled and said, Anyway, Fatty Yen is not a level 4 Qi refinement warrior, nor is he a pure martial artist. Chen Pingon smiled. It's okay if you look down on me, but you can't look down on Ning Yao's taste. Fatty Yan's but bumped Dong heightened behind him. Did you hear that? You were already a level 4 martial arts grandmaster back then. You don't seem happy. Ning Yao frowned and said, Are you done yet? Fatty Yen raised his hands and glanced at the sleeves of the young man in green. He said, Chen Sanqiu urged me to stand out. I don't have anything against Chen Pingon. How many pure martial artists can fight with Chao Ci 3 times in a row at such a young age? I can't even admire him enough. However, I really have to say something fair. Apart from pure martial artists, the cultivators of the Talisman School are the most despised heretical path in our world. Chen Pingon, next time when you go out, don't bring so many talisman cards with you. No one here buys these things. There's no choice. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is a poor and remote place. We haven't seen the world. Ning Yao looked a little angry. Fatty Yen immediately shrunk his neck, which was already almost invisible. They didn't have a good impression of Chen Pingon. They didn't think he would bully others, but Ning Yao was too special in their hearts. There was also a natural barrier between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the vast world. Yenzhua, Chen Sanqiu, and the others all knew that Chen Pingon didn't do anything wrong. But everyone of the same age at the Great Wall of Sword Qi as well as some elders close to the Ning and Yao surnames, didn't think Ning Yao would have a future with a foreigner. Besides, the biggest story left behind by the youth who practiced martial arts on the city wall was losing to Chao Ci 3 times in a row. Moreover, the cultivators of the righteous realm had a much more stable life compared to the cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao's growth was extremely fast. There had only ever been one type of marriage in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and that was between a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels were similar, and their killing power was equivalent. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "If there's a chance, let's learn from each other." Yen Zhua glanced at Ning Yao and shook his head like a rattle drum. "I wouldn't dare." Ning Yao said softly, "You're only at Realm 6. Don't mind them. These guys have nothing better to do." Chun Pingon held back his laughter. "It's a bit difficult to pretend to be a far-wandering cultivator. What's so difficult about pretending to be a Realm 6 martial artist?" In the end, Ning Yao elbowed him in the waist again. She said angrily, "Is it fun to lie to me?" This time, she was really angry. Yen Zhua and the others kept quiet out of fear. Chun Pingon grabbed her hand and said softly, "I'm used to suppressing my realms and traveling. If we were in the vast world of Sword Qi, I would be a Realm 5 martial artist. Normal far, wandering cultivators wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Our 10-year promise was that I would only come to see you when I reached the Golden Body realm. Do you think I can't do it? I'm very angry." Ning Yao looked at him. "You're angry at Chun Pingon? Then what's with the smile on your face? You think you're in the right when you're the one in the wrong." Ning Yao stared blankly at the strange yet familiar Chun Pingon in front of her. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 10 years. He wore a jade hairpin, wore a green robe, and carried a sword on his back. She had to raise her head slightly to look at him. How could she not be aware of the local conditions and customs of the vast world of Sword Qi? Back then, she had traveled through most of the 9 provinces by herself. Didn't she know that a slightly better-looking man who walked a few more steps on the path of Jianghu would always meet such a soulmate? Especially such a young golden body realm martial artist. It was rare to see one in the vast world of Sword Qi. With Chun Pingon's stubborn temper, he might just be the favorite of some shameless women. Although Chun Pingon didn't know what Ning Yao was thinking, his intuition told him that if he didn't do something or say something, he might not be able to keep his life. But when Chun Pingon carefully looked into her eyes, he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and touched her forehead, softly calling, "Ning Yao, Ning Yao." There was nothing else in the world. There was only Lady Ning. Ning Yao turned her head and slapped Chun Pingon's head away. She glared at him and said, "Chun Pingon, are you possessed by a ghost?" Chun Pingon was also somewhat embarrassed. Yen Zhua turned his head and said with a sullen face, "This old man admits defeat. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." Chun Sancho rolled his eyes and muttered, "I have an ominous feeling. It feels like that dog of an alliance is back." Dong Zhuofu opened his mouth and said, "If you like him, then you like him. Cultivation realm doesn't mean anything." Dai Zhang nodded. "I also think he's not bad. He's a good match for Big Sister Ning. But what will they do when they go out in the future? There's no war to fight now. Many people are bored and can easily cause trouble. Could it be that Big Sister Ning will take him to hide in the residence or secretly wait at the city walls? That won't do." Chun Pingon suddenly said to them, "Thank you for always staying by Ning Yao's side." Chun Pingon clasped his fists. His eyes were clear and his smile was as bright as the sun. "I should have said this when we were at the city walls. I owe you nearly 10 years. Dai Zhang smiled and didn't say anything. Chun Sancho said, "It's a pity that Ning Yao didn't like me since we were young. Otherwise, you would be crying outside the door this time." Yen Zhua raised his hands and patted his cheeks gently. He said with a smile, At least you have some conscience. Dong Zhuafu asked, can we drink? Ning Yao said, drink what? Dong Zhuafu said, if he doesn't drink, I'll drink. Ning Yao took Chen Pingan to a square and saw the stone cliff of the beheading dragon platform that was as big as a house. There was a flight of stairs carved by the sword immortal. Everyone climbed up one by one. There was a small, crude pavilion at the top. Ning Yao glanced at the one-armed girl who carried the great sword Jinyu on her back. Dai Zhang blinked. As soon as he sat down, he got up and said he had something to do. Chun Sancho and Yen Zhua also found excuses. Only Dong Zhuafu was still sitting there stupidly, saying he was fine. In the end, Chun Sancho grabbed his neck and dragged him away. Only the two of them were left sitting opposite each other. Chun Pingan clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees. Without Yen Zhua and the others, Ning Yao felt a little more at ease. Ning Yao asked, have there been any girls who liked you over the years? Chun Pingan nodded and said, yes, but they were never tempted. It was so in the past and in the future. Ning Yao asked again, how many? Chun Pingan was dumbfounded. Ning Yao continued, which ones? Chun Pingan was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Ning Yao said, I don't care. Chun Pingan was speechless. Ning Yao turned to look at the bottom of the beheading dragon platform. Grandma Bai, is this guy really a martial artist of the golden body state? In Ning Yao's sight, in addition to the old servant who closed the door, there was also a tall old woman. The two old people stood side by side. The old woman nodded with a smile. Child Chen is indeed a martial artist of the seventh realm, and his foundation is excellent beyond imagination. Chun Pingan said softly, I didn't lie to you, did I? Ning Yao ignored Chun Pingan and said to the two elders, Grandma, by Grandpa Nalen, you can go about your business. The old woman hesitated for a moment with a smile in her eyes, as if she was asking something. Ning Yao shook her head slightly. The old woman nodded with a smile and left with the old man who was staggering. Chun Pingan asked, Grandma Bai is a grandmaster of the Peak State. Ning Yao nodded. She used to be in the Peak State, but later she fell because of me. Chun Pingan suddenly asked, is there anyone here who is about the same age as you and has already become a nascent soul realm sword cultivator? Ning Yao sneered. I'm not a nascent soul realm sword cultivator for the time being. Who can? Chun Pingan nodded. This answer was very suitable for Miss Ning. Ning Yao frowned and asked, why are you asking this? Chun Pingan smiled and said, nothing. Ning Yao reminded him, the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are not comparable to those of the vast world. Chun Pingan nodded and said, I know. You used to say that the North Continent was worth a visit. Before I came here, I had just been there and experienced the abilities of the sword cultivators there. Ning Yao nodded, and her brows relaxed slightly. In the eyes of a certain someone, perhaps it was the view of the moon above the willow tree. Chun Pingan twisted his wrist and took out a thick book that he had bound himself. He was about to get up and sit beside Ning Yao. Ning Yao said, sit over there. Chun Pingan scratched his head and gently tossed the book to her. Back then, when I carried Boss Sword Immortal's sword to the Tongye continent, the old senior reminded me that it was best to bear with it, and not to send a letter to the Great Wall of Sword Qi casually. It would distract you, and I was worried that I would accidentally implicate you because of me. That's why whenever I have time, I will write down what I have seen and heard over the years. You can flip through it. I have written down everything big and small. Some of the records are more detailed, while some of the records are only general. Ning Yao took the book and began to read it. It was a travel book written by Chun Pingan himself. Chun Pingan sat for a while. Seeing that Ning Yao was engrossed in the book, he simply lay down and closed his eyes. In the small pavilion, there was only the sound of flipping pages. At first, Chun Pingan was still thinking about things. Later on, unknowingly, he really fell asleep. Ning Yao occasionally raised her head and glanced at the familiar guy. After she finished reading, she placed the book on the bench and used it as a pillow. She gently lay down, but kept her eyes open. In the night, she quietly turned her body and stared at him. Ning Yao raised her head slightly. She clasped her hands together and gently placed them on the book. She pressed her cheek against the back of her hand and said softly, "Back then, after you left, I found Grandpa Chun and asked him to sever the marriage strings that were arranged between us. Grandpa Chun asked me if I really wanted to do so. What if I really didn't like him? What if I, Ning Yao, didn't like you and you, Chimpingan, didn't like me? What should I do? I said that it wouldn't happen. If I, Ning Yao, didn't like someone, no one could control me. If I liked someone, no one could stop me. Grandpa Chun asked me again, what about Chimpingan? If there were no marriage strings holding him back, and he was tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, would he go further and further away and never come back? I answered for you. It's impossible. Chun Pingan will definitely come and look for me. Even if he doesn't like me anymore, he will definitely tell me personally. But I'm actually very afraid. I like you more, but you don't like me anymore." Ning Yao didn't speak anymore and slowly fell asleep. Chun Pingan opened his eyes. He gently got up and sat beside Ning Yao. When he raised his head, he saw the 3 moons in the sky. When he lowered his head, he saw his beloved. "573. Chun Pingan quietly left the pavilion, walked down the dragon-slaying platform, and came to the old woman. The old woman smiled and said, "Greetings, Child Chun. My surname is Bai, and my name is Lien Shuang. Child Chun, you can call me Grandma Bai like Mississippi." Chun Pingan called Grandma Bai and did not say anything else. The old woman took the lead and moved silently. Her chi was restrained like a dead ancient pond. Chun Pingan followed the old woman's footsteps. The old woman was silent for a moment. After taking more than 100 steps, she smiled and said, "It seems that Child Chen's travels in the vast world have not been easy. She was only at the peak of the mountain now, but she had the insight of a martial artist. No matter how hard a junior tried to hide it, in the old woman's eyes, it was nothing more than a child carrying a heavy load across the river. She knew exactly how much strength he had. However, the young man beside her was at the 6th level of martial artist. This meant that the young man did not just come up with the idea on the spur of the moment after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had been doing it for a long time and was used to it. That was why he could be so perfect. Chun Pingan nodded and said, "It was not very smooth, but I made it here." The old woman stopped and asked with a smile, "Among the enemies, what is the highest level of chi cultivator, and what is the level of a pure martial artist?" Chun Pingan answered honestly, "Cultivator, ascendant, martial artist, 10th level." However, the former was a mortal enemy. Of course, I did not take it on myself. I ended up in a sorry state. The latter was taught by a senior on purpose. He suppressed himself at the 9th level and made 3 punches. Even the old woman, who was born and raised in a place like the Great Wall of Sword Chi, could not help but be surprised. She said directly, "Child Chin, you did not die?" The old woman smiled and said, "I was a little rude. I hope Child Chin can forgive me." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "My luck is not bad." The old woman shook her head. "That is not right. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, we are most afraid of the saying of good luck. Those who seem to be lucky usually die early. You cannot be too lucky. You have to save up a little every time to live a long life." Chun Pingan nodded and said, "I will remember." I will be careful with my words in the future. You. The old woman waved her hand. Child Chen, you don't have to be so reserved. It's not a good thing to be too easy to talk to here. Chun Pingon smiled and said, It's easy to talk here. Once we're out, I might not even talk anymore. The old woman grinned from ear to ear. These words are to my liking. But there is still a small problem. I am an old woman with poor eyesight. In my entire life, I have only wandered around the Yao family and Ning Mansion. I haven't gone anywhere else. I haven't even been to Inverted Hanging Mountain once. I haven't even gone to the city walls or the southern regions. Now that young Master Chin has entered the house, there are many people watching us from outside. It's not that I'm looking down on young Master Chin, but it's the opposite. You're so young, yet you're already so accomplished in martial arts. That Nailan guy and I are both very pleased. I'm still all right. I'm a bit cold-hearted. That old guy who looks like he's half dead has already secretly gone to offer incense. I reckon he shed a lot of tears. He's already so old, yet he's not ashamed. Chun Pingon said, Grandma, Bai only needs to throw a punch. If I can't block it, then I'll just stay in the house. The old woman stepped forward in a straight line. There was no movement of chi. She threw a punch. Chun Pingon used his left elbow to press down the punch. At the same time, his right fist was aimed at the old woman's face. However, he suddenly withdrew his fist intent and stopped the punch. The old woman had no intention of withdrawing her fist. Even if Chun Pingon's elbow pressed down on her fist still smashed onto Chun Pingon's body. Chun Pingon slid back several feet in the corridor. Using the peak fist stance as the foundation of his fist intent, his seemingly collapsing ape body suddenly stretched out his fist intent. His back was like a dragon. In an instant, he stopped his body and stood firmly. If it wasn't for the fact that the old woman only threw out a fist of the far-wandering boundary, Chun Pingon could have gone against the flow. He could even take the punch and not retreat half a step. The old woman nodded with a smile. I'll take it as a gift from Child Chen. Then, I won't disturb Child Chen's moon viewing. Chun Pingon cupped his fists and said goodbye. The old woman's punch was at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. Previously, when Chun Pingon withdrew his fist, she also withdrew some of her fist intent. She was no longer at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. She was just an ordinary golden body realm cultivator. If he took the punch of a far-wandering boundary cultivator, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the moon tonight. The old steward came to the old woman and said hoarsely, Why are you nagging me? The old woman smiled and said, Why? Do you feel embarrassed in front of the future son-in-law? You, Nailan Yeshing, have no face. The old steward sighed. When Chun Pingon returned to the pavilion, Ning Yao had already sat up. Chun Pingon said, Why don't you sleep a little longer? Ning Yao sneered and said, I don't dare. Chun Pingon said aggrievedly, In all honesty, I'm not that kind of person. Who did Pei Qian learn the most from? Chun Pingon was either blind under the light or pretending to be stupid. Ning Yao turned a deaf ear to him. She held the book with one hand and twisted open the pages with 2 fingers. She twisted open another page. The woman in the picture was on the right side of the Sui dynasty. After a few pages, it was Sun Yao Jinji from the Great Spring dynasty. Chun Pingon sat across from her and craned his neck to look at Ning Yao flipping through page after page. He was the one who wrote the book, so he had a rough idea of what kind of scenery he had written on each page. He immediately felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Miss Ning, you can't read the book like this. There are so many extremely long pages of strange landscapes. I've written down each and every stroke with great care. How can you skip over them and only grab hold of some minor details to do something that destroys the meaning of the book? Ning Yao glanced at Chun Pingon and said, I've heard that when scholars write, they pay attention to leaving space and aftertaste. The more concise and to the point a sentence is, the more one can see the skill and the deeper the meaning. Chun Pingon said in all seriousness, I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm not the kind of scholar who goes around in circles. If there's one to say one, two to write two, and three to think three, they're all written clearly in the book. Ning Yao continued to flip the book and asked, Are there any women who didn't appear in the book? Chun Pingon said without hesitation, No. Raising her head, Ning Yao asked with a smile, Then, do you think that I'm purposely making trouble and being overly suspicious? Chun Pingon shook his head with a smile. Ning Yao nodded and was finally willing to close the book. She closed the coffin and said, Over at the water deity temple in the northern Reed continent, you dealt with the fairy Gu Qing in the treasure cave, Wonderland very cleanly. Keep up the good work in the future. Chun Pingon said, There won't be such an opportunity again. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows and said, Chun Pingon, who did you learn how to talk from? Chun Pingon said without hesitation, If I really learned something bad, it must be Zhu Lian or Zheng Dafeng from Luopa Mountain. Ning Yao nodded. It's hard to say about Zhu Lian. After all, I've never seen him. But that Zheng Dafeng really doesn't seem like a decent person. However, Ning Yao continued, But Zheng Dafeng's battle in Old Dragon City made me look at him in a new light. Although he doesn't seem like a decent person, he's actually the most decent person. Zheng Dafeng cut off his martial path. It's a pity that he helped you guard the door at Luopa Mountain. You can't neglect him. As for some men, they all look decent, but are actually full of devious thoughts. Chun Pingon looked at Ning Yao, and Ning Yao looked back at him. Chun Pingon whispered, Are you talking about me? Ning Yao asked, What do you think? Chun Pingon said, Of course not. Ning Yao smiled. Chun Pingon felt that he was wronged. He walked the Jianghu righteously without the slightest bit of makeup. Ning Yao didn't intend to return the book. She put the book away and stood up. I'll take you to the place where you live. The mansion is big. Over the years, it's just me by Mama and Grandpa Nalen. You can pick a house that's pleasing to the eye. Chun Pingon also stood up. Where do you live? Ning Yao stopped and turned to look at Chun Pingon. She smiled and clenched her fist. Speak louder. I didn't hear you clearly. Chun Pingon said helplessly, I want to pick a house that's closer to you. Ning Yao was a little embarrassed. She glared at him and said, You'd better behave yourself here. Granny Bai is my mother's personal maidservant. If you dare to be careless and disobey the rules, the fists of martial artists in the peak stage will make you eat until you burp. Just speaking of this, Ning Yao remembered the records in the book. She felt that Bai Mama's fist couldn't scare him, so she changed her words. Grandpa Nalen was one of the sword immortals who were best at hiding an assassination on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although he was seriously injured, and his nascent soul was half destroyed, causing his soul to decay, his combat capability was still equivalent to a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw stage. If he targeted you in the dark, then Grandpa Nalen could be regarded as a sword cultivator in the immortal stage. Chun Pingon was relieved and asked, Grandpa Nalen's realm fell in order to protect you? If it were someone else, Chun Pingon would never ask so directly, but Ning Yao was different. In his early years in Pearl Grotto Heaven, Chun Pingon learned a lot from Ning Yao's way of doing things. Ning Yao nodded with a calm expression. Just like Grandma Bai, they both did it for me. However, Grandma Bai stopped an unidentified assassin in the city. Grandpa Nalen stopped a great demon that was hiding in the dark on the battlefield in the south of the city. If it weren't for Grandpa Nalen, I and Dijong would have died. Ning Yao paused for a moment. Don't feel too guilty. Don't think too much about it. The only useful thing is to break through the realm and kill the enemy. By Mama and Grandpa Nalen are already good. If they couldn't protect me, think about it. How regretful would the two of them be? You have to think on the bright side. But whether you think about it or not isn't the most important thing. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if you don't break through the realm, don't kill demons, and don't dare to die, then you are just a piece of trash with a cultivation realm and a life flying sword. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, everyone's life can be calculated. That is, in their life, at the time of their death, their cultivation realm, how many demons they killed, and how many great demon swordsmen ambushed and killed. Then their cultivation realm is deducted, as well as the retainer swordsmen who died along the way. Whether they profited or lost, it can be seen at a glance. Chun Pingan said, "Every young genius in the Great Wall of Sword Chi is a bait thrown out in the open." Ning Yao nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes. Me Di Zhang, Yenzhua, Chen Sanxiu, Dong Huafu, the already dead little cricket, and of course those of our age. All of us are well aware of this. But this doesn't stop us from doing our best to kill the enemy. Every one of us has a book of accounts in private, under the premise that there isn't much disparity between our realms. Whoever's back is harder will earn money first. The head of a demon is the only money in the eyes of the sword cultivators in the world." Ning Yao casually pointed in a direction. "Fatty Yan's family has a lot of immortal money from the world, but when Fatty Yan was young, he was the one who was bullied the most because everyone looked down on him. The worst time was when he put on a brand new robe and wanted to go out to show it off. In the end, he was stopped by a group of people his age in an alley. When he returned home, the little fatty was wailing and had the smell of urine all over his body. Later, Yenzhua followed us and things got a little better. Fatty Yen didn't disappoint us. Other than the first time he went to the battlefield and was despised by us after that, he was the only one who despised others." Chun Pingan looked around and sighed softly. "This is a good place where you won't be lonely even if you die." Ning Yao asked, "Have you chosen a house yet?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Not yet. This will take some time. I can't be careless. Take me around again." Ning Yao complained. The most annoying, although she said that, the girl who was full of heroic spirit didn't walk fast. Chun Pingan thought about some things that were actually related to the two of them. She also asked about the recent situation of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Suddenly, Chun Pingan's foot was kicked by Ning Yao. Chun Pingan came back to his senses and told her the address of a house. Ning Yao told him to walk there, and she left alone. Chun Pingan went to the house he chose. It wasn't far from Ning Yao's place, but it wasn't adjacent either. The Elusive Old Woman by Lian Shuang opened the door for Chun Pingan and gave him a bunch of keys. She told him the names of the houses. Obviously, these were places where Chun Pingan could open the door at will. After the old woman gave him the keys, she joked, "Young Master Chun, I really can't give young Master Chun the keys to your house." Chun Pingan felt his scalp go numb. He quickly said, "No need, no need." After entering the secluded house with 2 courtyards, Chun Pingan chose a side room. He took off the sword immortal on his back and took out the golden wine robe, placing them on the table. Chun Pingan sat by the table and caressed the robe. If one said that the sword celestial had somehow become a celestial artifact, then Chun Pingan was the clearest about how the mage robe golden wine had returned to the celestial artifact grade. Every account was refreshing. The answer was simple. It was the result of feeding the golden wine robe. The golden wine robe was once the dragon robe worn by the evil flood dragon in the Flood Dragon Valley. In fact, it was a relic left behind by a heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain who failed in seclusion in an overseas immortal mountain. When it fell into Chun Pingan's hands, it was only a magic weapon. After that, it accompanied him for thousands of miles and ate a lot of golden wine robes, and gradually became a half-immortal weapon. Before rushing to the inverted hanging mountain this time, it was still a half-immortal weapon. After that, Chunpingan used the remaining glazed golden body fragment to secretly make a deal with Wei Pai. Lord Beiyu, who had just received 100 golden wine robes from the Dali imperial court, made a big bet with the Lord of Luapa Mountain based on their skills and eyesight. Chunpingan used the glazed golden body fragment as the price in exchange for the golden wine robe to upgrade to a half-immortal weapon. The glazed golden body fragment was only expected to appear after the death of an ascendant realm cultivator. Wei Pai's need for this item was far greater than the golden wine robes. Wei Pai bet that he could upgrade the golden wine robes with a strange origin without needing to empty out the 100 golden wine robes. Finally, it could become a legendary half-immortal weapon. In the end, Chunpingan did not ask how many golden wine robes Wei Pai spent, and Wei Pai did not say. As the first mountain god in the history of the Aquarius continent to ascend to the upper 5 realms, it was natural for Wei Pai to receive this congratulatory gift from the Emperor Dali. There were rumors that the Lord of Zhongyu, Jin Qing, who left the territory and went to the capital to meet the emperor, also received 50 golden wine robes. Then the other 3 new mountains of Dali should also receive 50 golden wine robes. It was hard to say whether Wei Pai would be able to gain anything else. After all, the mountains and rivers forbidden by the Dali iron cavalry and the shattered golden body of the gods were all destined to be destroyed. It was impossible to drain the pond to fish for the golden body of the 5 mountain gods, wantonly killing the various gods, as it would only attract unnecessary resentment and anger, especially now that the situation had changed. In all parts of the Aquarius continent, large and small, the remnants of the fallen countries had joined forces with their sects to destroy the cultivators on the mountains who had become wild cultivators. Although it was not a big deal for the time being, it was not enough to exhaust the Dali iron cavalry. This was destined to involve the various mountains and rivers gods of the various countries. Some of the heroic spirits did not forget the kindness of the country, and were willing to use their golden body to fight against the hooves of the Dali iron cavalry, but some of them were just fish in the moat. But the Dali iron cavalry had already sorted out the remaining gods, and would definitely prioritize to appease them. Chunpingan's expression was dignified. There was something that he had to meet with the eldest sword celestial Qingqingdu, and it had to be a secret discussion. Back then, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword celestial personally took action and killed the traitor of the upper 5 realms in the city with a single sword strike, and the situation almost deteriorated. The heroes gathered together, and the patriarchs of several major surnames showed up. At that time, Chunpingan was watching from afar with an expression that said, "I want to see the elegance of the sword celestials and broaden my horizons." In fact, he had already noticed the undercurrent surging at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gap between sword celestials and sword celestials was not small, but Chunpingan had to endure and find a reasonable opportunity to meet the eldest sword celestial on the city wall. Previously, he heard a piece of news from Ning Yao which might prove Chunpingan's idea. This group of geniuses who were about the same age as Ning Yao, in the 2 extremely tragic battles, there were very few who died on the battlefield, and the young people of Ning Yao's generation were recognized as geniuses, and there were as many as 30 children who were known as sword celestials. Without exception, Ning Yao was the leader. Now, all of them had joined the battlefield, and they had successively ascended to the middle 5 realms. This was a great year that the Great Wall of Sword Qi had never seen in 10,000 years. Therefore, the Great Wall of Sword Qi might have noticed some clues, so they began to make preparations. Chunpingan was both worried and relieved. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart, and his mood was complicated. It was like even if Chunpingan traveled far and wide and walked to the inverted mountain and saw the sword celestial who was sleeping with a sword in his arms, he would still stand quietly by the side, waiting for the man to be willing to speak. When he was young, love and disgust were written on his face, and his mouth told the world what he was thinking. After he grew up, it was difficult for him to do as he pleased. Chun Pingon stood up and went to the courtyard, practicing his boxing stance to calm his mind. Now, it had nothing to do with those worrying matters. Chun Pingon was always calm, steady, and able to endure. It was just that he missed Miss Ning. And the girl that Chun Pingon missed was sitting by the table, resting her chin on her hands. She opened a page of a book under the light, and she was unwilling to turn the page for a long time. On the densely packed pages of the book, there was a hidden sentence. She was like a shy child hiding in the corner of an alley, only daring to poke her head out to secretly look at Ning Yao, who had flipped through the book and met that child. She would never get tired of looking at it. The book said that it was Chun Pingon who said it. At that time, he didn't drink, but when he saw Miss Ning's side profile, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the great wall of sword chi that had stood tall for 10,000 years seemed to sway. "574. Chun Pingon had practiced his fist. After a moment of hesitation, he left the house and returned to the pavilion on Dragon-Slaying Cliff. He stood there and cupped his fists, deliberately exuding fist intent. The old woman staggered over and slowly climbed up the hill that the entire great wall of sword she coveted for a long time. She smiled and asked, "Sir Chun, do you have something to ask?" Chun Pingon said guiltily, "Although this is my first time here, there are some things that I can't help but disturb Grandma Bai's rest." The old woman nodded and smiled. "We're family. Sir Chun, you're welcome. I'm happy in my heart. If you're too polite, I won't be happy." After the old woman sat down, Chun Pingon sat upright and asked softly, "After the two seniors passed away, the Ning mansion is so quiet. What about the Yao family?" The old woman was silent for a moment and slowly said, "This involves an old matter. Back then, Madam insisted on marrying into the declining Ning family. Everyone in the Yao family didn't agree. Master's realm back then wasn't high, and he didn't have the momentum to become a sword immortal in one go. If that was the case, the Yao family wouldn't be so snobbish as to stop Madam from marrying a man with no future. The problem was that the Yao family asked the Taoist saint to help them calculate Master and Madam's 8 characters. The result wasn't good. So when the Ning mansion wanted to give the dragon-slaying platform to the Yao family as a betrothal gift, Madam's family didn't agree. When Madam got married, she didn't have any glory to speak of. Master didn't say anything, but in fact, he always felt guilty towards Madam. He always felt that he owed her. Even when Master ascended to the upper 5 realms, the Yao family was still indifferent. There was no helping it. There was a thorn in Master's heart. What could Master do? He still felt guilty. No matter how Master persuaded, Madam didn't return to her parents' home. The number of times she went could be counted on one hand. Even when she did, it was to discuss serious matters. It was just 2 streets away. They didn't interact with each other as much as enemies. It wasn't until our Miss was born in the Ning mansion that the relationship between the 2 families improved. Unfortunately, after Master and Madam left, the Yao family, especially Mrs. Grandpa and Grandma, had complicated feelings for Mississippi. They felt sorry for her. If they didn't see her, they would be worried. If they saw her, they would be worried. Although Miss didn't look like Madam, her eyebrows and eyes were carved from the same mold. In the matter of Master and Madam's marriage, to be honest, even I, a servant from the Yao family, have some resentment. But on Miss's side, we really can't blame the Yao family too much. The Yao family has done everything that can be done. It's just that the words of the elders lack the usual care and concern of the elders. Young Master Chin, these were the past events of the Ning residence and Yao family. There was too much worth talking about, but there wasn't. Actually, The members of the Yao family are all honest people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to raise such an extraordinary woman like Madam. Chun Pingon silently remembered it in his heart. The two of them, who had never quarreled, even got into an argument over this. Later on, when Miss drew lots, Master thought of an idea. There were only two things. One was a very beautiful knife, and the other was a small piece of dragon beheading platform. The former was one of Madam's dowries. Master said that as long as his daughter grabbed the knife first, her surname would be Yao. In the end, Miss looked left and right and grabbed the very heavy piece of dragon beheading platform first, which was the one that was given to young Master Chen later on. Madam smiled very happily at that time. The old woman was a bit sad. Madam didn't like to smile since she was young. She didn't smile much in her life. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. On the other hand, Master, whose family background wasn't as good as Yao family's, was sensible since he was young. He supported the fallen Ning residents alone, and he still had to guard the Dragon Cliff. His family business wasn't small, but his cultivation couldn't keep up. When Master was young, he suffered a lot in front of people, but he smiled warmly and treated everyone with respect. That's why Miss is like both Master and Madam. Both. Chun Pingon nodded and said, I met Senior Ning and Madam Yao once at Inverted Hanging Mountain. The old woman smiled and said, just once. Chun Pingon was confused. The old woman didn't reveal the secret and changed the topic. After listening to this old woman talk about the past, I almost forgot that young Master Chen wanted to ask something. Young Master Chen, please continue. Chun Pingon said slowly, Miss Ning can take care of herself. She was like this in her hometown, and she was like this when she traveled the world. That's why I'm worried that if I come here, not only will I not be able to help, but I will also distract Miss Ning. That's why I can only ask Grandma Bai and Grandpa Nailan to be more careful. Chun Pingon stood up and cupped his fists in apology. He sincerely said, if there are any more assassins that can hurt Grandma Bai, then I, Chun Pingon, am not afraid of death. I'm only afraid that even if I die, I still won't be able to protect Ning Yao. The old woman seemed a little surprised. She froze for a moment and then smiled. Very good. You're a family that doesn't speak like two different families. Even if you lose face, you still have to think about Miss Ning. This is the magnanimity that a future son-in-law should have. In this aspect, you're just like our master. You're just too similar. The old woman with a head full of white hair lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. Chun Pingon clenched his fists and pressed them against his knees. His voice trembled as he said, for so many years, besides thinking about all sorts of things every day, what have I really done for Ning Yao? Suddenly, an old man outside the pavilion said in a hoarse voice, nonsense. It was the old steward who had guarded the gates of Ning Mansion for his entire life. Chun Pingon looked up at the old man walking up the steps. He didn't say anything. The old man sat in the pavilion. Did you keep your promise of 10 years? For the next 100 years, or even 1,000 years, as long as you live, are you willing to help my Miss Ning Yao if she encounters any injustice? If you ask yourself honestly, Chun Pingon, if you dare to say yes, then what are you feeling guilty about? Is being together every day, whispering sweet nothings to each other, true love? In the past, I told the master that you should stay in the great wall of sword energy and polish yourself. You should at least have a life flying sword. If you aren't a sword cultivator, how can you be a sword immortal? Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, the old woman punched him in the shoulder. She lowered her voice and angrily said, What are you shouting about? Do you want to disturb Miss Ning before you stop? What, in our great wall of sword energy? Who has the loudest voice? Who has the most authority? Then why don't you run up to the city walls in the middle of the night and howl? Ha! When you were in your 20s, don't you know what you were capable of? Just now, I lightly punched you, and you were sent flying 7 to 8 feet away. Then you rolled on the ground and cried. Old bastard, shut your mouth and scram to the side. The old man's aura and arrogance suddenly disappeared. He turned back into the old man with turbid eyes and staggered steps. Then he quietly raised his hand and rubbed his shoulder. It wasn't that he didn't think he was unreasonable, but he really knew that trying to reason with an angry woman was purely asking for a scolding. Even if the sword immortal had 100 life flying swords, it would still be useless. Chun Pingon took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Grandma, I have another question." The old woman immediately stopped scolding and said softly, "Just ask, young Master Chun. For us old things, time is the most worthless, especially for a crippled sword cultivator like Nailan Yeshing. Whoever talks about cultivation with him, he will get angry." Apparently, the old man was used to Bai Lianshuang's sarcasm. He was used to such harsh words. He wasn't annoyed at all and didn't even bother to act angry. Chun Pingon said, I'm just saying the worst-case scenario. If the Great Wall of Sword Chi can't be defended, what will happen to the Ning Mansion?" The old woman and the old man looked at each other. "That's just an if." Chun Pingon said slowly, "So, I'll stay here with Miss Ning first. In the next battle, I'll go down the city and fight. I'll personally experience the strength of the demons. Grandma by Grandpa Nailan, please don't worry. I may be ordinary in killing enemies, but I can still protect myself. I won't do anything unnecessary. With me by Miss Ning's side, I'll take care of her." The old woman was worried. "I'm not looking down on you, young Master Chin. It's just that there are too many accidents on the battlefield south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It's completely different from the battles in the vast world. Let's just talk about one thing. Outside of the small battles in the Jianghu and the battlefield, have you ever experienced the situation of being alone and surrounded by enemies? In our hometown, as long as you go out of the city and go to the south, you'll end up being swarmed by thousands of enemies if you're not careful." Chun Pingon stood up and smiled. "Grandma, I held back too much and was too polite. Why don't you teach me a thing or two from the beginning? You're only at the peak of the far-wandering state." The old man sneered. "What a too polite." The old woman didn't turn her head. She threw a punch. The old man tilted his head and dodged it. The old woman stood up. "Young Master Chen, I'm going to offend that old woman. Even if Miss Ning blames me later, I'll have to treat you with more strength." Chun Pingon nodded. He leaned back slightly, and his blue robes fluttered outside the pavilion. As he landed, he rolled up his sleeves and opened his fist. "Grandma Bai, this time I will also use my full strength." The old woman was still a martial arts grandmaster. She wasn't in a hurry to leave the pavilion. She subconsciously rubbed her toes against the ground and chuckled. That will depend on whether or not young Master Chin has the chance to use his fist. The old man stood up. He looked at the young man on the practice field and nodded. On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, a native martial artist was a rare existence. This young man didn't look like a show-off. This was especially rare. Young people with good aptitudes and good luck could frighten others just based on their realm. The key was whether or not this realm was reliable. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there were countless sword cultivator geniuses who came here to mess around. Most of them were so-called innate sword embryos in the North Continent. Each of them was ambitious and arrogant. When they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they were beaten up before they even reached the city wall. They wouldn't bully outsiders on purpose. There was an unwritten rule that only those of the same realm could fight against those of the same realm. If a young outsider could win against one, it might be due to luck or accident, but it was actually not bad. If he could win against two, he naturally had some ability. If he could win against a third person, Only then would the Great Wall of Sword Chi recognize him as a true genius. The young martial artist Chao Ci in the early years was no exception. In the end, he was defeated by the young man in white with one hand. However, there were some young sword cultivators who were naturally unfavorable to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. This was because, at most, sword cultivators of the cave-dwelling realm would be selected to fight. These rash young men had never been to a battlefield outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They could only rely on their natal flying swords to fight. At that time, only the third person who faced off against Chao Ci was a true genius in the way of the sword. He had also participated in the tragic battle at the south of the city wall. However, he still lost to Chao Ci, who was fighting with one hand. However, the fight between the younger generation didn't cause much of a stir at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. After all, Chao Ci's realm was still low at that time. What really surprised the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Chi was that Chao Ci stayed at the city wall and practiced martial arts every day on the city wall. The continuous flow of his fist was endless. Now, Chun Pingan had come to the Great Wall of Sword Chi as a martial artist in the Golden Body realm. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked into the Ning Mansion. This was, of course, a great thing, but in fact, it was also a matter that was neither big nor small. Chun Pingan lived in the Ning Mansion and had a close relationship with Miss Nailin. It was difficult for Nailin Yeshing to be at ease. Once he went out, he would definitely have a conflict with those rash young men outside who were eyeing him covetously. If Chun Pingan chose to avoid it, he would be looked down upon by others and become the laughingstock of the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi. If he fought head-on, even if he passed the first two tests, the person who attacked him in the third test would not be easy. He would definitely be at least at the same level as Yenzhua and Chen Sanxiu, or even a young sword cultivator of the Gold Core realm who was better than them. Moreover, he would be under 30 years old, and no more than 35 years old. That person was destined to be a certain innate sword embryo who was extremely experienced in fighting, such as the arrogant brat of the Qi family, who had been arrogant since he was young. Nailin Yeshing glanced at the old woman beside him. Bai Lianshuang was a person with great luck in martial arts. However, she was stubborn and had been loyal to Madame Nailin and the Yao family all her life. Otherwise, with her martial arts cultivation, she would have been the Madame Bai in any family in her early years. As a result, step by step, she changed from a pretty young lady to an old girl who liked to keep a straight face all day, and then to a white-haired old woman. Nailin Yeshing, who was older and more senior, actually saw it all, but he still felt sorry for her. Therefore, he gave in to her in many small disputes. Otherwise, the dragon beheading platform of the Ning Mansion under their feet would not be able to be defended before the master grew up. The old woman tiptoed and floated out of the pavilion on the top of the hill. At first, she floated slowly, but in an instant, she landed quickly. Then the ground shook, and the old woman turned into a wisp of smoke. The old man narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the battle. He was used to seeing sword cultivators fight with each other, especially by Lianshuang's punch. It was really a rare opportunity. They exchanged a punch and a kick. A green robe slid backwards, his elbows lightly pressed against the wall behind him, and he walked forward slowly. Old Madam Bai was kicked by that kid, although it was not heavy, and by Lianshuang's abundant gang, Qi easily dispersed the remaining force. There was a world of difference between a kick and a kick that did not land. What was especially interesting was not that Chun Pingan's attack was as fast as a peak martial artist of the far travel state, but that he completely guessed by Lianshuang's landing and punching path. The old man laughed. "Good kid. You really don't hold back against Madame Bai." Chun Pingan's steps were slow, but he did not walk straight. He slightly deviated from a straight line and smiled. Madame Bai was careless. For the first time, by Lian Shuang had a bit of fighting spirit. Before this, she tested him in the corridor and punched just now. In the end, she only saw Chen Pingan as her future son-in-law. How could she really punch with all her heart, as expected of a martial arts junior who had taken 3 punches from a martial artist of the 10 realms? The old woman took a step forward. Her steps were extremely small, and her fists formed a fist. She smiled and asked, "Chen Pingan, do you dare to take the initiative to punch at close range?" Chen Pingan's feet stepped on the last step of the 6-step stance walking. His fist intent poured out like a waterfall. The old woman twisted her body and slapped Chen Pingan's fist away with one hand. Then she pushed Chen Pingan's forehead with the other. She seemed to be doing it casually, but in fact, her momentum was as heavy as a sledgehammer wrapped in cotton striking a bell. Even Nailan Yeshing felt that this slap was really not merciful. Chen Pingan was slapped away by the palm, but the fist intent did not stop. Instead, it became more condensed and heavy, flowing through his body silently like deep water. He turned his body in the air and landed on the ground first. He slid out a few feet without any stagnation. When his feet touched the ground, he took a few small steps. His shoulders moved slightly, and his green robe rippled. Unknowingly, he removed the remaining fist aura from the old woman's palm. At the same time, Chen Pingan used the deity-beating drum-style fist stance in his hands to imitate Bai Momo's fist intent. He moved his hands slightly closer to each other, trying to reach a state where he could retract and release more fist intent. The old woman couldn't help but laugh. "Child Chen, you want to secretly learn the fist stance now. Do you really not take me, a martial artist of the 9 realms, seriously?" Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. "I'm used to it." Chen Pingan was about to stretch out his fist stance again and restore the deity drumming fist stance to its original state. The old woman took advantage of this fleeting gap and suddenly came. Her fist was close to her abdomen, and her fist was in a straight line. Her momentum was like a rainbow. She didn't expect that Chen Pingan, who was waiting for her, would exchange a fist for a fist. His face was hit hard, but his fist also hit the old woman's forehead. The old woman's feet sank, and her body froze, but there were some bruises on her forehead. Chen Pingan was still leaning against the wall, squatting slightly. He opened and closed his fist stance like a dragon shaking its back, and the old woman's fist intent was shattered again. As for the blood that slowly oozed out of his face, it was not that Chen Pingan pretended not to care, but he really didn't care at all. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. "So," Chen Pingan said, "Madam Bai, you're still a 9 realms cultivator, and you're still at the peak of the far wandering realm, right?" Nailan Yeshing held back his laughter in the pavilion. The old woman also smiled a little. She didn't get angry at all. She asked curiously, "Chen Pingan, tell me the truth. In addition to the 3 punches of the 9 realms of the 10 realms, how many grandmasters have you been beaten by?" Chen Pingan thought for a while. "I've also been punched by 2 10 realms of the 9 realms. The shortest time was at least a moonlight shadow. During the period the other party punched me, and I took punches. It has never stopped. Almost every time I ended up dying and was dragged to the medicine vat." Nailan Yeshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The old woman shook her head and stopped her fist stance. "Then I don't need to punch, so as not to make a fool of myself. We can't possibly prepare a medicine jar in the middle of the night just for the sake of sparring." Although she was once a martial artist of the 10th level, she had stopped at the level of vigor. This had nothing to do with her talent or the amount of training she had gone through. It was a mistake that she had been born in the great wall of sword chi. She would be suppressed by the innate masters. It was already a great surprise that she was able to break through to the 10th level. If it was said that the sword cultivators of the vast world were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Then she had also heard a saint joke that the pure martial artists of the vast world were worth gold and silver. Every martial artist of the 10th level had a foundation as stable as a mountain. Therefore, Bai Lian Shuang did not have many regrets in his life. The only thing he lacked was that he could not spar with a level 10 martial artist. In fact, after Qin Pingan said those words, he regretted it very much. He immediately nodded and said, "That's enough. Grandma Bai's fist intent and fist stance have already benefited me a lot. It's a brand new picture of martial arts that I have never seen before." Nailan Yeshing nodded gently. He was a discerning person, and he was also good with words. The old woman smiled from ear to ear. Chun Pingan suddenly turned sideways. The old woman turned her head and scolded angrily, "Old bastard, how can you sneak attack like this?" Nailan Yeshing just looked at Chun Pingan and said with a smile, "This is the flying sword speed that all the sword cultivators in the raw Jade realm have. It's normal that you can't dodge it, but as long as you have the idea of dodging, it's quite good." Chun Pingan cupped his fists and saluted. From the beginning to the end, Chun Pingan did not see the flying sword at all. The old man waved his hand. "Young Master Chun, rest early." The old man disappeared from the pavilion. The old woman was also about to leave. Chun Pingan smiled and asked her to stay. "Can I have a chat with Grandma Bai?" The old woman's face was full of smiles as she rushed into the pavilion with Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan had already wiped the blood with the back of his hand. He asked softly, "Bai Mama, can I drink some wine?" The old woman smiled and said, "It's okay. Just drink. If Mrs. nagging, I will help you." Chun Pingan took out a pot of glutinous rice wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, he put down the wine pot and told the old woman about the pure martial arts in the world. Of course, he also told her about the Jianghu in the lotus flower blessed land. Occasionally, he would stand up, put down the wine pot, and show the old woman a few moves that he secretly learned. The old woman was mostly listening to the energetic young man. She smiled and nodded gently, not saying much. The young man's temperament was calm, but he was also in high spirits. Nailan Yeshing stood in the distant night and looked at the scene in the pavilion on the top of the mountain. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Vision is as good as madams in the past." Ning Yao, who was standing on the side, said with a taut face, "Maybe it's even better." The parting of the great wall of sword chi was not too far away, unless it was life and death. During the day yesterday, the owners of the row of heads on the wall left the Ning family and went back home. Yen was swaggered back to his splendid residence and chatted with the aged butler for a long time before he finally went to a secret chamber of the School of Moism, where he abandoned his natal flying sword and fought with 3 puppets whose combat ability was equivalent to that of a sword cultivator in the core formation stage. More accurately speaking, he was severely beaten up. Only then did he go to eat. It was all rare medicinal cuisine carefully prepared by farmers and doctors. He ate big bowls of immortal money. Fortunately, the Yen family was never short of money. After eating and drinking, Yenzwa pinched his chin and was a little worried. Alliance once said that he was good at everything. He was so rich at a young age. The key was that he had a good temper and a pleasant appearance. So if he could be a little thinner, he would be more handsome. The word handsome was simply tailor-made for Yenzwa. Yenzwa was almost moved to tears at that time. He felt that Alliance was the most conscientious and knowledgeable person in the world. At that time, Alliance was weighing the heavy wallet that he had just received with a bright smile on his face. The first time Yenzwa left the city wall with Ning Yao and the others, he went to the pile of corpses to fight. He discovered that the beasts of the wilderness, even though their realms were inferior to the mechanical puppets in his family's secret chamber, their methods were even more unimaginable. It scared him to the core. So that time, The two sword masters that his family had placed by his side died because of him. When he returned to his home on the north side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the restless little fatty was saddened when he heard that he didn't have to go to the city wall to kill demons in the future. He didn't even have to go to the city wall. However, when Alliance came home and talked to his elders, Yenzhua was given another chance. In the end, when Yenzhua reached the city wall, his legs went soft again, and his sword heart trembled. He couldn't even control his life-bound flying sword steadily, let alone killing enemies. Before Alliance left the city wall, he specially came to the fatty's side and said to him, "When you get off the city wall, just focus on killing. You won't die. Alliance won't help you kill demons, but I can guarantee that you won't die. But if you don't even dare to use your full strength, then you can just stay at home and be a rich young master." But Alliance would never borrow money from him to buy wine again. Borrowing money from a coward to buy wine, no matter how expensive it was, it would be tasteless no matter how expensive it was. In the end, when they left the city to kill demons, Yenzhua's performance made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Even those old antiques in the family, who didn't like him no matter how they looked at him, no longer said those strange and disgusting words. At the very least, they wouldn't say that he was a pig that the Yen family carefully raised and fattened. They didn't know which demon in the desolate wasteland was so lucky that it didn't take much effort to kill it. Just the pig's blood alone could be sold for a lot of money. That time, it was also when his mother looked at her son on the sickbed. That was the time she cried the most righteously. In the past, whenever he caused trouble outside and was bullied by others, even if he was beaten black and blue, his father would not say much when he returned home. He did not even bother to look at his son. This man, who had lost both his arms early in the battle outside the city, would at most glance at the woman from the corner of his eyes and smile coldly. But that time, when Yenzhua left the city, he didn't have his arms. This man of few words, who hadn't been to the city for many years, bent down as much as possible and personally carried his son back to the city. At that time, when Yenzhua returned home and lay on his sickbed, Alliance leaned against the door and looked at Yenzhua with a smile. He gave a thumbs up to the boy who was crying from the pain. Today, the eldest young master of the Yen family didn't have the highest cultivation level. His flying sword wasn't the fastest, and he didn't kill the most enemies. But he was definitely the most difficult to deal with because this guy had the most life-saving methods. After parting with her friends, the one-armed Stack Zhang returned to a messy and shabby alley. With the divine money she had saved up in the past few years, she bought a small house. This was Stack Zhang's biggest dream in life, to have a place to stay and shelter from the rain. So now, Stack Zhang didn't have any extravagant wishes. Stack Zhang originally thought that this dream would never come true until she met that sloppy man called Alliance. When she was young, she liked to run errands for him to buy wine. She ran through the streets and alleys to buy all kinds of wine. Alliance said that when a person was in a different mood, they had to drink different kinds of wine. Some wine could forget worries and make unhappy people happy. Some could liven things up and make happy people happier. The best wine was the kind that made people forget about everything. Drinking wine was just drinking wine. Stack Zhang was too young at that time. She didn't understand these things and didn't care at all. She only cared about whether she could save some money every time she ran errands. Of course, she might also owe a debt of wine. After she became familiar with Alliance, Alliance said that since a girl had grown up and was so beautiful, she had to be responsible. So he put some of the wine money on Stack Zhang's head. Who was Alliance? Would he go back on his word? In the future, when she had the chance, she would go to How Ran World and casually ask if they recognized that man called Alliance. Ask if Alliance owed money. The girl, Stack Zhang, who didn't have an arm cut off by the demon at that time, believed him when she saw Alliance patting his chest loudly. Actually, the name Stakshong was given by Alliance. He said that the scenery in Howran World was much better than this place where birds didn't shit, especially the mountains, which were verdant and beautiful. The green mountains were like graceful women. They were so tall that it was hard for men not to look at them. Stakshong opened the door and sat in the courtyard. Perhaps she saw Sister Ning reunite with the person she liked after a long separation. She remembered the Confucian scholar who took away the Great Spirit. He was a sage back then and came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to gain experience. When he returned, he was a scholar. She didn't know if she could see him again before this house lost its owner. There were some things in her heart that she should let him know whether it was useful or not. Dong and Chun were well-deserved surnames in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Fatty Yan's family might have relied on mountains of gold and silver, but Dong Huafu's and Chun Sanchio's families relied on generations of family sword immortals. Dong Huafu's house was very close to Chun Sanchio's. The two residences were on the same street. Many girls would naturally have a round face after they grew up. They would naturally turn into a pointy chin and small face with the spring wind and autumn moon year after year. However, Dong Huafu's sister was different. After so many years, her face was still round. However, there were still many people who liked Dong Booty on the surface and secretly admired him. This was because Dong Booty's swordsmanship was very high and his killing power was outstanding. Dong Booty liked to fight with his life on the line, so he could determine life and death faster. He was someone that even the proud great sword immortal respected. Dong Huafu didn't care about relationships and didn't understand them at all. However, he knew that his good friend Chun Sanchio had always liked his sister Dong Booty. The two of them were about the same age, and he heard that they were childhood sweethearts. It was a pity that his sister didn't like Chun Sanchio. They would talk about it in private. His sister said that she despised Chun Sanchio for being too good-looking. Even a blockhead like Dong Huafu felt that this reason was too untenable. Dong Huafu was afraid that if his sister really got married one day, Chun Sanchio would be so sad that he would become an alcoholic. Chun Sanchio liked to follow behind Alliance since he was young to drink wine. He didn't learn much swordsmanship, but he learned a lot of bad habits. However, it was strange that Chun Sanchio liked his sister so much that he couldn't get her. Chun Sanchio was very popular with other girls who were obviously prettier than his sister, especially in recent years. It seemed that the eyes of those drinking women would light up as soon as they saw Chun Sanchio, and they would let Chun Sanchio borrow money as he pleased. At the entrance of the Dong family stood his sister Dong Booty, as well as a cheerful woman. She was the mother of the two siblings. Dong Huafu felt a headache coming on. He knew that the mother and daughter had heard the news and wanted to learn more about that Chun Pingon from him. Did all the women in the world like to talk about family matters so much? Dong Huafu turned his head and looked at Chun Sanchio, who was standing motionless on the street. Then he looked at his sister, who was waving at him. Dong Huafu felt a bit sad. Chun Sanchio really wasn't a bad person. Why didn't his sister like him? Dong Huafu slowly walked over to avoid causing more trouble for himself. He directly said, "I won't say anything about Big Sister Ning and that Chun Pingon. If you want to know, you can go to the Ning mansion and ask." This was Dong Huafu learning from his mistakes. In the past, after Chun Pingon left the city walls during a break between two battles, Big Sister Ning drank a bit too much and accidentally said that she could beat 100 Chun Pingon with one hand. Dong Huafu thought that this was quite interesting. When he returned, he accidentally told his sister Dong Booty. The result was that his sister knew, his mother knew, and the two of them knew. The girls and women of the Great Wall of Sword Chi all knew. In the end, Big Sister Ning was so angry that her face turned ashen. When he came to visit, she didn't even let him in. Fatty Yen and the others all took pleasure in his misfortune and walked into the mansion. If it weren't for Dong Huafu's quick wits, he would have stood still and said that he was willing to let Big Sister Ning cut him a few times as an apology. Even now, he probably wouldn't be able to go to the Ning Mansion's beheading Dragon Cliff to see the scenery. Big Sister Ning normally didn't get angry, but if she did, then it was over. Back then, even Alliance couldn't do anything. When Big Sister Ning secretly left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Alliance went to the inverted mountain, but he also couldn't stop her. When he returned to the city, he drank for several days without a smile. It wasn't until Jens was said that he really didn't have any money that Alliance suddenly smiled. He said that drinking wine was really useful. After drinking wine, he would have no more worries. Then Alliance grabbed Chin Sancho's arm and said that after drinking wine to quell worries, they could drink wine to quell worries. Thinking of this, Dong Huafu sincerely admired that Chin fellow. It seemed that even if Big Sister Ning was angry, that fellow could quickly calm her down. Dong Booty blinked and anxiously asked, "I heard that person came. How is it? How is it?" For the sake of his friend, Dong Huafu could only use his trump card. "Don't you like Alliance? Why are you asking about Chen Pingan? Have you changed your mind? You can't snatch him away from Big Sister Ning." The woman stretched out 2 fingers and poked her daughter's forehead. She smiled and said, "Damn girl, work harder. You must make Alliance your mother's son-in-law." Thinking about how that blind, heartless man would one day formally propose a toast to his mother-in-law, the woman was overjoyed. She stretched out her hand and clicked her tongue. "It's a bit embarrassing." Dong Booty smiled and said, "Mother, just wait. There will be such a day." Dong Huafu really admired this pair of mother and daughter. In the early years, his mother liked Alliance. This was something that the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi knew. Now, some of the Annies who liked to visit each other also liked to deliberately talk about this in front of his father. Fortunately, his father did not know how to deal with it. In any case, among those Annies or in their families, there were plenty of people who also liked Alliance. Moreover, Dong Huafu's father was the only sword cultivator who had been able to ask Alliance 3 times in a row. Of course, the result was that he had to go home 3 times in a row. It was said that it was through this stupid method that a man could win the heart of a beauty. After that, a large number of bachelors took the initiative to ask Alliance to ask Alliance. Alliance was also righteous. He said that Q-Sword was fine, but he had to pay a sum of immortal money first. Otherwise, if anyone injured Alliance, he would have to buy medicine to treat the injury. In the end, Alliance earned countless immortal money in one day. Then, in one night, Alliance almost paid off all his wine debts. After that, Alliance ran to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, cupped his fists, and loudly said, "I admit defeat. You guys are so arrogant. I wish you all the best in getting the beauty back. Every moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. There's no need to thank me, Alliance. If you really want to thank me, then I won't stop you. When the time comes, treat me to a drink. If you all remain silent, then I'll take it that you didn't agree." After Alliance finished speaking, the city fell into a deathly silence. Then someone took the lead, and the entire city was in an uproar. The sword cultivators in the city cursed and took to the skies on their swords, intending to find that shameless guy to pick a fight with. Then Alliance disappeared without a trace, heading for the heart of the wildlands alone with his sword. In the end, the group of men on the city walls looked at each other. Not only did they lose money, but when they returned to the city, it was even worse. The women blamed them for causing Alliance to risk his life. If anything happened to him, they would not let this matter rest. The most hateful thing was not this. It was when they found out afterward that the first person who took the lead to cause trouble in the city that night said, "Alliance, please don't go. The men on the Great Wall of Sword Chi are not as responsible as you." It turned out to be a little girl who was ignorant of the ways of the world. It was said that Alliance deliberately encouraged her to say those infuriating words. A group of men could not compete with an innocent little girl. They could only suffer in silence, sharpening their swords and waiting for Alliance to return from the wild lands to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was definitely not a one-on-one battle, but a group of men working together to kill this bastard who had already lost his mind in order to cheat money for drinks. In the end, Alliance came back. However, there were still a few Ascendant Realm demons hanging behind him. At that time, the Sword Immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were all dispatched to defend against the enemy. It seemed that with Alliance around, the lifeless Great Wall of Sword Chi would be livelier. It was a pity that that man not only left the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but also directly left the vast world. It was said that he even exchanged punches with the second Taoist of the vast world. As for which girl liked Alliance, it was actually not a big deal. It was more of a fun thing to do, because in fact, everyone knew that Alliance would not like anyone. Moreover, Alliance had only been at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a few years. Almost everyone knew that the man named Alliance, who liked to sit on the Great Wall of Sword Chi and drink alone, would secretly leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi one day. Therefore, liking Alliance was simply a matter of fun for many girls to relieve boredom. Some of the bolder ones deliberately teased Alliance when they saw Alliance drinking by the roadside stalls. They said something more spicy than the meat and wine on the table. That man would also pretend to be shy, pretend to be serious, and say nonsense like how Alliance was indebted to her and how his conscience was uneasy. He would trouble the girl and make his conscience even more uneasy in the future. Chun Sancho waited until the door of the Dong residence closed before he slowly left. Actually, Chun Sancho was not too sad that the girl he liked did not like him. This was because Chun Sancho felt that when Alliance was about to leave, he specially came to drink with him. Some of the things he said at the table were very true. If a good girl does not like you, it must be because you are not good enough. When you feel that you are good enough and the girl is married, even her children can go out to buy wine. When they see you, Chun Sancho, on the road, they will call you Uncle Chun. At that time, don't be sad. It's fate that is wrong. It's not that you like the wrong person. Remember, after the girl marries, don't tangle with her. Hide your feelings well and put them in your wine. Every time you drink, think about her and let her lead a good life in the future. Don't always think about her not having a good life and coming back to find you. That's how a man truly likes a girl. Therefore, Chun Sancho thought of these words again and did not go home. Instead, he went to a wine shop and got drunk. He scolded Alliance. It's easy for you to say. I would rather not have heard these *T principles. Then you can shamelessly and heartlessly like her. Alliance, return me the money for the wine. Take back these words. At the wine shop, no one found it strange. The young master of the Chin family went crazy again. It was okay. Anyway, he could stagger back home every time. On the way back, a young master would knock his head against a wall from time to time and shout for the door to be opened. On the street, no one found it strange. Every now and then, young Master Chin would do something like this. For example, after his good friend Little Cricket died. For example, the first retainer sword master died for Chun Sancho. For example, later on, an elder of the Chun family died in the battle south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. For example, tonight he missed Miss Dong, who was so close to him but seemed so far away. Every time Chun Sancho sobered up, he would say that he was just like Alliance. He was just born to like drinking. Because some people were born to deal with wine for the rest of their lives. This was fate. Without the Great Wall of Sword Chi, as long as the young people felt that they had nothing to do, they liked to look for a fight. Setting up a fight was nothing out of the ordinary. There were one-on-one fights, and there were also group fights. However, the bottom line was that the other party's cultivation was not allowed to be harmed. Apart from that, even Madame Dong, who was famous for spoiling her son in the past, would not say much about it. At most, she would stay at home and tell her son that there was nothing fun outside. She was rich enough to buy anything and bring it home. Her son, you can play with it by yourself. Early in the morning, Yen Zhua and the others came to the gate of the Ning mansion. Dong Huafu's face was gloomy because there were groups of 2 or 3 onlookers on the street. They seemed to be waiting for someone to come out of the Ning mansion. Chen Sancho kept shaking his head. He drank too much yesterday. Fortunately, he drank some wine this morning to sober up. Otherwise, he would feel even worse now. Only Daizhong did not come. This girl opened a small shop not far from her house. She sold groceries that could only make a small profit. There was one thing that was Daizhong's bottom line. After getting to know Ning Yao and the others, they were friends. They could die for each other on the battlefield, but it was their business to have money. Daizhong did not need to take advantage of others on such a trivial matter as living a life. Once, Yen Zhua felt very hurt and said something in anger. Didn't Alliance help you so much? That's why you have such a small family and a pitiful livelihood. Why are we friends? Yen Zhua, helped you. I didn't mean to look down on you. Is it wrong for me to want my friends to live a better life? Daizhong bit her lip and did not say anything. Then Yen Zhua was beaten up by Ning Yao. He covered his head and ran away like a rat. For a long time, Yen Zhua didn't talk to Daizhong. Of course, Ning Yao didn't talk to Yen Zhua either. At that time, because of this, everyone was together and had nothing to talk about. Finally, Yen Zhua secretly squatted at the corner of the street one day and watched the one-armed girl busy in the shop. After watching for a long time, he understood the reason. Yen Zhua was shy, so he didn't apologize. But one day, it was Stack Zhang who apologized to him. Yen Zhua was confused, and then he was beaten up by Chen Sancho and Dong Haiten. But after that, he and Stack Zhang reconciled as before. The 3 entered the Ning mansion and happened to meet Ning Yao and Chen Pingan, who were taking a walk together. Yen Zhua said softly, "What do you think? Am I a prophet? When they see us, they definitely won't hold hands." Chen Sancho said helplessly, Okay. Next time, I'll treat." Dong Huafu said, "Same old rules. If other people treat, I'll only drink Konghu wine and Song wine." Ning Yao asked, "Do you want a drink?" Dong Huafu, who was walking in the middle, pointed to the sides. "Sister Ning, I actually don't want a drink, but they insisted on treating." "I couldn't stop them." Yen Zhua sighed. "Good brother." Chen Sancho nodded. "Loyal." Dong Huafu was about to divulge another secret when Yen Zhua covered his mouth. Chen Sancho grabbed his neck and pulled him back. Chen Sancho smiled. "We won't disturb you too. We'll go back first. If there's anything, just call us." Ning Yao looked at the 3 people who came and went in a hurry. She frowned. "What's the matter?" Chen Pingan laughed. "It must be Chen Sancho and Yen Zhua who made a bet on where I slept last night." Ning Yao asked, "Do they want to die?" As she asked this, Ning Yao stared at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan raised his hand and wiped his forehead. "Must be, right?" Ning Yao continued to walk and asked casually, "Since you can take by Momo's punches, don't you want to go out shopping now? Anyway, even if you lose the fight, you won't lose too badly." At this moment, Chen Pingan had already returned to normal. He said, "Being liked by you is not something that can be taken out to show off." Ning Yao snorted and turned to leave. Chen Pingan also turned. The Ning residence was big, which was a good thing. After walking around, they didn't leave any traces. In one part of the residence, the old woman was holding a broom and sweeping the courtyard. She glanced at the old thing who was listening not far away and laughed angrily. "Shameless old thing, can't you have some face?" The old man said, It's broad daylight. That kid definitely won't say or do anything excessive. Then the old man praised, "Good kid, you're amazing." Now it was the old woman's turn to be curious. She couldn't help but ask, what did Miss and Child Chin talk about? The old man wanted to keep them in suspense, but when he saw that the old woman was about to hit him, he had to tell her about the conversation. The old woman smiled and said with relief, "Our son-in-law is a good person. It's not about being amazing." The old man was helpless and wanted to continue listening to the conversation. In the end, he was hit by the old woman's swift and fierce broom. Only then did he give up resentfully. On the other side, after hearing that Stack Shong opened a grocery store, Chin Pingon immediately said, "This is a good thing. If there's a chance, I'll talk to Stack Shong and do business together." Ning Yao shook her head and said, "Forget it. Stack Shong is a delicate girl and can't stand these things. In the past, Fatty Yen almost couldn't be friends with Stack Shong because of this. You don't have to say it in detail. I know where Yen's problem lies." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Don't worry. Who am I? I'm a bumpkin from Clay Bottle Alley. I've been a bag shop for so many years. There's definitely no problem. I guarantee that Stack Shong will be able to earn money for her comfort, and I'll also be able to earn some conscience money from that store." Ning Yao glanced at him and clicked her tongue. "You know a woman's mind so well. You really didn't walk the Jianghu for nothing." "I don't mean anything else. I'm just saying it as it is." Chun Pingon felt a headache coming on. Ning Yao laughed. "All right, I'm just joking with you. If you can help Stack Shang's store without making her think too much, I'll be very happy. Stack Shang is a little money grubber. Her biggest wish now is to rely on her own ability to buy a bigger house." Chun Pingon just let out a sigh of relief. Ning Yao put her hands behind her back and looked forward. She smiled and said, "If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What's there to be guilty about?" Chun Pingon looked at her side profile and suddenly stopped. Then he pounced on her like a hungry tiger. Ning Yao quickly dodged. Her cheeks were slightly red. She turned her head and said angrily, "Chun Pingon, you better behave yourself." Chun Pingon hurriedly whispered, "Lower your voice." However, Ning Yao seemed to be even more guilty than Chun Pingon. She quickly pursed her lips. When Ning Yao came back to her senses, Chun Pingon had already retreated and ran away. Ning Yao initially wanted to chase after Chun Pingon. However, she was distracted for a moment and was lost in thought. She looked at Chun Pingon, who had a warm smile on his face. Why did she suddenly feel that he was very good-looking? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.